In under a year and a half, between 1996 and 1997, 18-year-old Sarah Spears, 23-year-old Jane Rimmer, and 27-year-old Sierra Glenn disappeared one by one in the same area of Claremont, a wealthy suburb of Perth. What started off as a missing mystery of a young woman in Claremont, Perth soon came out to be something more serious as the investigation proceeded. Were these disappearances connected to each other? What actually happened to these young women? In today's video, we will be discussing one of the most notorious cases in the history of Australia, the Claremont murders. But first, if you still haven't subscribed to the channel, please go and hit the subscribe button and the bell icon down below. And now without further ado, let's get started. Claremont is a western suburb of Perth. Claremont is surrounded by Airline Street to the south, Alfred Road to the north, Lock Street and Bay Road to the east, and Stirling Highway, Camden Street, and Stirling Road to the west. The majority of Claremont is primarily made up of residential areas, although there is also a significant shopping center along Stirling Highway as well as the Claremont Showground in eastern portion of Lake Claremont. The Claremont Showground and Claremont Oval, the Lake Claremont Football Club's home field, are also located here. There is also an important commercial district along Stirling Highway, primarily in the St. Quentin Avenue area. Along with various bars, the area is home to the Claremont Hotel on the Terrace and Hotel Bayview. Hotel Bayview is the place where one of the most spine-chilling cases of Australia took place from 1996 to 1997. Sarah Spears was born on September 12, 1977. She grew up in a rural area of Western Australia where her father, Don Spears, was a shearing contractor headquartered in Darkin in the state's wheat belt. As their children reached high school age, the Spears, like so many other rural families, sent their kids to boarding school in Perth, where Sarah eventually enrolled in Ionia Presentation College, located in Mossman Park. She joined the secretarial school after completing her graduation before landing a position as a receptionist at BSD, an engineering firm in Sabycio. She was living in a South Perth flat in 1996 with her eldest sister, Amanda, to whom she was close, just as she was with her parents. Jane Rimmer was born on October 12, 1972, to Trevor Rimmer and Jenny Rimmer. She was raised in Shenton Park and went to Rosalie Primary School and then Hollywood High School while working part-time in a deli close by. Jane worked as a child care worker in Nedland as she was fond of children and enjoyed their company. Later, she worked as a nanny for a family in Esper. However, when her job there was complete, she came back to Nedland as a child care worker again. Tragically, this was the time that she disappeared after having a night out with her friends in the Continental Hotel. On that fateful night of June 9, 1996, Sierra Glenn was born on November 20, 1969. She was raised in the wealthy riverside suburb of Mossman Park and then moved to Perth when she was 6 or 7 years old. She was born in Zambia to Irish parents, Dennis Glennon and Unaglenon. She received a highly sought-after internship at the legal firm Blake Dawson Waldron after graduating from UWA in 1992 with degrees in both law and Japanese. She started working there in early 1993. Her father, Mr. Glenn, described Sierra as resourceful, resilient, and strong-willed. She was acknowledged as a passionate woman with high spirit and possessing a great sense of humor by her friends. She disappeared on March 15, 1997, from Claremont. The case began on January 20, 1996, at about 2 a.m. when Sarah Spears left Club Bayview in Claremont, Western Australia, after having a fun night out with her friends. At 2:06 a.m., she placed a call for a taxi from a public phone booth to request transportation to Mossman Park, a nearby suburb, to stay with one of her friends. But she wasn't there when the taxi arrived to pick her up at the location at 2:09 a.m. She was seen waiting by herself near the intersection of Stirling Road and Stirling Highway, according to 3 witnesses in a vehicle. The next day, none of her close ones got any updates from her. That was very unlike Sarah, as she was quite family-oriented and close with her friends. After the night of January 20, 1996, her sister never heard from her. That's when the case was taken up by the Major Crime Squad of Western Australia after her family filed a missing persons report. The fact that it was 2:06 a.m. when Sarah called for a taxi and she was nowhere to be found at 2:09 a.m. when the taxi arrived at the location was alarming. What could have happened in just those 3 minutes? Sarah Spears' case was taken up by the Major Crime Squad within 48 hours of her disappearance. The department left no stone unturned when it came to chasing down leads. They were desperate for anything that would help the Spears family get an update or any news related to Sarah's disappearance. However, nothing worked. Sarah was not found, and slowly Sarah's disappearance turned out to be one of those cases that go cold with no leads for the crime department to follow through on. There was no physical evidence, no CCTV footage, not even a definite witness that would have given the authorities any information that could lead to the truth behind the disappearance of Sarah Spears. However, just 4.5 months later, another case with a missing young lady was reported on June 9, 1996, from the same area of Claremont. 23-year-old Jane Rimmer, who was a child care worker, was last seen in the Continental Hotel of Claremont after a night out with her friends. She had disappeared from a street in the area on her way back home. The major crime squad was now able to see a pattern in these disappearances of young women from the same area, which led them to investigate thoroughly in the neighborhood of Claremont. Jane's family was as troubled as Sarah's family when she went missing from the same area of Claremont. In fact, just like Sarah, even Jane was quite close to her family and kept regular contact. Although she had moved out from home, she had a very warm relationship with her parents and would spend most of her weekends at her family's home enjoying Sunday lunch together with her family. Jane was adored by her parents, and that reflected in her personality. The major crime squad was looking for any possible clues like eyewitnesses and taxi drivers who were either last contacted or witnesses. Till August 3, 1996, the disappearance of these two young women was just a serious missing persons case of Claremont. However, the case took a serious turn when Jane's body was found by a family in a bushland only 40 kilometers away from Claremont on the said date. The grim discovery was made by the Van Ralt Evans family when they were driving through semi-rural land in Wellard, which is about 40 kilometers south of Perth. Tammy Van Ralt Evans. The mother rolled down a bush path as the kids played because she was attracted to the largest death lily she had ever seen. She noticed a person's feet while she admired the lily and what she called a bush cocoon. And as she looked deeper into the bushes, she discovered Jane, laying naked and hidden behind branches. After the body was discovered, the major crime squad was notified and a large team reached the location immediately to retrieve the body for autopsy and commenced the investigation. Discovering Jane's body was considered the second phase of the case. The area where the body was found was investigated thoroughly for any clue that would lead to the killer. Police were hopeful that it might lead them to finding Sarah, as commented by Detective Paul Ferguson, who was in charge of the case at that time. Pathwest pathologist Clive Cook confirmed that it was murder as a deep wound from a sharp object was found on her throat along with defensive wounds which suggested that Jane tried fighting back against the killer. Moreover, the forensic department could not retrieve any trace of sexual assault as the body was decomposed severely. In order to investigate the case, Western Australian police created the Macro Task Force. A telecom knife was found less than a kilometer away from the crime scene on Woolcote Road, which proved to be the murder weapon. In addition, on the fateful night that Jane was killed, two couples who resided in Wellard told authorities they heard a lady screaming and shouting. After hearing a lady yell, "Leave me alone. Let me out of here," Kenneth Mitchell claimed he saw a car drive off in the direction of the area where Miss Rimmer's corpse was discovered. In fact, in that same area, another couple told the investigators that they remembered hearing cries that stopped mid-scream. All these witnesses, evidence, and forensic results suggested that the murder was done using a sharp tool, which was likely a knife. Fast forward to March 15, 1997, 9 months after Jane Rimmer's disappearance. Another young woman, Sierra Glenn, age 27, disappeared from the same area of Claremont while returning home after a night out with her friends at the Continental Hotel. Sierra was last seen strolling by herself on Sterling Highway in search of a cab at about midnight on March 14, 1997. The missing persons case was immediately taken over by the Macro Task Force. Her father, Dennis Glenn, attended a press conference where he appealed for help to find his daughter. He said the way she has been brought up, she will fight. On April 3, 1997, the corpse of lawyer Sierra Glenn, 27, was discovered partially buried in undergrowth in a bushland area north of Perth just 19 days after her disappearance. Near Pippedini Road in Eglinton, a tiny limestone trail led to the discovery of Miss Glenn's body. Former senior pathologist Karen Margolius observed that the body of Miss Glenn was discovered completely dressed. However, her black skirt looked to have been pushed up around her waist. She was decked out with jewelry, including a gold chain bracelet, earrings, a watch, and a navel ring. Prior to her death, Sierra Glenn was momentarily stunned by an object that broke her skull. She had a similar wound on her throat as Jane Rimmer. Forensics connected fibers taken from Miss Glenn's and Miss Rimmer's bodies and found them to be the same. They also found DNA beneath Miss Glenn's fingernails that they believed belonged to the killer. Her skin had split in a few places and her thumbnail was ripped and cracked. It is inferred that Sierra Glenn attempted to defend herself, which is how she sustained these injuries. Photos of the area were then given to the larger court, revealing a number of damaged trees where branches appeared to have been severed in order to bury Miss Glenn's body. The investigation continued, and it was clear after Sierra's disappearance that it was indeed the work of the same culprit. The macro task force was now sprinting to find the culprit and prevent another murder from happening. One of the primary suspects was Lance William, who was followed by the task force at 3 o'clock on a Sunday as he was roaming around the streets of Claremont in his car. He was driving through the streets without any purpose, and certain strange behaviors like driving about after midnight and doing up to 30 rounds in the Claremont region made him seem suspicious to the task force. There were also sexually motivated behaviors like offering women lifts that contributed to the suspicion that was growing among the police force as they followed him. When the media and news agencies got a hold of him, they asked direct questions, which William answered without any hesitation. He was asked if he was the serial killer, which he denied. And then he was asked if he was innocent, which he agreed on. He was also asked about how his life had changed from the time he was marked as a prime suspect in the Claremont serial killing in the eyes of the police. He answered by saying it was quite distressing for him and his family. Although the police highly doubted the intention of Lance William, the absence of any evidence and the context of the forensics made it clear that he was not the same man the macro task force was looking for. As the women were last seen in situations where they may have taken taxis, suspicion subsequently turned to Perth's taxi drivers. Among them was a driver who claimed to have picked up Sarah the night before she vanished. The hundreds of registered taxi drivers in Western Australia were then subjected to extensive fingerprint and DNA examinations. Considering the proof of several unauthorized operators, the eligibility standards were strengthened and 78 drivers with substantial criminal records had their licenses revoked. Also, stricter criteria were used to ensure that the equipment and logo of decommissioned taxis were removed. After months of relentless searching, there was not a single piece of evidence that could point the police in a definite direction to move in. In fact, in 2004, after 7 years of failing to find the killer, the WA police considered disbanding the macro task force but delayed this and waited for an independent review of the case. That led to some prominent raids within a short period. Police ultimately decided not to disband the task force. The report was subjected to several independent reviews over the years, including one by some of Australia's greatest investigators. The panel consisted of 2 experts from Australia, 2 forensic experts from the UK, and 1 psychological profiler. Was there a chance of getting the right lead that would help the investigators to identify the killer, or was this case going to fizzle out? After years of investigating, the Special Task Force, along with the assistance of the finest forensic experts in the country, were able to identify one piece of evidence that gave a new direction to the case. When they ran a sample from Glenn's fingernails through the Western Australia database in 2008, they discovered that it matched the samples from a victim who was assaulted and was left alive by the offender at a cemetery in 1995, the year before the killings had started. Now they had a suspect's DNA. Detectives combed through cold cases to see whether the murderer may have been involved in any previous crimes. An 18-year-old was attacked in bed at her family's hunting house in southeast Perth in an unsolved case from 1988. The intruder fled when the woman yelled for her father. Although the intruder did not assault the woman, he left behind a kimono that he had stolen from a clothing line out of fear. The authorities needed to determine whose DNA was in the samples after they realized the attacks were connected. They did this by analyzing a fingerprint that was collected from the Huntingdale Properties' doorknob in 1998. The fingerprints of Bradley Robert Edward, who had been on record after attacking a hospital employee in 1990, were discovered to match in 2008. This faceless man, who had been the mind behind the brutal killing of 3 innocent souls in Claremont, was named Bradley Robert Edward. Along with his parents, younger brother, and sister, Bradley grew up in Huntingdale. Bradley continued his father's career at Telstra by working there as a technician for the entirety of his professional career. Edwards turned into a peeping Tom when he was still residing in Huntingdale with his family. He started by stealing undergarments. Bradley, though, experienced his first run-in with the law soon before getting married. At Hollywood Hospital, where he was working on a Telstra project, he attacked Wendy Davis, 40, in 1980. Young Bradley, who was a Telstra employee, approached Wendy, and she sat at her desk and asked if he could use the restroom behind her desk. Wendy responded by saying yes and continued to work. Wendy was abruptly grasped from behind and pulled hysterically in the direction of the restrooms. She fought back and gave the perpetrator a powerful kick. After letting her go, Bradley apologized. Bradley was arrested once the police arrived, and he was ordered to undergo 12 months of therapy. A few days after the incident, Wendy was contacted by Bradley, who apologized for his actions. Bradley nevertheless kept his position. In actuality, he received a promotion shortly after. He gave the reason that his fiancée was forcing him to be married as an explanation for his actions at the time. They got married shortly after that. After marrying quite young, Bradley settled in a place that was close to his parents' residence in Huntingdale, but the union did not last long. Bradley's wife felt abandoned as a result of his obsession with his computer. She started dating when a male friend of hers moved in to help them with rent and bills. The wife left the house with her boyfriend in 1996. Soon after that happened, Sarah Spires vanished. A few months later, Bradley's now ex-wife called him to inform him that she was expecting a child with the man she had left him for. Jane River went missing shortly after that. Sierra's murder took place when he ended his relationship with a woman who he had been seeing during the first few months of 1997. Considering the matches to be significant proof, an undercover operation to collect Edwards's DNA came next. He left an empty Sprite bottle outside the movie theater when he went to the movies, and when the cops saw it, they swooped in and obtained it for examining his DNA. DNA was taken, and it was apparently found to match the DNA profile of the unknown male that was found under Sierra's fingernails. This was the proof police needed, and Bradley Robert Edwards, age 52, was arrested on December 22, 2016, and then was put on trial 3 years after the arrest. As the trial began, the prosecution requested that Edwards be tried without a jury in the form of a judge-alone trial. It was due to the case's prominence and the gruesome nature of the evidence. The application was approved. On November 25, 2019, in front of Judge Stephen Hall of the Supreme Court, the murder trial began. While the defense claimed the evidence was tainted in the lab, there was no denying that Bradley's DNA was also discovered under Sierra's fingernails and also matched the kimono. The Telstra work vans were one of the key pieces of evidence. It was alleged that Edwards, a technician at the time, committed the offenses using corporate vehicles after hours. A security guard who saw the telecom van stop at the Karrakatta graveyard on many occasions for no apparent purpose, both after the 1995 incident and before Spires' 1996 disappearance, verified this. Carmel Barbagallo, the prosecutor, said that between 1995 and 1997, a guy driving a Telstra station wagon stopped to look at ladies and offer them rides. The state submitted this evidence as part of the Telstra Living Witness Project case. The fact that the blue polyester fibers found at the crime scene on the bodies of both Jane and Sierra matched with the Telstra station wagon that Bradley owned only firmed his direct connection with the murders. Edwards operated a Telstra-branded white V-Series van from April 1996 until December 1998. On the same day of his arrest, the car was located and seized. The defense argued that these fibers could have come from another source or another vehicle that was not listed in the WA crime database. But it was revealed during the hearing that the carpet fibers found in the back of Edwards' car matched those found on both Rimmer and Glennon's bodies. Bradley's defense team claimed that because Bradley's DNA had been present in the lab ever since the 1995 assault, the samples of Miss Glennon's fingernails that were taken throughout the inquiry were contaminated. Many of the scientists who worked at Perth's Path West facility where the DNA was tested were cross-examined by attorney Paul Yavich in court over their procedures. Edward was a Telstra technician who primarily served the telco's government clients, and Mr. Jovic had speculated that Edwards may have been in the lab. However, with the help of the right witnesses and a series of well-structured pieces of evidence, the prosecutors were able to disprove these arguments. After 7 months of hearings and more than 200 witness depositions, the trial ended on June 25, 2020. After that, Judge Hall left the courtroom to reflect before delivering a decision before Bradley's detention in jail expired on September 24, 2020. Edward was found guilty of the murders of Jane and Sierra but not of Sarah Spires. In a 619-page written verdict delivered by Hall on the last day of detention, though it was more likely that Bradley was indeed directly related in her disappearance than not. Bradley was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 40 years on December 23, 2020. The possibility that Hall will pass away in prison is high according to Hall. Although the criminal Bradley Robert Edward was sentenced to 40 years of prison time, it is important to understand the psychology of the criminal. Ms. Barbagallo argues it is important because the date of the crimes and behavior directly reflected on the emotional distress in his personal life. The timeline was presented in the court later in the trial. The incident at Hollywood Hospital happened the day after Bradley learned that his ex-girlfriend had strayed in the 1980s. In 1994, Bradley's first wife started an extramarital relationship after he reportedly grew aloof and spent too much time on his computer. In 1995, January or February, her lover moved into their marriage house. The Caracotta assault case was reported in the same year shortly after her. Sarah Spears' disappearance in 1996, just a few days after his wife left him. Jane disappeared and was murdered just a few days after Bradley discovered his estranged wife was pregnant with a baby whose father was the same man she left Bradley for in 1996. In the second half of 1996, Bradley began an intimate relationship with a woman who was 20 years his senior. It ended in March 1997, and that was the time when Sierra Glenn went missing and was found killed. The prosecution claimed that no other murders were committed after Bradley met his second wife in April 1997, barely 1 month after Sierra's death. This timeline of events does give a clear insight into Bradley's state of mind while committing the crimes in Claremont. Nothing reduces the pain of losing a child. The parents and the family members of the victims suffered for years for their loss. Yet, they stood resilient enough to see justice being served. Although Sarah Spears' body was nowhere to be found and Bradley bluntly denied the murder of the deceased, it was clear to the court that he was indeed the person behind the murder. However, the court could not offer any justice for Sarah's murder due to the lack of evidence. Yet, forensic science and the police department stand out for their consistency in this case, which brought justice to the innocent souls that were butchered by this killer. In an age where people are losing faith in our existing justice system, this case stands out and offers hope for a system that still cradles morality and principles as the base. Tell us how you feel about this case in the comments section. On May 24, 1985, a school teacher on the way to work found an injured and unconscious woman in a ditch in Newton, Baker County, Georgia. The woman, who had sustained severe head injuries, was still alive. She succumbed to her brutal injuries in the hospital. Unable to track her identity, the community of Newton started referring to her as Baker County Jane Doe. Years went by, but no one could identify the woman. It was not until 2023 when Baker County Jane Doe was finally identified. What had happened to her? How did the officials identify her? After all these years? Today, we are looking into the heart-wrenching story of Baker County Jane Doe, who has finally been identified after 37 years. But first, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please hit the subscribe and like buttons. Now, without any further ado, let's reveal the mystery. The place of picturesque abundance, Baker County is home to about 28,000 people. It offers a plethora of natural recreational facilities for residents and tourists alike, known for its rich cultural history. Baker County houses generational families, providing the lowest cost of living in Florida. Baker County is the first choice of families due to its proximity to major cities and higher institutions of learning, making education and employment easily accessible. Baker County boasts a full-fledged holistic lifestyle. This is where today's story begins. One fine morning of May 24, 1985, a school teacher was going to work driving along Highway 91 in Baker County, Georgia. It was a rural outpost approximately 200 miles south of Atlanta. The school teacher pulled over after noticing a body in the ditch on the west side of the road. It was a woman. She was unconscious and looked badly injured. On closer inspection, she seemed to be barely breathing. Nonetheless, she was alive. After reaching out to emergency services, she was rushed to the Phoebe Putney Hospital in Albany, Georgia with the help of an ambulance. She had no ID with her. Therefore, the investigators listed her as a Jane Doe. They had hoped it would be a temporary name for her as they believed she would regain consciousness and inform them about herself and how she ended up in a ditch. Little did they know that she would carry that name for another 37 years after she remained in a coma and succumbed to her injuries on June 1, 1985. The woman did not seem to be sexually assaulted or physically beaten up. She had multiple abrasions on her face, arms, and back, along with severe head trauma that turned out to be the cause of her death, but the manner of her death remains a mystery to this day. Baker County Jane Doe had apparently slid off a tanker truck about 60 feet above ground and sustained severe blunt force trauma to the head. The possibility of a hit-and-run had not been overruled, but there was no evidence to support any potential theory. Some officers believed that someone could have pushed her off the truck. However, these theories were mere speculations. What happened on May 24, 1985 was just anyone's guess. The injured woman found in the ditch wore a gray t-shirt paired with Britannia blue jeans. It had a laundry tag that read Allison Miles. So initially, she was referred to as Allison Miles, but as the case proceeded and no leads were found, she became a Jane Doe. When she was discovered in the ditch, she had white socks and sneakers on. The woman was also wearing a white, blue, and red bandana. There was a pillow by her side that resembled the pillows of hotels. It raised some suspicions of foul play, but there was neither any confirmation nor possible lead. The police were not sure about relating the pillow to her. Though it was found in the same ditch, it had been 20 yards away from her. The search for the identity of Jane Doe began with the Baker County Sheriff's Office. The day she was admitted to the hospital, the police department set out to seek her identity. With the help of GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, her picture from the hospital was released to the public. She was estimated to be a Caucasian woman in her late 20s to 30s with a fair complexion, blue eyes, and brown to dark blonde hair. She had a slim build and weighed approximately 110 to 120 pounds. She measured to be 5 feet 6 inches tall, and her abdomen and buttocks had stretch marks indicating that she could have been a mother or had a family. Some tan lines were also noticed. The investigators received several calls during the initial days. Some claimed she appeared familiar, while others just wanted to relate and inquire about their missing loved ones. A man called the police, claiming that the description sounded like that of his ex-wife. But none of the theories led the police anywhere. During the ongoing investigation, Jane Doe died on June 1, 1985. The medical examiner's office revealed that the cause of death was subdural hematoma secondary to blunt force trauma to the head. There were no signs of attack or sexual assault. She was buried as Jane Doe in Newton City Cemetery. The headstone of her grave read Jane Doe, June 1, 1985, and was taken care of by the community in the hopes that her real family would find her soon. From 1985 over the years, police did everything to find the real name of Jane Doe. They initially checked her fingerprints, but no match was found. So they released her picture to the public, but it did not lead to the case going any further. Several sketches were created and distributed, but every lead fizzled out too quickly. Even after all the struggle, the police did not give up on her. In 2008, the case was assigned to Baker County Sheriff Dana Meade, who was dedicated to finding out the identity of Jane Doe. So he appealed to the GBI to reinspect her case and find out anything that was possible. Almost 4 years went by. Then in September of 2012, the remains of Baker County Jane Doe were exhumed. The authorities were seeking samples to test. With the help of a bone fragment, a stable isotope analysis was performed by a private company. Around the same time, in March 2013, Baker County Jane Doe was given profile number up 11097 on the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, NamUs. Nothing of substance followed the step. The isotope analysis looked at the oxygen and strontium isotope ratios to indicate information on the last 10-year history of her drinking water. It was an effort to lead the police to some probable areas where she might have lived. The predictions of the analysis excluded states in the Southeast, including Georgia and Florida, the Midwest, and the Mountain West. Besides, the report predicted 12 out of 50 American states for where she might have lived. This did not help the search any further. Finally, in March 2022, a private DNA lab, Othram, was contracted by GBI's Sylvester Regional Investigative Office and the FBI to perform DNA analysis. Othram received the remains of Jane Doe that were exhumed in 2012. It took 10 months to create a DNA profile for Jane Doe of Baker County. After the DNA profiling was done, the results were given to the FBI to carry out genealogical comparisons. In January, the results yielded a high probability that she was Mary Anga Angie Cowan, as her DNA profile matched one of her children. When finally contacted after 37 years, the family of Mary Cowan welcomed this news with mixed emotions. Born to Davis Owens Dave Hammond and Elizabeth Marie Bess Clark Hammond on 13 December 1965 in Gary, Indiana, Mary Angus Angie Hammond Hall Cowan was the only girl among her 5 siblings. Denny, Drew, Jeff, Tim, and David. She was the second youngest child. David, her eldest brother, died in Vietnam in 1966. The family later moved to Florida. Mary Angie Cowan married Peter Irvin Hall and had 2 daughters. She then married Carl Kenneth Cowan and had 2 sons with him. She was separated from Carl Kenneth at the time of her disappearance. Her children held a warm memory of their mother for decades. They remembered her being fun and silly with them. She took care of all of her 4 children with the utmost love and priority. But one day, everything changed for the Cowan family. The story of Mary Cowan takes us back to May of 1985. On a warm day in Central Florida in Seminole County, a 28-year-old Mary was living with her 4 children. One of her children, Daniel, recalled that they used to live somewhere around a sandy road. He was just 7 years old at the time, so he couldn't remember the exact location or the date of the event, but he remembered his mom's yellow Toyota being stuck in the sand. She couldn't take the car out of it alone, so Daniel asked a friend to come over and help. For some reason, the family friends could not show up that night. However, the family did arrive the next day and saw the car parked outside still very much inside the sand. But Mary Cowan was nowhere around. So they looked inside the house for her, but she did not answer. There was food on the stove, so they waited for her to come back from wherever she had gone. Things in her house seemed like she had gone out for a minute and would be returning soon. When they didn't hear from her for quite a while, they went around the house looking for her. They searched, then waited for her to come back, then searched again. But there was no sign of her. The family that had come over to help Mary Cowan found her purse and ID on the counter. Daniel, Mary Cowan's son, said in a recent interview they tried filing a report with the local police station, but it was the 1980s and the rules were different than they are now. She was a 28-year-old adult at the time she went missing, therefore no official missing persons report was filed. Could this be why Mary Cowan went unidentified for almost 4 decades to come? The 2 stories of a missing mom of Seminole County and an injured woman of Baker County had been separate until now. After 37 years, Jane Doe has finally been identified as Mary Angus Cowan, the missing Florida mom of 4. About 4 decades of tedious probes led the investigators to Mary Angus Cowan. But the lack of leads, witnesses, and evidence resulted in rendering the manner of death as accidental. After 37 years considering her death accidental, the police are ready to move forward and close the case of Mary Cowan. Daniel and Angelique, the children of Mary Cowan, were contacted. They showed the utmost gratification toward the police and the Newton community for their instrumental help in bringing their mother home. They were 7 and 10 years old when Mary went missing. In their childhood, Daniel and Angelique, along with their siblings, were told that their mother had abandoned them, but their grandmother Elizabeth Hammond always believed that her Angie would come back one day. Unfortunately, Mary Cowan's parents died before she could return home. The family still hopes to bring the remains of Mary Cowan to a shared grave with her mother, Elizabeth, in Edgewood, Greenwood, in Topeka. Do you think Mary Cowan's death was accidental? Is there any possibility of foul play in the case of Baker County Jane Doe? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. On January 7, 1972, 19-year-old Nancy Elaine Anderson was found dead in her apartment in Waikiki, Hawaii. She had sustained 63 brutal stab wounds, 3 of them being severe lacerations. The case was initially suspected to be a suicide but turned into something else entirely once these injuries were noticed. The investigation that followed was long and winding and would span decades until a breakthrough in 2022. Who killed Nancy? How did the police crack the case after all these years? We are looking at the 50-year-old cold case of Anderson that was finally solved in 2022. But before that, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please hit the subscribe button as it helps us and motivates us to create more content for you. Now, without any further ado, let's dive into the story. Nestled in Honolulu, the capital city of Hawaii, the neighborhood of Waikiki is a major tourist attraction for recreation activities and holiday enjoyment. The white sand beaches fascinate people from all over the world. The tropical climate, mystical landscapes, and sunny beaches make every day seem like a fun holiday to local residents. Apart from Waikiki's reputation as the perfect place for vacation, it is also famous for a case that horrified the country in 1972. Born to Myrtle Van Anderson and Thelma Bernice Brown Anderson on November 10, 1952, Nancy Elaine Anderson was an amicable person. She was one of 10 siblings and grew up in a large household full of love and laughter. Born in Bay City, Bay County, Michigan, she wanted to taste the life of the islands after graduating from John Glenn High School in 1970. She had always wanted to experience the thrill and adventure of island life. Before she started college, she wanted to experience this life she had always wanted. She moved to Hawaii in October 1971 to live in an apartment at 2222 Aloha Drive in Waikiki and got a job at a McDonald's at the Ala Moana Center. Nancy was very friendly and too trusting with strangers, according to her roommate Jody. Her outgoing nature and amiable personality seemed to raise caution in the eyes of her friends, colleagues, and family. Everyone in her life stated that she dated several different men, which seemed to raise red flags around 19-year-old Nancy's choices. At work, however, her manager Pedro Repolio remembered her as a dependable and friendly employee. A coworker, Julie Torres, believed that she was not promiscuous but was too friendly. No one would imagine that her friendly conduct could lead her to a ruthless death. She went back to her hometown in Michigan for Christmas and New Year's that year to visit her family. She returned to Waikiki a few days into the new year, unaware of what awaited her. It had barely been 2 months since she had moved to Hawaii to live her dream life, but it ended on January 7, 1972, when she was brutally stabbed to death. Jody Spooner, Nancy's roommate in Hawaii, returned home from shopping at 2:30 p.m. on January 7th to find 2 unknown men selling silverware to Nancy. Jody sat down with Nancy to watch their demonstration, but neither of them ended up buying anything. After talking to Nancy for 10 minutes, Jody went to her bedroom to take a nap around 2:40 to 2:50 p.m. Even though Nancy and Jody were on good terms and had a friendly relationship, Jody liked to keep to herself as Nancy often invited random strangers over. She believed that Nancy was too trusting and she talked to strangers without any regard for her safety. Jody recalls that all the doors to the apartment were closed and locked when she went for a nap. As she drifted to sleep, Jody could hear the radio from Nancy's bedroom and the sound of running water from her bathroom. When she woke up around 5:15 and went to the kitchen, she still heard the noise of running water coming from Nancy's bedroom, the door to which was now standing ajar. When Jody proceeded to enter the room, there on the floor, she found her roommate covered in blood. Believing it was suicide, she rushed to her neighbors to ask for help in calling the police. The 19-year-old girl from Michigan lay still in a pool of blood and no one knew how her life had ended. It was the evening of January 7, 1972. Hawaii Police Department officers Mitten Galeese and George Gibbons received a call around 5:29 p.m. about a possible suicide at apartment 704, 2222 Aloha Drive, Coral Terrace Apartments, Honolulu. Just as the police entered the apartment, they found a blood-stained blue and white towel near the entrance. When they entered the bedroom, they found Nancy lying unresponsive on the floor. Police found traces of blood on the bed in the bathroom too. Everyone was horrified by the brutal death of Nancy. The ambulance was called, but at approximately 6:01 p.m. she was pronounced dead by the physician. While Nancy Anderson was being violently lain in her small apartment, her roommate Jody Spooner, who was still inside, heard nothing loud enough to wake her from her nap. None of the neighbors saw or noticed anything unusual either. No one saw anyone coming in or going out. This case was as peculiar as it could be. The police were searching for clues everywhere, but there was very little to go on. Detective George Cruz noticed several puncture wounds on Nancy's sternum, chest, abdomen, and both thighs. Another officer noticed that her blouse was torn around her right armpit and her bra was visible. Autopsy confirmed that there were puncture wounds on her left forearm, lacerations on her upper left arm, and blood under the fingernails of both hands. The autopsy report stated that Nancy was stabbed using a paring or penknife 60 times and she sustained 63 wounds, 3 of them being exit wounds. Nancy's death was caused by hemorrhage due to a stab wound to the heart. The instrument used was predicted to be about 10 millimeters wide and 60 millimeters long. The description of the murder instrument did not match any of the knives in Nancy's apartment. In the autopsy report, there was no trace of drugs or alcohol in her body. However, the presence of spermatozoa was confirmed, but this could just be an indicator of an active sexual life. The police relied on the recovered evidence at the crime scene to find clues. They found a bedspread, 3 towels, and 2 slippers at the scene that had blood on them. They believed that the stabbing got so violent at one point that the attacker's hand slid off the blade and received a substantial cut. The attacker then used the towel to wipe off excess blood. Police also believed that the wound on Nancy's thumb was likely inflicted in self-defense. Not only was the killer out of reach, but the murderer's motive was just as vague. Nothing was missing from the house, which meant it was not a robbery. Nancy's sweet and friendly nature also meant that she hardly harbored any enemies. It was already getting difficult for the police to find new leads in this case. However, they did have a few suspects to take a closer look at. The last people to leave Nancy's apartment 74 were the two salesmen, Parker Graham and Jeffrey Allward. They were called in for an interrogation. They had a detailed account of how they set up a meeting with Nancy. The presentation started around 1:30 or 1:45 p.m. and when Nancy and her roommate were not interested in the products, they gave them a pie cutter and left the building without going anywhere else. Both Parker and Jeffrey voluntarily provided their fingerprints, which did not match any of those obtained at the crime scene. Their polygraph test validated their initial statements. When this did not lead anywhere, police followed up on statements given by Jody's boyfriend, Kim Weaver. He said that Nancy would often invite strangers to the apartment and hang out with weird-looking men. He did not know the names of the guys with whom Nancy was often around, but he had given them nicknames like Frenchman, Reno, Nevada, Cowboy, and Dude from Detroit. The investigators checked out these people and their alibis. Reno, Nevada was William Manor, who dated Nancy but had never engaged in anything more intimate than kissing. He said that he did not visit her in the apartment and knew nothing about who could have been responsible for the murder. Stephanie Fraser, who lived at 2223 Alawai Boulevard, which was the neighboring building to Aloha Drive, witnessed a commotion the day the murder took place. She saw a car in the upper-level parking lot and a Caucasian couple could be overheard arguing in the car. After 15 minutes, they left the vehicle, but Stephanie could not see whether they moved into the street or they entered the building. She described the male as tan-skinned, 5 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 10 inches tall, 25 years old with dark brown curly hair. She believed the woman was in her 20s and had shoulder-length, dirty blonde hair. When shown multiple pictures of possible suspects, she identified a mutual friend of Jody and Kim, Richard Hacker, as the man she saw arguing in the car. However, she was not positive. Later, when the police questioned Nancy's co-workers, one of her colleagues, Karen Sullivan, revealed that Nancy had informed her during one of their lunch breaks that she had once dated a member of the mafia back home. But nothing of importance could be found and verified. The police found a Bank of Hawaii savings passbook in her purse. It said she opened an account hours before her death on January 7th. The interrogation with Paula Meyer, the bank teller, revealed that she returned from her lunch break around 2:15 and estimated that Nancy would have opened the account between 2:15 and 3 p.m. Neighbors, boyfriends, roommates, salesmen, property managers, colleagues, and family were questioned. But none of the suspects or leads the police had ended up going anywhere. Eventually, the case went cold. For the last 50 years, a number of tips and fruitless clues appeared and vanished, but police still could not find a solid suspect in the case of the murder of Nancy Anderson. However, the police department did not give up on the case of Nancy Anderson. New developments in science and technology motivated them to dig deeper and find new answers. During 2001 to 2003, blood samples found in 1972 were used to build 3 DNA profiles, 2 of males and the remaining of a woman. Everyone involved in the case was tested and ruled out as a suspect again. The fate of Nancy Anderson changed when Honolulu police received a tip in December 2021 that 77-year-old Tudor Chirilla Jr. may have been connected to the murder. The Honolulu Police Department tested DNA found at the crime and contracted Parabon Nanolabs, a DNA technology company located in Virginia, to help out with this case. The genetic genealogists used DNA phenotyping to generate trait predictions of the suspect as he might have looked at the age of 25. Cheriella resided in Reno, Nevada in 2021. Therefore, the Reno Police Department was alerted about the new development in the case. They tried getting his DNA covertly but failed after weeks of surveillance. Tudorilla's biological son, John Chirilla, was then contacted in March 2022 to assist in getting a DNA sample. On May 5, 2022, the forensic report confirmed that the DNA sample of John Chirilla was related to the DNA found at the crime site. It revealed that John Chirilla was the son of the person who was present in Nancy's room, thereby proving that Tudor Chirilla, John's father, was involved in the case. Tudor Chirila's DNA sample matched the initial profiles found in Nancy's bedroom. This was a major breakthrough in the case of Nancy Anderson, which had only turned colder over the years. According to genetic genealogy, the suspect would have been around 25 years old at the time of the crime. As it turns out, Tudor, born on April 15, 1945, would have been 27 years old in 1972 when Nancy was murdered. He worked as a graduate assistant at the University of Hawaii at that time and used to live on Canal Street, which was within 3 miles from Nancy's apartment. After her death, he left Hawaii and graduated from law school. Tudor then worked as Deputy Attorney General in Nevada. He is listed as a long-term attorney in the Silver State working under Attorney General Richard H. Bryan in the areas surrounding Reno, Carson City, and Lake Tahoe. He lost the election to the state's Supreme Court of Nevada in 1994. The cases that involve Tudor as a litigant are taxation or estate-related matters. Nancy Anderson's case is not the first that involves Tudor Terriella. In 1971, he reported that his car had been stolen. Later, he filed a complaint that the contents of his car were missing after he recovered it. Again, in 1995, then 50-year-old Tudor had a complaint filed against him that accused him of kidnapping, tying, and attempting to rape his then-girlfriend. However, the charges were dropped. In 1998, his name arose as an affiliation to the Mustang brothel owned by Joseph Conforte, Nevada's brothel boss. U.S. prosecutors identified him as the former president of Corp, which acted as a front for Joseph. They were allegedly involved in a conspiracy to defraud the government. In 2022, after 50 long years, justice prevailed for Nancy, and the first arrest in the case was finally made, and Tudor Chirila was charged with her murder. On September 6, 2022, detectives served a search warrant, located Tudor Chirila at his residence, and collected his DNA sample using a buccal swab. Just 2 days later, Tudor attempted to take his own life, but he survived. The results allegedly linked Tudor to the murder of Nancy Anderson. After the confirmation, a non-bailable arrest warrant was released. Tudor Chirila Jr. was finally in police custody for the fatal killing of Nancy Anderson. He was kept in Washoe County Jail in Reno, Nevada. He was later extradited to Honolulu, where he pleaded not guilty to the crime of second-degree murder of Nancy. His bail is set at $1 million. Further trials are pending in the case, but the investigation is active and ongoing. 50 years went by, but the Anderson family did not lose hope. The police department did not forget the vicious murder of the young 19-year-old Nancy Elaine Anderson. Now that a confirmed suspect has been arrested, justice for Nancy is not too far away. Developed technology and advanced genetic genealogy finally revealed the identity of the killer who had stabbed her more than 60 times. What could have been the possible motive for the killing? Do you think other people were involved in the murder of Nancy Anderson? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. September 12, 1988 was a day that shook Lawrence, Massachusetts, to its core. The lifeless body of a girl, just 11 years old, was found brutally stabbed to death and abandoned on the train tracks near the Boston and Maine Railway Yard. Her name was Melissa Trenley, and her senseless murder left the community reeling with shock, anger, and sadness. Who could have committed such a heinous act? How did they finally catch him after 35 years? We're taking a closer look at a 35-year-old cold case finally solved in 2023 in Lawrence, Massachusetts. Buckle up and get ready to join us on a journey into the unknown. But first, if you haven't subscribed to our channel by now, please consider hitting the subscribe and like buttons. Without further ado, let's get to the story. Nestled along the winding banks of the Merrimack River, Lawrence is a vibrant and thriving city that captures the essence of small-town charm with big city excitement. The city's pulse beats with the energy of its diverse and passionate residents whose pride and joy, their beloved community, are palpable in every corner of the town. As you walk down the bustling streets of Lawrence, you can't help but feel a sense of history and heritage seeping through every brick and stone. This is the same town that played a pivotal role in American labor history, where the Bread and Roses strike of 1912 marked a significant turning point for workers' rights and social justice. But it was here that a horrific crime took place in 1988. Melissa Tremley was born in 1977 to her mother Janet Tremley in Salem, Massachusetts. Her mother Janet raised her as a single mother on her own, as her father was never in the picture and his identity remains unknown till this day. Melissa went by the nickname Missy and attended Lancaster School. Everyone who knew Melissa as a child described her as a fun-loving, carefree, and caring little girl who had many friends in school and was always ready to play games and have a good time. Melissa was a happy child who loved to play and explore her surroundings. One of her favorite places to play was the old Boston and Maine Railway Yard, where she would often spend hours running and jumping around the train tracks while her mother visited friends at a nearby social club. Sadly, this would also be what led to her demise. On September 11, 1988, Melissa accompanied her mother and her boyfriend to the La Salle Social Club in Lawrence, not far from the railway where she was found, and went outside to play while the adults stayed inside. The last sightings of her alive were made by a railroad employee and a pizza delivery driver who were in the vicinity, both who saw her within the late afternoon hours of that day. When Janet realized her daughter was missing, she frantically searched the area before reporting her missing to the police at around 9 p.m. that night. She returned home in a state of panic, hoping and praying for news of her daughter's safety. Unfortunately, she would never receive this news. On the morning of September 12, 1988, Melissa was found dead in the old Boston and Maine Railway Yard in Lawrence. She had been stabbed to death and her leg was amputated post-mortem when a train ran over her body. The detectives who arrived on the scene theorized that the killer had likely done this in the hopes of mangling the body and removing any possible physical evidence they had left behind. The state police and Lawrence police launched a massive investigation into Melissa's death. They combed through every inch of the railroad yard and scoured other places, including the Lancaster Grammar School where Melissa was a student. The community was in shock and disbelief that such a heinous crime could happen in their small town. The lead detective on the case was Lawrence Police Officer Detective Thomas Murphy. He was shocked at the brutality of the murder and decided to relentlessly pursue justice for Melissa. He and his team recovered physical evidence from the body and at the crime scene, but the nature of this evidence was never revealed. However, the forensic team that analyzed the body found that the nature of her stab wounds indicated that her killer was left-handed. Since no arrests were made at the time, it is assumed that the evidence they gathered was not viable to be used in the investigation then, which is why it was shelved for later when forensic technology would develop enough for it to be used. Numerous witnesses, suspects, and persons of interest were interviewed by the police, and the only lead they found was that there was a suspicious-looking van in the area Melissa was in the day she was murdered. But when they inquired further, no one was able to help them identify the van or owner. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the police were unable to find Melissa's killer. The killer remained at large, and the community remained in fear. Melissa's family and friends were left to mourn their loss and try to come to terms with the unimaginable tragedy that had befallen them. And as time went by, they found no new leads. The case remained unsolved, and eventually the trail went cold. Finally, in 2014, over 25 years after the death of Melissa, the cold case was re-examined by authorities. And lead investigator Lieutenant Peter Sherva decided that the case should be reopened. After going over the old case files and reviewing the evidence left behind from the original investigation, the detectives knew what they had to do. A few years later, the evidence recovered from Melissa's body was submitted for testing. And in 2022, 33 years later, detectives finally had a suspect. On April 26, 2022, 74-year-old Marvin McClendon Jr., a former Massachusetts corrections officer, was arrested in his home in Bremen, Alabama for her murder by the Alabama State Police. While the nature of the evidence that was used to ascertain his guilt was never released to the public, the press release did state that the evidence recovered from the body was crucial in identifying him as a suspect. And then when detectives probed deeper into his life, a whole set of incriminating details came to light. Although it is not clear how McClendon became a suspect in the case or how the DNA testing was carried out, the result was a resounding success for the tireless work of investigators and law enforcement officials who had been working tirelessly to solve the case for over 3 decades. Thanks to the DNA evidence, investigators were able to track McClendon down to his home in Bremen, Alabama, where he was promptly arrested and charged with being a fugitive from justice. The arrest was made on the evening of April 26, 2022, and marked the culmination of years of hard work, determination, and dedication on the part of law enforcement officials and investigators. While the details of how McClendon was finally brought to justice remain unclear, what is certain is that the use of DNA evidence has played a critical role in solving this long-standing cold case. McClendon was a retired Massachusetts Department of Corrections employee, but he wasn't working for the state in 1988. He worked for the state on 3 separate occasions from 1970 to 2002, but at the time of the murder was involved in carpentry work in Chelmsford, a locality close to Lawrence. Investigators discovered that McClendon had several connections to Lawrence, a nearby town where the young girl's lifeless body was found near a set of train tracks. Their investigation revealed that McClendon frequented various locations within Lawrence, including the Seventh-day Adventist Church situated on Salem Street. He also had a van that looked like one that witnesses saw Melissa and near on the day she disappeared. These findings shed light on McClendon's proximity to the location of the murder, prompting further inquiry into his possible involvement in the crime. In the year 1988, McClendon, who was at the age of 41, had gained a reputation for being an individual with an uncontrollable temper and was known to have a violent and aggressive nature under the influence of alcohol. He was reported to have frequently visited strip clubs where he would engage in activities deemed inappropriate and disrespectful towards women. Furthermore, he was known to have indulged in sexual relations with women in the back of his van, which added to his already tarnished image. These facts were previously presented in a court hearing by Strasnick, his brother. Mr. McClendon was represented in his trial by a court-appointed attorney, Mr. Fazold, since his arrest. However, during a hearing, a probation employee testified that Mr. McClendon did not meet the criteria for appointed counsel during a hearing regarding the motion to dismiss by Henry Fazold, McClendon's defense attorney, McClendon's own brother. Strasnick argued against the motion. He presented evidence to counter Fazold's claim that the DNA evidence collected was not sufficient to support a first-degree murder indictment against his client. According to court documents, the lawyer representing McClendon pointed out that his client had voluntarily provided a DNA sample to investigators during his initial interview with Massachusetts State Police Lieutenant Peter Sherber, which took place in Alabama back in 2021. Despite using a walker, McClendon made his way into the courtroom in Salem Superior Court on Tuesday, where he was seated next to his attorney Fazold. In the month of April in the year 2022, during a follow-up interview conducted by the authorities, McClendon vehemently denied any involvement in the tragic demise of Melissa. He asserted that he was innocent of the accusations that had been laid upon him and even insinuated that he might have been the victim of a carefully orchestrated plot by inmates from the Department of Corrections in Massachusetts where he had worked. Such a statement was not only a blatant attempt to deflect the blame but also a preposterous attempt to mislead the authorities. Strasnick pointed out that the DNA evidence was collected from the crime scene and matched the DNA profile of a male relative of McClendon. He argued that the probability of the DNA belonging to someone else other than McClendon was extremely low. Furthermore, he stated that the DNA evidence was only one piece of evidence in the case and that there were other factors that supported the indictment against his brother. McClendon's attempts to absolve himself of any responsibility did not stop there. He went on to shift the blame to his own flesh and blood, his brother Strasnick, in an act of treacherous betrayal that demonstrated his willingness to throw anyone under the bus to save his own skin. His attempts to paint his own kin as the mastermind behind the crime spoke volumes about his own lack of loyalty and trustworthiness. Strasnick vehemently opposed the claim that his brother was a factually innocent person. He provided examples of McClendon's erratic behavior leading up to and following the murder and argued that these actions were indicative of guilt. He also stated that McClendon had a history of violence, as aforementioned, which made him a likely suspect in the murder case. This statement by Fazold indicates that the investigation centered on McClendon instead of his family members due to specific pieces of evidence that were available at the time. These included Mr. McClendon's left-handedness, his potential ties to Lawrence, his possession of a van in 1988, his lifestyle at the time, and his interactions with law enforcement during the investigation. However, the statement sounded suspicious, and this explanation was likely an attempt to absolve Mr. McClendon of any wrongdoing and may have been a calculated and misleading move. During the court hearing, Judge Salim Tabi presided over a motion to dismiss the case against the defendant, Mr. McClendon, who had been charged with first-degree murder. The judge listened carefully to the arguments presented in the motion and took the matter under advisement, refraining from making an immediate decision. It is worth noting that the charge of first-degree murder is a very serious offense and carries the potential penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. As such, this case is being closely watched by all parties involved, and the outcome of the upcoming hearing will likely have a significant impact on the course of the trial. Fasold has attempted in vain to secure McClendon's release on a $50,000 bond. At Middleton Jail, he is still being held without bond. Fasold also stated that there were no eyewitnesses to the murder of Trumbley and there was no evidence to suggest that McClendon knew her or had any motive to harm her. Despite this, McClendon has been held in protective custody in a cell at Middleton Jail. As part of his confinement, he is not allowed to leave his cell unless accompanied by a guard. This precautionary measure has been taken to ensure McClendon's safety and the safety of others, given the high-profile nature of the case and the potential risks associated with his involvement in it. By keeping him in protective custody, authorities can closely monitor his movements and interactions to prevent any potential harm or disturbance within the jail or outside. According to Sherry Kerrigan, a friend of Melissa who was present at McClendon's arraignment, she was only 10 years old when the crime occurred. And when she saw the defendant, she imagined a different person than what she saw in court. She described McClendon as a frail, old man. A day after she was reported missing, the family had never expected that it would take 33.5 years to see someone arrested and brought before a judge for Melissa's murder. Despite this delay, the family is confident that the district attorney's office will be just as dedicated to prosecuting the case as the detectives were in their years-long search for the suspect, Marvin McClendon. According to a statement, Root stated that there had been a lot of emotions since the end of April when they were informed of the arrest, ranging from excitement to sadness to frustration and all over the place. They were thrilled to see the suspect in jail, but also very saddened that some of their family members, such as their aunt, grandfather, and others, were not alive to witness him facing justice. The statement went on to express gratitude to the police for their ongoing efforts throughout the years and for the use of DNA technology that was not originally available to work the case. Root finished by saying that their family was looking forward to the case moving forward to the grand jury for indictment and then on to the Superior Court to finally see justice served. Thank you for watching this video on how DNA has revolutionized the field of forensic investigation and helped solve numerous cold cases that had remained unsolved for years. As you have seen, DNA technology has been a boon for law enforcement agencies, allowing them to identify and apprehend perpetrators of heinous crimes that had remained undetected for decades. With the help of DNA evidence, investigators can now link suspects to crime scenes, identify victims who had remained unidentified, and even exonerate innocent people who had been wrongfully accused and convicted. This has not only brought closure to families of victims, but also ensured that the perpetrators are held accountable for their actions. How long can one hold on to that hope before it fades away? And what happens when the answer finally comes? These are the questions that plague us all at some point in our lives. 21 years ago, on a quiet night in March of 2002, a 39-year-old woman named Sharon Van Gilder was last seen leaving a bar in Tacoma, Washington. Little did anyone know that her departure from the bar that night would be the last time anyone saw her alive. Who could have done this to an innocent woman? Was it someone she knew who was responsible for her death? We are looking at the 21-year-old cold case of Sharon Van Gilder that was finally solved in 2021. But first, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please hit the subscribe and like buttons. Now, without any further ado, let's dive into the mystery. Tacoma is a port town in Washington state on the banks of the Puget Sound south of Seattle. Its vibrant urban core is alive with culture. When you visit Tacoma, you're in for a treat. This city is a hub of creativity and culture and is known around the world for its stunning glass art. As you wander through the city's vibrant urban core, you'll be struck by the sense of energy and vitality that permeates the community. Tacoma's must-see attractions include the Museum of Glass featuring works by Dale Chihuly and dazzling installations on the Chihuly Bridge of Glass, and the Tacoma Art Museum showcasing the region's diverse artistic traditions and contemporary trends. The friendly city inspires many to celebrate the melding of old and new, but not everything is as transparent as glass. It is here in Tacoma, Washington, that our case begins. Sharon Van Gilder was born in 1963 in the United States of America. Growing up in Enumclaw, Washington, Sharon had a large family that included several siblings. In 2002, she was a beloved member of her community in Tacoma and was a devoted mother to her son and daughter. Her kind and amiable nature earned her many friends who spoke highly of her after her disappearance in March of 2002. Those who knew her were particularly fond of her and had nothing but good things to say about her character. Little did they know that the joyous woman would soon be leaving their lives and they would have to bid her farewell. It was an unremarkable March evening in 2002 when Sharon was seen leaving a bar with a man. Despite having a few drinks, Sharon didn't appear to be in any trouble and nothing suspicious was observed by those who witnessed her departure. Unfortunately, it would turn out to be the last time anyone would see Sharon alive and cheerful. Barely 2 hours had passed since Sharon was last seen leaving the bar in Tacoma when an unclothed body was discovered on the side of the road near 15600 6th Street East and 704th Avenue East. The shocking discovery stunned the community, and speculation ran rampant about the identity of the deceased and the circumstances leading up to their tragic demise. The swift and brutal turn of events raised more questions than answers, leaving investigators scrambling to piece together what happened in those 2 fateful hours. The mystery of the identity of the body found on the side of the road in Tacoma, Washington was finally solved when the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that it was Sharon's body. The confirmation was made by matching her fingerprints, bringing a sense of resolution, but also raising new questions about what could have happened to the cheerful woman seen leaving a bar only a couple of hours before her death. The discovery of Sharon's identity added another layer of complexity to the investigation, leaving the community wondering who could have committed such a heinous act and what the motive behind it could have been. With just an unclothed body lying on the side of the road in the 15600 block of 704th Avenue East, detectives could not find much evidence at the scene, and there were no marks on the body, which led them to believe that the crime had happened at a different location. The autopsy report helped in identifying Sharon's body as well as in following up on potential suspects. Detectives were determined to solve the case of Sharon Van Gilder's murder. They spoke to witnesses who had seen Sharon leaving the bar with a Hispanic male on the night of her death. After conducting a thorough investigation, detectives discovered a hair on Sharon's body that belonged to a man, and they suspected it was the man she had left with on the night as it matched the description they had of him. This discovery led them to consider him the primary suspect. Pierce County Sheriff's Department quickly identified Manuel Urbano Vasquez as the main murder suspect. However, he fled to Mexico before law enforcement was able to arrest him. Detectives were also unable to obtain a DNA profile from him to match with DNA found on Van Gilder's body. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the case went cold. However, the detectives refused to give up and continued to work on the case, hoping that someday they would find the answers they sought. 10 years later, the renewed investigation into the cold case of Sharon Van Gilder's murder began when the Pierce County Sheriff's Office created its cold case unit in 2012. Retired Detective Sergeant Tim Coble took on the case and discovered 3 sexual assaults that occurred in Tacoma around the same time as the homicide. With a thorough investigation and study of the 3 other sexual assault cases, he was able to connect the man who was last seen leaving the bar with Van Gilder to the sexual assaults. Thanks to advances in forensic technology, DNA profile from all 4 cases were matched to Manuel Urbano Vasquez for homicide and sexual assault. However, Urbano Vasquez had fled to Mexico in 2002 shortly after Sharon's death before detectives could obtain a DNA sample from him. With this new evidence, detectives were able to establish probable cause to arrest Urbano Vasquez for the murder of Van Gilder. The Pierce County Prosecutor's Office filed charges against him and a warrant was issued for his arrest. However, Urbano Vasquez remained at large for several years, causing anguish for the victim's family and law enforcement officials. In 2019, Urbano Quiz was located in Mexico by the FBI for the murder of Sharon Van Gilder and multiple sexual assault charges committed over 2 decades ago. Detective Sergeant Linnell Anderson spearheaded the application for extradition paperwork to bring Urbano Vasquez back to the U.S. to face trial. After a long and arduous process, the paperwork was finally processed in March 2023. Manuel Urbano Vasquez was arrested in Mexico on March 14, 2023 by the FBI and Mexican authorities after evading authorities for years. The FBI had located him in 2019 for the heinous crimes he committed more than 20 years ago, including the murder of Sharon and multiple sexual assault charges. The Mexican authorities provided crucial assistance in facilitating his arrest, working in conjunction with the Pierce County Prosecutor's Office, Tacoma Police Detectives, Pierce County Sheriff Detectives, FBI, Interpol, the State Police Crime Lab, and the Assistant U.S. Attorney's Office. However, the legal battle bringing Urbano Vasquez back to the U.S. is not over yet. According to the Pierce County Sheriff's Department, there will be more time before Urbano Vasquez is brought back to Pierce County to face trial. He will have hearings in Mexico to argue why he should not be deported, which could take 6 months or longer. Despite the challenges, the arrest of Urbana Vasquez is a significant step towards justice for the victims and their families. It is a testament to the unwavering dedication of law enforcement officials in pursuing fugitives who evade justice no matter how long it takes. The process of bringing Urbana Vasquez to trial may be complex, but it is a necessary step towards ensuring accountability for his heinous crime. This arrest marks the culmination of a long and difficult search for justice for the victims and their families. The apprehension of Urbana Vasquez serves as a reminder that law enforcement agencies remain vigilant in their pursuit of fugitives who evade the law. The tragedy of Sharon's death and the trauma inflicted upon the survivors of Urbana Vasquez's violent acts cannot be undone. But the arrest of the perpetrator brings some sense of closure and accountability. It is a testament to the perseverance and dedication of law enforcement officials who worked tirelessly to bring justice to victims of violent crimes. What happened that night before Sharon was murdered? Could things have been different had she not left with that man, or was it her destiny? What do you think might have been the motive of the killer? Let us know your thoughts in the comment section. On October 7, 2007, 32-year-old Felicia McGuire's disappearance left her family and friends devastated. She was last seen in the Dorchester area of Boston, and despite extensive investigations and searches, she was never found. The circumstances of her disappearance were shrouded in mystery, and police received reports of suspicious activity by a person of interest. The case eventually went cold, leaving Maggio's loved ones with no closure. Was Felicia targeted by someone she knew? Was she the victim of a random act of violence? Today, we delve into the mysterious disappearance of Felicia McGuire to explore a mystery that remained unsolved for 15 long years until justice was finally served in 2023. But first, if you are new to the channel or haven't subscribed yet, please consider clicking the subscribe button as it helps us and motivates us to create more content for you. So without further ado, let's dive right into this mystery. Dorchester is a neighborhood located in the southern part of Boston, Massachusetts. It is the largest neighborhood in Boston, covering a land area of approximately 6 square miles. Dorchester has a diverse population of over 90,000 people with a mix of ethnicities, including Irish American, African American, Caribbean American, and Vietnamese American. Dorchester has undergone significant development in recent years with new housing and commercial projects, making it an up-and-coming area in Boston. It is in this neighborhood that our story takes us today. Felicia McGuire was born into the picturesque world of Dorchester in 1975. Though her father's name is not known, she was raised by her mother, Erin McGuire, and grew up in a happy home full of laughter and love. In 1997, she gave birth to a baby boy and named him Nicholas Faye. From then on, he became the center of her world. However, the details of who Nicholas's father was and what happened to him are shrouded in mystery. Despite the hardships and challenges that life threw at her, Felicia continued to live in Dorchester with her beloved son and her mother, creating a home filled with warmth and love. She was also in a live-in relationship with a man named David Pena. Despite facing the challenges of being a single parent, she remained devoted to her child's well-being. With unwavering determination, she worked tirelessly to ensure that her child had the best life possible. Her love and dedication knew no bounds, and she went above and beyond to provide for her child, giving him all the care and support he needed. She was a shining example of a selfless and loving mother who put her child's needs above her own and never let the difficulties of life dampen her spirit. It was a cool autumn day on October 7, 2007, when Felicia McGuire vanished into thin air. The 32-year-old mother was last seen in the neighborhood she called home, which was Dorchester in Boston, Massachusetts. She had been spotted on Rickston Street going about her business, but no one knows what happened to her after that. Her mother Sharon's heart ached with the absence of her daughter, and the uncertainty of what happened to Felicia made it even worse. She went through every phone book and every possible contact that she could think of, but it was all in vain. She felt as though she was drowning in a sea of loneliness, and there was no rescue in sight. As days went by, her friends and family grew more and more worried when Felicia failed to contact them. With numerous questions evolving in Felicia's mother's head, and after all her efforts, she eventually reported Felicia missing after 10 days on October 18, 2007. As soon as the report was filed, the Boston Police Department launched an investigation into her disappearance. They discovered that Felicia's behavior was unusual and she had stopped communicating with her young son and other relatives, a troubling sign that something sinister might have happened to her. Her family was deeply worried about her safety and well-being, as it was not in her nature to disappear without a trace. Where had she gone? What had happened to her? These were questions that remained unanswered, leaving her son and family to grapple with the uncertainty of her fate. As the investigation into Felicia McGuire's disappearance began, law enforcement officials worked tirelessly to uncover any evidence that might help them solve the case. Detectives interviewed family members, friends, and neighbors, hoping to piece together a timeline of Felicia's last known movements. They also conducted extensive searches of the surrounding area, including nearby woods and bodies of water, looking for any sign of the missing woman. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Felicia's family grew increasingly concerned. Where had their beloved daughter and mother disappeared to? The Boston Police Department, too, was troubled by the lack of information surrounding her disappearance. In November of 2013, they took to social media to post photos of the missing woman, hoping for any information that might lead to her safe return. In the post, they described her in detail, her height, weight, hair, and eye color, and expressed their deep concern for her safety and well-being. She was a beautiful woman with chestnut brown hair and piercing green eyes that sparkled with life. She stood at a modest height of 5 feet 2 inches and had a medium build, weighing around 140 pounds. The search for Felicia had been ongoing for over 6 long years, and with each passing day, the mystery of her disappearance deepened. Despite dedicating an immense amount of resources and time to search for clues, her body had never been found. However, this time in 2013, after the Facebook post, multiple witnesses' accounts surrounding Felicia's disappearance continued to raise suspicion. According to reports, the first unnamed witness who lived below Felicia and Pana's apartment at that time recalls Pana, her live-in boyfriend, showing up at his door in the early morning hours of October 7, 2007, wanting a ride to his mother's house on Devon Street. He was covered in blood and claimed that McGuire had stabbed him with scissors, but the amount of blood on Pana's shirt suggested something far more sinister had taken place. The witness said that Pana told him that he had shoved Felicia with force against the wall, causing her to hit her head on the bed or dresser. Pana, seemingly indifferent to her fate, stated that he did not know if she was still alive. But the witness's observations did not end there. They also noticed that Pana's right hand was swollen. When asked about it, Pana claimed that Felicia had struck him with a baseball bat. Days later, 2 other witnesses claimed to have seen Pana come back to the apartment that same night. Pana came back with another man at about 3 or 4 a.m. that night and went upstairs. After some time, they came back down carrying a rolled-up blanket down the stairs, possibly containing Maggie's body. Despite offering to help, the 2 witnesses were turned away and instructed to mind their own business. Adding to the mystery, another witness reported loaning Pana his brown 2005 Chevy Impala car in exchange for drugs and receiving it back with a broken and cleaned back seat, which could have provided access to the trunk. As the investigation continued, these unsettling details were raising questions about what really happened to Felicia McGuire and were drawing the police's suspicions towards David Pana. Investigators wasted no time and interrogated David Pana about the case. They also learned that he had a history of violence towards Felicia. Love can be complicated and messy, and this certainly seemed to be the case for Felicia and Pana. As Pana revealed to investigators, he was Felicia McGuire's live-in boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, and their relationship was far from smooth sailing. In fact, Pana had previously admitted to being involved in a violent altercation with Felicia at their apartment to the first witness who had spoken to the police. When investigators interrogated him about this, he confessed that Felicia lashed out at him with a pair of scissors, stabbing him in the shoulder. In response, Pana fled the apartment and sought refuge at his mother's house. But when he returned several days later, he was met with a startling discovery. Felicia was nowhere to be found and her possessions had been removed. With no further evidence against him and Pana saying nothing incriminating, police were forced to let him go. After this, the investigation into the murder of Felicia was a grueling journey filled with twists and turns that led to one dead end after another. Every possible lead was chased down. Every scrap of evidence examined, but the case grew colder with each passing day. The pain of Felicia's loved ones was palpable as they yearned for answers. Rumors and speculation circulated for years about the whereabouts of Felicia McGuire, the beloved mother who vanished without a trace in 2007. But in 2017, new hope was sparked as the FBI led a search in a dense wooded area in West Roxbury. The investigation, which lasted for days, was shrouded in secrecy and details were not released to the press, leaving the public wondering what had led authorities to that location. Finally, the truth emerged. The search was indeed connected to Felicia's disappearance, and it was a crucial step in the long and arduous journey to uncover the truth. The search led the investigators to a witness who provided them with the shocking revelation that Pena had asked him to help remove items from the apartment, including a rolled-up carpet that was difficult to carry. He further stated that Pena and his accomplices had put Felicia's body in the back of a car and driven away at high speed. The witness who observed this claimed that he immediately suspected there was a body wrapped up in the carpet and blanket. Sadly, his suspicions were correct. The witness eventually helped Pena carry Felicia's body into a wooded area with a parking lot where they abandoned her body. The puzzle was almost complete except for one crucial piece, the location of Felicia McGuire's remains. Despite multiple leads and witnesses, it seemed that the answer to this question would forever remain a mystery. The witness left the scene before discovering the fate of her remains. To make matters worse, this witness was not familiar with Boston and couldn't provide any clues as to where the body might have been dumped. The prosecutor was left with a frustratingly incomplete picture of the crime, unable to bring closure to McGuire's family and loved ones. The Boston Police Department's fugitive unit successfully apprehended David Pena on January 14, 2023 at the Baker County Detention Center in Florida. Pena, aged 33, had an outstanding warrant from Dorchester District Court for a murder charge related to Felicia's case. Pena was also wanted for trafficking cocaine as per an outstanding warrant sought out of Suffolk Superior Court. It has been over 15 years since Felicia vanished from Roxton Street in Rochester, leaving behind her young son. Pena's arrest may provide some long-awaited answers to her family and friends who have been searching for her all this time. Pena appeared in court for his arraignment on February 15 for the charges brought against him. The case has garnered national attention, and this latest development has rekindled hopes of finding Felicia's remains. After more than 15 years of uncertainty and heartbreak, there is finally a glimmer of hope for the family of Felicia McGuire. Despite her body never being found, law enforcement officials have reason to believe that her remains are located somewhere in the Boston area. The news of an arrest has brought some measure of closure to a case that had long remained unsolved. While it could not bring back their beloved Felicia, her family and friends can finally rest assured that someone will be held accountable for her tragic death. Suffolk County District Attorney Kevin R. Hayden expressed his hope that the arrest of 33-year-old David Pena will provide some measure of comfort to Felicia's loved ones. While the pain of losing her can never truly go away, it is hoped that justice will finally be served. Pena is set to appear in court and will likely go to trial very soon. Our hearts go out to Felicia's family and friends during this difficult time. We can only hope that they will find some solace and peace as they continue to heal from this unthinkable tragedy. The case of Felicia McGuire is a heartbreaking story that has lingered for over a decade. However, with the recent arrest of David Pena, there is finally hope for answers and justice for Felicia and her family. The dedication of law enforcement and the support of the community are vital to bringing closure to these kinds of cases. What are your thoughts on this case? Share your opinions in the comments section below. It was May 20th, 1990, around 3 a.m. in the morning. The Sunfield vacation destination, Wildwood, was filled with people from around the state and country. As the place is a warm vacation resort, people were spending their time enjoying and partying. 20-year-old Susan Negersmith was having a great time too, but it didn't take long before the boardwalk of Wildwood wasn't fun anymore. At least, not for Susan. Her partially clothed body, battered and left for dead, were found in the morning behind a popular restaurant called Schellinger's. What could have happened to this 20-year-old girl who was just visiting Wildwood for Memorial Day? Was it homicide or something else? But first, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please hit the subscribe and like buttons. Now without further ado, let's take a walk through this twisted cold case. Wildwood is a resort city in New Jersey filled with award-winning sandy beaches and world-class boardwalks. It is an ideal family destination to have a fun weekend or a vacation. It is also a place with a bustling nightlife. But the peculiar thing about Wildwood is that it has a crime rate of 1 in 16, which is more than 99% of the communities of New Jersey. And this unfortunate cold case also took place in the resort city of Wildwood. Susan Marie Negersmith was born on December 30th, 1969, in Carmel, Putnam County in New York. She was the third child of Kent Negersmith. Her father remarried on March 29th in 1986 to Colleen Barker. Susan had 2 siblings and 1 step-sibling, Michael Negersmith, Don Stegel, and Emily Negersmith. Susan was pursuing her education in a New York State college, and she completed her 2nd year from the college in February 1990. As an outgoing person, Susan always made her leisure time worthwhile, be it hiking with her father or exploring the corners of the Adirondack Mountains where her father had a cabin. According to her loving father, Susan loved hiking just like him. She was a former cheerleader. She used to be one of the most enthusiastic cheerleaders in college according to her friends. Susan had an interest in skiing as well, and she started skiing from a very young age. She was very good at it, and used to ski competitively as well. That says a lot about Susan and how outgoing she was. Kent Negersmith, Susan's father, also expressed in his own words how much Susan loved the beach and the way she enjoyed the freedom of the bright blue ocean. Susan also enjoyed hanging out with her friends and often enjoyed going out on Saturday nights. Her brother, Michael, described his sister as fun. According to him, it was always a time full of enjoyment when he was with his sister. She was just a hazel-eyed, brown-hairy, spunky girl, and she liked living her life to the fullest. But her promising life was soon about to change, and that change was waiting to devour all the hearts of the people who cared for Susan. It was May 26th of the year 1990, and the warm city of Wildwood was cooler than usual. According to people, that Saturday night was around 57 degrees. The nights in Wildwood are filled with youth enjoying themselves and drinking the night away. People usually visited Wildwood for a party vacation, and consuming large amounts of alcohol was usually a part of the party. And that night was no different. People from different parts gathered and packed the boardwalk pubs and bars. Among those people was Susan with her friends. According to a witness, Susan and her friends had booked a motel nearby and had some late-night drinks, getting quite intoxicated. After the party, Susan bid farewell to her friends around 11. People saw her being escorted by a man. The man appeared to be around 20 years of age. But in the early hours of Sunday morning, Susan's battered and bruised body was found behind a popular hotel. Schellingos. The events of the previous night weren't exactly clear. Another description of the story was that her friends last saw her around 8 in the evening on Saturday. She left with a man, drunk and intoxicated. But those 2 stories were not the only stories from that unfortunate day. A stranger believed that he had met Susan that Saturday night, and he even wanted to escort her to the motel. But eventually, he left her in the area where she was found dead. When later he was asked if Susan could have been a victim of sexual assault, he replied that she was too intoxicated to be capable of consenting to sex. All the stories were quite different from each other, but they led to only one scenario. Her dead body, which was partially closed near a garbage dump. Her faded blue dungaree jacket was lost. Her pink t-shirt was lifted, and her black dungaree jeans were wrapped around her ankles according to the police. If the first story was true, with whom did she leave and for what purpose? If the second story is true, then who were the so-called friends she went to party with that night? And if the third story was true, what happened after the man left her near that restaurant? There were so many questions, but all were left unanswered. There were so many stories and reports, but what was the real scenario? Susan's body was found on Sunday morning at 10:30 a.m. by 2 employees of the restaurant Schellingers. According to the reports, the police estimated that Susan passed away at 3:30 a.m. on May 27, 1990. She was found near a dumpster in an alley behind a popular restaurant called Schellingers. Schellingers was famous for its maritime theme and a wide variety of classic seafood. It was located on 3516 Atlantic Avenue in Wildwood. Her body was found in an agonizing condition. Her clothes were partially removed and she had bruises all over her body and bloodstains on her chest. She showed clear signs of being a victim of some sort of sexual assault. Her feet were clean, which meant she did not walk there. One of her teeth was also chipped. With the superficial evidence of 27 external injuries, signs of an assault, and bruises, it was ruled to be a homicide. An autopsy said that she was assaulted before she took her very last breath. But after the medical examination of Susan's body, the cause of death was changed to accidental. After the second autopsy, a small silver glass was found in Susan's anal cavity. Dr. Mary and Clayton even found semen in the victim's body, but she never mentioned it until later. On further examination by examiners throughout the state, a suspect's DNA was found vaginally and under Susan's fingernails. Collection of many DNA samples was done, but they did not match any profiles within the system. The medical reports stated that the alcohol level in her blood was 0.285%, which was over 3 times the legal limit at the time. World-renowned forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Baden listed 26 points of trauma and declared that Susan had suffered from mechanical asphyxiation and that her death was accidental. Although asphyxiation requires nonspecific external force to decrease the level of oxygen flow in the bloodstream, the attorney's office refused to elaborate and denied that strangulation or suffocation could have led to the death. In the end, the cause of death remained accidental due to heavy intoxication. However, Susan's father, Kent Nagersmith, was not about to accept this fate. He believed that his daughter was a victim of homicide, and he had no doubts about this. Kent knew in his heart that he had to do something to get justice for Susan. Kent Nagersmith was a senior scientist for Bayer Corporation in 555 White Plains Road in Tarrytown, New York before he retired. He was 42 years old when he first heard about his daughter. He was at his cabin in the Adirondack Mountains in northeastern New York. He was informed by his son-in-law through a phone call. Kent drove 180 miles to Cape May County Courthouse from Westchester County to visit the hospital. He could not imagine who could have done such a thing to his daughter. He knew his poor daughter was a victim of homicide, but that was not what he wanted to hear at first. After burying Susan under a pink granite heart in Raymond Hill Cemetery, the broken-hearted father promised himself that he would not give up and would continue his fight for justice till he drew his last breath. At first, the case had been treated as a homicide, but within a month it was changed to an accidental death by the county coroner, Dr. John Napoleon. Martin Toohey, a lawyer who represented Susan's father, told him that it would be difficult to question any suspects and pursue the investigation, as the first thing the attorneys would do is point out the cause of death on the certificate. So changing the cause of death was a big priority in solving the case. Taking the words of Toby seriously, Susan's father, Kent, sent out to try to change the cause of death. Susan's father, Kent, was not going to rest easy till he found answers. He appealed to the court to re-examine the cause of death. Even though the May County coroner and medical examiner denied his request to change the cause of death on the death certificate, Kent never stopped fighting for the justice he wanted to give his daughter. Kent even took a brave step forward to ask for help from the governor. He knew his daughter very well and didn't believe that she had gone out to party with strangers. According to him, Susan enjoying herself with her friends on a Saturday night was normal, but going out with complete strangers was not possible. Kent even offered a $25,000 reward for leading to the conviction of the perpetrators of his daughter's death. Kent, after being denied by the medical examiner to change the cause of death, traveled across the state to find new results. And it was doing this that he caught a lucky break. Well, at a business convention in Texas, Kent took a bus to San Antonio to meet Dr. Vincent DeMeo, a board-certified forensic pathologist. Dr. DeMeo examined the reports thoroughly and had a totally different conclusion than that of the other examiners. According to him, all of the evidence he had seen in Susan's data pointed to a homicide and not an accidental death. He was sure of his findings that Susan was murdered. He agreed to provide his own report in order to help Kent. Kent met with more examiners and doctors, and everyone came up with the same conclusion: that Susan was a victim of homicide and her death was not accidental. With a new ray of hope and Dr. DeMeo's report, Kent was ready to face the Cape County officials and change the cause of death on the certificate. Finally, after 3 years in 1993, a new prosecutor was named for Cape May County. The new prosecutor, Steve Moore, had the same outlook as Kent. A lawsuit was filed, and it led to a review of the case, and re-examination of Susan's preserved larynx was done. During those 3 years, from 1990 to 1993, for Kent had any medical reports to support his statement, many medical examiners were involved in the case. Dr. John Napoleon was the lead examiner in the case. He declared confidently that the cause of death was accidental. And after the declaration, all other examiners involved concluded with the same result. But now in 1993, a Superior Court judge was asked to replace former Cape May County medical examiner Dr. John Napoleon with Dr. Elliot M. Gross. The change of the former prosecutor and the medical examiner really gave new hope to Kent and the rest of the family. In April 1994, Cape May County hired a special defense attorney in connection with a lawsuit intended to change the official cause of death. And in May of the same year, Kent filed a complaint in Superior Court to change his daughter's cause of death in the certificate. Dr. Elliot later weighed in, and after 5.5 years, Susan's death was officially declared a homicide in 1995. A bone was found broken in Susan's larynx by Dr. Elliott, which changed the course of the case. According to Cape May County Prosecutor Jeffrey Sutherland, many law enforcement professionals and investigators were involved in this case. Many private detectives were also closely studying the case, but closing the case was harder than they thought. The press of Atlantic City continuously covered the case, and Yvette Craig was the lead reporter who covered Susan's story closely from day one. Susan's half-sister, Emily, was also a center character in this search for justice. She was only 2 years older when her sister Susan passed away. Although it happened a long time ago and she does not remember much about her sister, Emily is now 34 and she still has vivid memories of the suffering they went through. Emily was very heartbroken and she believed that Susan in no world deserved to face what had happened that night in 1990. Susan's sister Dawn believed that the officials wanted to hide the truth so that Wildwood did not suddenly see a decrease in tourists. The state police investigators also inquired about hundreds of youths residing in West Virginia who were in Wildwood on that very weekend, but to no avail. To find a lead, many men who were of interest were asked to provide blood samples. Among them, the first suspect was Thomas Wolfe, an ex-resident of Wildwood, but he was found not guilty after his DNA sample showed that he had no relationship with Susan. 3 forensic pathologists, including Maryland's medical examiner, provided opinions for free, and the New Jersey Crime Victims Law Center took hold of the case. A resident of CL City in New York, Terry Downey, questioned the coroner's findings and protested why it took so long to find out what really happened, as it was so obvious that it was a homicide and that her father was right all along. According to the Cape May County Police report, Susan Nager-Smith drove to New Jersey with 6 of her friends for Memorial Day that fateful weekend in May 1990. They checked into a Wildwood hotel which was located at 2700 block of Atlantic Avenue. The evening was spent partying, drinking alcohol and smoking marijuana. Later that night and around 8 to 10 p.m., Susan left the motel. She then visited a gym during the midnight hours. The report continued saying that she left with a man she met in the gym for a party at around 2 a.m. on Sunday morning. She was then seen on the porch of a nearby house according to the police reports. The police were told by the witnesses that she was very drunk, throwing up and couldn't even speak properly. She even rebuffed advances by a man. They also included that she refused to ride home. Some officers also saw Susan walking unsteadily on the street accompanied by many men, but the police left after talking to one of the men. Another witness told the police that he offered to walk Susan back to the hotel, but she was too drunk to tell him the location of her hotel. So he left her leaning against the restaurant Schillinger's at about 2:30 a.m. The next morning, Susan's body was found behind that very restaurant. As the cause of death in the initial stage was declared accidental, it caused a problem for the investigators to prove otherwise. And even Susan's father struggled to get this changed for many years. After the cause of death was changed from lethal cardiac arrhythmia to hypothermia due to alcoholic intoxication and exposure to homicide in 1995, many suspects were found. But the case went cold again after this due to a lack of suspects. But later in 2018, new technology had developed which breathed new life into the case. It helped the investigators to match the DNA profile of the suspect. In 2018, Emily, Susan's sister, traveled to Cape May County to meet with prosecutor Jeffrey Sutherland to discuss the potential for a new avenue of investigation, something called genetic genealogy analysis. We'll never stop from it the rest of my life until we can find someone. During the initial investigation, STR-DNA, or the short tandem repeat DNA, was found in the victim's body, but it failed to match any suspect's DNA. But late in 2018, with a new knowledge of DNA technology, the Major Crimes Unit of the prosecutor's office started a genetic gene trace of the DNA profile. And with much encouragement and sincerity from Emily, the Cape County prosecutor Jeffrey Sutherland, the STR-DNA test finally got a match. After the genealogy investigation, they found the DNA which the investigators had found at the scene so long ago belonged to a man named Jerry Rosato. 62 years old Jerry Rosato was a resident of Millville, Cumberland County in 2022. He was accused, and finally, the authorities of Cape Town County arrested him on April 9, 2022. He was charged with second-degree sexual assault, which is subjected to imprisonment for 5 to 10 years by the law of New Jersey State Prison. The 33-year-old cold case was finally coming to an end. But sadly, Susan's heroic father, Mr. Kent Nager-Smith, could not be there to see his daughter getting justice. Ken passed away in 2016, still fighting for his daughter, and now rests together with Susan in the Raymond Hill Cemetery in Carmel. After being arrested, Rosado was extremely cooperative with the investigation. Rosado's defense attorney Shankas even mentioned that Rosado was not a flight risk and was voluntarily providing DNA samples at the trial. Rosado had a past of being accused of other crimes like larceny, burglary, and joyriding, but Shankas mentioned that those happened a long time ago and had nothing to do with what was happening now. According to him, the arrest of Rosado was neither justice to his client nor to the Negersmith family. Shankas argued the DNA evidence also did not hold up exactly. He pointed out that DNA evidence often results in matches of 1 in quintillions, which is 18 zeros after the first digit. According to Shankas, the DNA found under Susan's fingernails was a less certain match closer to 1 in 650, which could mean a match with many people in a community. Other reports that Shankas went through consisted of files from the day of the incident that took place in 1990. Those reports stated that Susan had indulged herself in sexual activities with at least 3 other men in the 24-hour window before her death. The witness who reported that he wanted to walk Susan to the motel but left her near Schellingos later stated that he also indulged in sexual activities with Susan that day. Emily Negersmith, Susan's sister, remained impassive in the court during the proceedings. Later, she said that she was not provoked or infuriated after hearing about Susan. What made her angry was denying the claim to the DNA match. Jerry Rosado, although arrested in 2022, was released in March 2023 after 11 months. A 3-judge panel ruled on March 2023 that the case was out of the law's jurisdiction date. It stated that the statute of limitations in 1990 required prosecution to begin within 5 years of a sexual assault, and the year 2023 was very late to fall under the same. It ordered a trial judge to order dismissal of the accusations against Rosado, with no further evidence that he was the killer. And after pleading not guilty, Rosado was released. The case remains unsolved, but now the authorities are more than confident that they will close this case once and for all. Rosado is not accused of murder, but for sexual assault. But as per the Negersmith's family's emotions, Rosado was the criminal who ended Susan's life. The investigations are ongoing, but everyone hopes that there will soon be a conclusion in this 33-year-old cold case. The 33-year-old cold case still remains unsolved. Maybe this time, Susan's half-sister Emily will take the role played by her father. This time, all the questions might finally be answered. And then Susan and her father's soul can rest in peace. What do you think actually happened that night in 1990? Was Rosado actually the killer? Share your opinions in the comments section, and then Susan and her father's soul can rest in peace. What do you think actually happened that night in 1990? Was Rosado actually the killer? Share your opinions in the comments section. In the height of summer of 1978, on July 14th in Aberdeen, Scotland, the body of 32-year-old scientist Brenda Page was found in her home. Bloodied and beaten, it was evident that Brenda's death was no accident. The Aberdeen Police Department quickly began their work in trying to find her killer. Little did anyone know that it would take 45 years for her murder to be solved. It was DNA testing, the very thing that Brenda researched in her work that brought her killer to justice. Whose DNA did they find at the scene of the crime? What exactly happened to Brenda Page that took over 4 decades to solve? A 45-year-old cold case that was finally solved in 2023. But first, if you are new to the channel or have not yet subscribed, please consider clicking the subscribe button as it helps us and motivates us to create more content for you. So without further ado, let's dive right into this mystery. Aberdeen, Scotland is a city rich in history. Its stunning architecture and natural landscapes make it a popular destination for tourists from all over the world. Known as the Granite City, Aberdeen offers a great variety of attractions and activities for visitors and residents alike. A vast choice of restaurants, shops, bars, and music venues make Aberdeen a city of leisure. Just outside the bustling city, Aberdeen also has mountainous ranges and beaches which are popular for skiing, snowboarding, and water sports. No matter the kind of activities you are into, Aberdeen has it all. On top of its fun atmosphere, Aberdeen is home to many top-tier schools and universities. The University of Aberdeen Medical School is the top choice for aspiring medical students looking to achieve a career in helping others. The victim of the story, Brenda Page, worked at the school in hopes of helping those in need. Brenda Page was born in Ipswich, England in 1946. She had a loving relationship with her older sister Rita, who she always looked up to. Rita, along with other friends and family, described Brenda as being very loving, caring, and extremely intelligent. It was no surprise to them that Brenda would quickly excel in the world of science. Despite a 10-year age difference, Brenda greatly admired her older sister. Their bond was unbreakable, Rita often playing a motherly role in her young sister's life. Rita's motherly and protective nature over her little sibling showed the true sisterly love between them. While Rita was 10 years her senior, it was she who looked up to her little sister. Not only was Brenda incredibly intelligent, but she had a kind heart. She loved taking care of animals and owned and loved many pets throughout her life. Her kindness towards people and animals showed the true nature of her compassionate soul. Brenda also had an immense passion for learning. She never seemed satisfied with her vast knowledge and was always striving to learn more. Her love for animals and passion for science led Brenda to seek a degree in zoology at University College London. Graduating with first-class honors, Brenda happily and easily continued her education in pursuit of receiving her PhD. With flying colors, she achieved a PhD in genetics from the University of Glasgow. Brenda maintained her workaholic lifestyle and passion for learning throughout her career as a scientist. It was in 1970 when Brenda met her future husband at the University of Glasgow, Christopher Harrison. As a fellow student and skilled scientist himself, the two seemed a perfect match. On May 6 of 1972, they were married in Brenda's hometown of Ipswich. Together, the two scientists began work at the University of Aberdeen Medical School. To no surprise of anyone who knew her, Brenda's career quickly took off and she became a genetic researcher and principal of the genetics department at the university. In 1976, after only 4 years of marriage, Brenda and Christopher began filing for divorce. It came to light that Harrison had been physically abusive to Brenda throughout the entirety of their marriage. Brenda's older sister Rita said her sister described her relationship with Harrison as like walking on eggshells. Rita stated that Harrison was completely unpredictable and that he could either be very nice or very nasty. These are often traits of an abuser. Abusers tend to reel in their victims by showing a kind personality, only to lift the mask and show their true nature. They can keep their victims hooked by inconsistently showing their nice side. After 4 short years of marriage, Brenda had had enough of the abuse and filed for divorce. Harrison had been accused of assaulting Brenda on various occasions and in various locations between 1972 and 1976. He was also accused of breach of the peace by threatening violence to her and placing her in a state of fear and alarm for her safety, including at the genetics department at the University of Aberdeen Medical School. Following their messy divorce, Brenda confided in her elder sister. She stated that she thought Harrison was stalking her, which prompted her to get a court order to keep him away from her. It is alleged that between 1976 and 1978, he also committed a breach of the peace by threatening to kill her and keep track of her movements. The divorce was finalized in October of 1977, less than a year before her tragic death would occur. In the aftermath of the divorce, Brenda moved into her own flat located on Allen Street in Aberdeen in Scotland with her 3 cats. She lived alone for the remainder of her life, which was tragically cut short at the hands of a monster. On the summer day of July 14, 1978, Brenda's neighbor, Elizabeth Gordon, walked over to Brenda's flat. Elizabeth, aged 68 at the time, had heard strange noises coming from the apartment the night before. When she hadn't seen Brenda the entire day, she decided to pay a visit to check on her. Elizabeth was not incredibly close with Brenda, but Brenda always made sure to say hello and make conversation with her in passing. Elizabeth noticed Brenda's kindness from day one and cherished their casual conversation. Brenda always made sure to check in on her elderly neighbor. On that July day, Elizabeth took notice of Brenda's absence and felt it was her turn to make sure her neighbor was okay. Making her way to Brenda's flat, she knocked on the door and received no answer. Reaching for the doorknob, Elizabeth was surprised to find that the door was unlocked. With her nerves rising, she made the decision to make her way into the apartment. At first, Elizabeth did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She called for Brenda and got no response. This prompted her to walk further into the apartment. As she reached Brenda's bedroom, a feeling of dread washed over her senses. As she entered the bedroom, absolute horror struck her to her very core. It was an image that she would never forget. Lying in a pool of blood, Elizabeth found Brenda's body on her bed. Her face was beaten so badly that it was hardly recognizable. Elizabeth immediately ran to phone the police. When they arrived, she explained the horror that she had just seen. She told the police through a flood of tears. I saw nothing but blood and hair. Eric Grant was one of the first police officers called to the scene upon report of the death. As he walked into Brenda's bedroom and reviewed the scene, it was immediately apparent that a murder had taken place. The scene was like nothing he had seen before. Grant knew that a full forensic team would be needed due to the horrific nature of the crime. Brenda was lying face up on her bed, still dressed in her nightdress. She was completely covered in blood. Grant could tell that the lifeless body had received multiple pull blows to the head as it was beaten so violently that he could barely make out her features. Soon after, another police officer and forensic scientist arrived on the scene. Eric Jensen. He noted that Brenda was lying across her bed with her feet on the floor and her hands up towards her neck. It appeared that she attempted to fight for her life but lost the battle. Based on her position, she had been struck while either lying down or sitting at the edge of the bed. Still in her nightdress, Brenda was likely preparing for bed before being brutally attacked. Jensen immediately began his analysis and collected any evidence that could be found in the apartment. Upon his walkthrough, Officer Jensen found blood on the bedroom door handle and on the front door of the apartment. The blood was consistent with Brenda's brutal death, indicating that the killer made his way through the apartment covered in her blood. Pushing through the bedroom door and out the apartment door, the killer left a trail of Brenda's blood behind. Jensen also walked to the rear side of the apartment to search for signs of a break-in. At the back of the flat, he found a window that showed signs of being tampered with. Further inspection showed that the window appeared to have been forced open. From his examination, he concluded that a lever of some sort with a chiseled tip was used to pry the window open. Likely a crowbar or a similar tool. The detectives theorized that the killer had broken in through the back window and hidden Brenda's large wardrobe waiting until she got home. Signs of assault were visible as well, with stains visible on Brenda's duvet cover that contained traces of foreign DNA. The cause of death in the initial autopsy was deemed violent assault. All of these indicators told detectives that this was not a random attack or a robbery gone wrong. Someone had deliberately targeted Brenda and her murder was meticulously planned. During their investigation, detectives questioned multiple friends and family of Brenda to get any insight on who might want to harm her in any way and would be capable of committing such a horrible act. Immediately, fingers were pointed at Brenda's ex-husband, Christopher Harrison. Not one of Brenda's inner circle had anything good to say about Harrison. It had been apparent that Brenda was being abused by Harrison throughout their marriage. Elsa Christie, a close friend of Brenda's, told police that she had spoken to Brenda over the phone only a few days before the murder. She stated that Brenda was afraid for her safety and thought her ex-husband was going to hurt her. She really seemed quite terrified of him, she said to the detectives. Another friend, Diane Davies, stated to the police that Brenda was going to get a court order to legally keep Harrison away from her. Per Davie, Harrison had recently attacked Brenda. He had thrown hot tea over Brenda during an argument, which left her with burns. Police also confirmed that Brenda had been hospitalized more than once due to Harrison's violence towards her. With all of the testimonies from friends and family, Harrison was arrested on suspicion of murder. Interrogated diligently by detectives, Harrison professed his innocence and maintained the fact that Brenda was the best thing in his life. Even after the divorce, he did not give in to the pressure of the interrogation. When asked if he had ever been in Brenda's apartment, he denied ever stepping inside the home. To the dismay of the detectives, Harrison could not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Although he seemed a prime suspect, they did not have enough proof or conviction at the time. Detectives Grant and Jensen began looking for alternate suspects in hopes that their dead end would be reopened to more possible avenues to explore. Through further interviews with family members, detectives learned that Brenda was having money problems and had taken up a second job as an escort. While in modern society, an escort is seen as a sex worker, this was not the case in 1978. Rather, escorts of that time were only hired to meet up with men and accompany them in social settings or meet with them publicly for dinner and conversation. Brenda enjoyed the second job, as it paid well and she loved meeting new people. Brenda's escort services did not involve sleeping with her clients in any way. Police explored this avenue further, wondering if Brenda was hired by someone who may have had bad intentions. Days, weeks, and months went by and detectives were unable to get anywhere with this lead. Two key pieces of evidence remained in police custody for decades in hopes that one day they could be re-examined with advanced technology. One of those was the DNA sample found on Brenda's duvet cover. The other was samples of the chipped paint from her back window, the very one that the culprit forced open to enter her home. While investigators found what looked like dried paint inside of Harrison's vehicle, there was no way at the time to prove it was a match to Brenda's window. At the time of the murder, DNA testing was not used during investigations. Luckily, the investigators had the right mind to preserve these small pieces of evidence. DNA samples, paint chips from the window that was tampered with, and blood samples were locked away in evidence for almost 40 years before the case was finally reopened. It was in 2015 when detectives decided to reopen the case for further investigation. On hearing this news, Brenda's sister Rita Ling gave a public statement pleading with the people of Aberdeen to provide any information they could. She and the rest of their family had already suffered for decades with no closure in sight. Some of their family had passed away in the time since the murder, never knowing who had taken their beloved Brenda from them, and never getting the answers they so desperately needed. Thousands of tips flooded in, but none were substantial enough to prosecute any suspect. Brenda's murder became one of the longest-running cold cases in Scotland's history. In 2020, a breakthrough in the case finally occurred. With advancements in technology, it became possible for the DNA evidence to be tested and compared to the detectives' list of suspects. Genetics testing, the very thing that Brenda had been researching in her career, provided investigators with a DNA match to the DNA samples found on Brenda's duvet cover. Being that Brenda was a genetic scientist herself, it was fitting that DNA testing is what helped to solve her murder. In her lab, Brenda researched how DNA can be compared between individuals and how genetics plays a role in one's DNA. Investigators were able to find a DNA match to the sample found at the crime scene, showing that it was 590 million times more likely to belong to one person than any other man. This DNA match, paired with witness statements and other clues, provided investigators with enough evidence to officially make an arrest. It was, in fact, Brenda's very own ex-husband whose DNA was found at the scene. Christopher Harrison was charged and arrested for the murder in March of 2020 by Detective Constable Thomas Gorman. The DNA match was the missing piece of the puzzle needed to finally charge Harrison with murder. Harrison could not be charged through speculation alone based on statements by Brenda's friends and family about their relationship. In addition to the DNA evidence, a paint chip was found on the window of his vehicle during the investigation of the murder. The evidence remained locked up until it could be further tested with modern technology and compared to the crime scene. Testing showed that it was a match to the paint on Brenda's window that had been pried open with a crowbar. Harrison was further accused of attempting to defeat the ends of justice by disposing of a watch, a bag, and contents, including a pair of shoes, with the intent to destroy forensic evidence and to avoid detection and prosecution. Prosecutors Alex Prentice, a leading advocate deputy, and Crown Counsel presented compelling evidence to disprove Harrison's false alibis, which he has stood by since 1978. Over the last 4 decades, Harrison has proclaimed his innocence, stating that he would never harm Brenda, or know anyone who would want to harm her. He argued that the world lost a brilliant scientist by no hand of his own. The DNA evidence proved otherwise. It was established that the duvet stain contained traces of his DNA. With genetic testing that was not available at the time of the murder, forensic scientist Andrew Gibbs said it was 590 million times more likely that the duvet burn sample came from Harrison than any other male. It was believed Harrison had forced open a window at the rear end of the apartment and may have lain in wait for Brenda's return. After committing the late-night murder, he walked out through the front door and disposed of his blood-stained clothes, watch, and other evidence. The cause of death in the initial autopsy was violent assault. In the 1970s, autopsies were not performed as thoroughly as they are in today's society. Today, violent assault could mean an infinite number of things and would not be a valid cause of death. For this reason, a forensic pathologist named Marjorie Turner was assigned to the case after it was reopened. She was to re-examine the original autopsy notes and make an accurate and more detailed analysis in alliance with how modern autopsy reports are written. Turner was able to describe the death in graphic detail based on the original autopsy notes and pictures alone. Defensive injuries were found all over Brenda's hands, showing that she had put up a fight as much as she could. Brenda had extensive bruising on her hands as well as a dislocated finger. These are telltale signs that she fought for her life, as they were classic defensive wounds. The cause of death was deemed blunt force trauma by Turner. Brenda had been struck more than 20 times. This was indicative of severe aggression. Turner confirmed that a weapon had most definitely been used for the assault and possibly more than one. Turner confirmed that Brenda suffered an immensely violent death. With Harrison's track record for violence, Brenda had feared he would one day be the cause of her death. In February of 2023, nearly 3 years after his arrest, Harrison's trial finally began. At 82 years old, he still pleaded not guilty to the murder. Presided over by Judge Lord Richardson, a lengthy court case ensued. The jury was not shown photographs of the injuries, but rather were presented with a 3D computer-generated model. After reviewing the evidence and hearing witness testimonies during the lengthy trial, the jury at Aberdeen's High Court made their decision in March of 2023. By majority, they found Christopher Harrison guilty of the murder of Brenda Page after almost 3 hours of deliberation. Lord Richardson, the judge on the case, handed out a life sentence to Harrison with a minimum of 20 years in prison. He ended his verdict by saying, "As a result of your senseless act, you have brought the life of Brenda Page to a brutal and premature end. Harrison, now aged 82, will likely die in prison for his crimes." Harrison showed no emotion after the verdict was delivered, and was led away handcuffed to a prison guard. The beautiful life of Brenda was tragically cut short at the hands of her own ex-husband. The accomplished scientist devoted her life's work to researching genetic testing. It was genetic testing that ended up solving her own murder, an accomplishment she would surely be thrilled to learn. A statement by her family was made after the guilty verdict was given. They stated, "We as a family are absolutely delighted with the verdict of today's trial. Not a day goes by when we don't think about Brenda and the horrendous ordeal she must have suffered that night. Brenda was an extremely kind, intelligent woman with her whole life ahead of her. It hurts us to think of the great things she would have undoubtedly achieved." 45 years is a long time for her family to deal with Brenda's loss without receiving closure. Every time the case was reopened or reinvestigated, this only reopened old wounds for her loved ones as they had to relive her tragic loss again and again. Unfortunately, Brenda's mother was not able to live long enough to see her killer brought to justice. She passed 14 years after her daughter's murder, unaware that it would take 45 years for her killer to be caught. But Brenda's sister Rita did live to see Harrison put behind bars. She knew that Harrison had always been guilty and was delighted to see him answer for his crimes. At least Brenda can rest in peace. Detective Inspector Gary Winter, the lead detective in the reopened case, added Brenda was never forgotten and hope remained that one day her murderer would face the consequences of his actions. For Brenda's family, colleagues, friends, and everyone who has worked on this case over many years, after over 4 decades, justice was finally served. Brenda's family and colleagues have commented on how pertinent and fitting it is that DNA has played a part in solving her murder, given her research work in the 1970s as a genetic scientist. With future advancements in this type of research, Brenda would be elated to know her own research has helped so many others get the justice they deserved. What are your thoughts on this case? We would love to know your thoughts in the comments section below. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel. 24-year-old Aaron Fraser and his brother-in-law were building an outdoor shower and a swimming pool in the backyard of his childhood house in Jacksonville, Northeast Florida in December 2014. However, while digging through the backyard, he found something that initially seemed like a coconut but turned out to be far more gruesome. What was discovered in 2014 in that backyard by Aaron was later found to be the remains of his long-lost mother, Bonnie Hyam, who disappeared in January 1993. Who buried her in the backyard of her own house? Do you think Aaron knew anything about this event from his childhood? In this episode today, we will be discussing the twisted case of Bonnie Hyam. But first, if you still haven't subscribed to the channel, please go and hit the subscribe button and the bell icon down below. And now without further ado, let's get started. Jacksonville is located in the northeastern region of Florida, 350 miles up the coast from Miami and less than an hour's drive from Georgia. It is one of the largest cities in terms of area in the United States continental territory with 747 square miles. It is the 12th most populous city in the United States and the most populous city proper in Florida with just about 950,000 people living there. Jacksonville's cost of living is 7% less than the national average, making it an affordable home for many. The Florida-Georgia game, the annual college football game between the rival Florida Gators and Georgia Bulldogs, has been held in Jacksonville almost yearly since 1933 and is one of the largest sports events there every year. Jacksonville is also home to River City Pride, which is Northeast Florida's largest gay pride parade. But it was here in Jacksonville that a terrible crime took place in 1993. Born on May 20, 1969, in Scotland, Bonnie Lynn Picciuto was one of the 5 daughters of parents Robert Picciuto and Patricia Picciuto, who also had one son. Unfortunately, there is very little information recorded of Bonnie in her early life, but testimonies from her family and everyone she was close to suggest she was calm and a peacemaker in the group. She was full of love and cared deeply for people she was close to. Bonnie was married to Michael Hine on September 12, 1987, when she was 18 years old, and the couple lived in their family home in Jacksonville, Northeast Florida. In 1989, the couple had their first and only son, Aaron. Bonnie and Michael worked in the same construction supply company, which was owned by Evie Anaheim and her husband. Evie Anaheim was Michael's aunt and was a very close friend to Bonnie. While Michael was a manager in the company, Bonnie was an accountant. Bonnie had a very problematic marriage where Michael was often found verbally abusive towards her in many incidents. Yvonne, who was quite close to the couple, claimed that she and other employees of the company had often witnessed situations where Michael would shout at her and verbally abuse her in public. She recalled an incident where the verbal abuse went on to become physical abuse when Michael slammed the car door on Bonnie's hand while they were having an argument in the parking space of their workplace. Bonnie ran back crying to Yvonne. Yvonne, along with Bonnie's sister, Liz's Peak, was aware of the fact that Bonnie wanted to separate from Michael and take Aaron with her. To do this, she had created a different bank account to save money. But unfortunately, Michael somehow learned about the separate bank account and forced Bonnie to close it. Although she did what Michael wanted her to do, she ensured that she was still saving the money for her separation, and trusted Yvonne for that and was keeping her money with Yvonne. On the day of Bonnie's disappearance, January 6, 1993, Bonnie and Yvonne had plans to meet around 8 p.m. at Yvonne's place. Bonnie reached her own house in Jacksonville around 6:30 p.m. However, around 8:30 that evening, Bonnie called Yvonne to inform her that she wouldn't be able to visit Yvonne's place that night as the couple had an argument which had really upset Bonnie. When Yvonne asked if she wanted to call her later, Bonnie assured that she would call Yvonne in the morning. Throughout the call, Yvonne noticed that Bonnie was crying and seemed very upset with the fight. Later that night is when she allegedly left the house and never returned. Michael allegedly said that he contacted his mother Carolyn Hyam and requested her to keep an eye on Aaron while he went in search of Bonnie the same night of January 6, 1993. He went away for almost 45 minutes. After reportedly doing so, he went home, waited until the next morning without contacting the police, and then called in to inform his employer that both he and Bonnie wouldn't attend the office that day, as she had left the night before. The following morning, Bonnie's purse, which included her cash, credit card, identification, and other items were found in a trash can behind the red roof in very close to Jacksonville by a maintenance worker. Upon the discovery of the purse, Michael reported Bonnie missing and said she disappeared on January 6, 1993, the previous night. Detective Robert Henson was the lead investigating officer in the missing case of Bonnie Hyam in 1993. The police quickly discovered Bonnie's abandoned automobile near the Jacksonville airport, which was close to the Red Roof Inn. Michael had admitted that Bonnie had left the house voluntarily at 11 p.m. on the night of January 6, 1993. They noted that the driver's seat was placed for someone of Michael's stature. It was pulled back more than what would have been comfortable for Bonnie. Authorities examined it and discovered a shoe print on the floor of the driver's side. It was discovered that it matched a certain style of sports shoe that coincidentally Michael owned. "Daddy hurt Mommy," "Daddy shot Mommy," and "Daddy placed Mommy in timeout" were the phrases used by 3-year-old Aaron when Detective Henson took a bold attempt to uncover the truth by arranging a child psychologist for Aaron. From what Aaron told them, the authorities began to look at Michael as a suspect in his wife's disappearance. They believed that there had been a domestic dispute, that Michael Hyam had killed his wife and taken her away, and that Aaron Hyam, the couple's 3.5-year-old son, had seen this. Later, Michael's parents' rights were taken away. Because Aaron was the only living witness to Bonnie's murder, the judge believed he was in danger of being mistreated. Another of Aaron's childhood claims was proven to be true in 1995. He revealed to psychologists that immediately after killing Bonnie, Michael threw a shotgun out of the car. After some time, he told his foster mother which bridge Michael had thrown it off of. It was discovered in the water below, and it was found to have been there ever since Bonnie vanished. It matched one that was discovered at Michael's house. Bonnie was ruled legally deceased in 1999. Aaron's name was changed to Aaron Fraser after being adopted by his foster family. His foster mother also stated that his version of events did not alter over time. He consistently told her and the police that Michael was Bonnie's murderer. He also drew images of himself shooting her when he was younger. In addition, he described her murder and how Michael's parents assisted him in disposing of her body in an essay he did in 8th grade. Later, Aaron and his adoptive parents sued Michael, blaming him for what happened. A civil court judge commanded him to pay Aaron $26,300,000 in 2005. And Aaron also received his childhood home in Jacksonville as part of the settlement. The main suspect in Bonnie's disappearance was Michael. He was suspected of abusing her physically and verbally. When he learned that she had created a bank account in her own name, he was furious. Yvonne saw that she was agitated and sobbing that night before she vanished following a disagreement with Michael. The day after she vanished, he decided to take a sick leave, but he did not initially report her missing. He didn't seem worried about her going missing, said Yvonne. He seemed to worry about the money she was keeping from him instead. The seat of Bonnie's automobile was further back than it would have been comfortable for her when it was discovered at the airport. It suggested that someone bigger, like Michael, had driven it. The last individual to do so left a shoe print behind. Michael wore identical shoes, and the sand and plant matter used in the print came from the same place as the material extracted from his shoes. The most shocking assertion made by Aaron was that he saw Michael murder Bonnie. The legitimacy of his claims as a 3-year-old was called into question, though. Although Michael's aunt Evian testified of witnessing incidents where Michael abused Bonnie verbally and physically on multiple occasions as she could see them at work regularly, Bonnie's father, Mr. Robert Pisciuto, kept on believing that his daughter had gone away voluntarily. And Michael had no role in the disappearance of his daughter, Bonnie. When the authorities presented the evidence, such as the footprints from the car that were a match to Michael's shoe, Mr. Pisciuto commented that he was unsure of what it implied. He further claimed that just because his footprints were found in his wife's car didn't mean he had ever hurt her. Moreover, the evidence of his grandson did not convince him. He commented that one must evaluate a child's credibility in the context of other factors. Although detectives had claims from Evian and Aaron which directly pointed out Michael Hyam as the culprit for the following 2 decades, Michael Hyam was just a suspect. Since there was never a corpse to be found and insufficient proof of physical evidence that could bring charges against him, the case went cold. Aaron acquired the home where he had previously resided with Michael and Bonnie as part of the settlement with Michael after the lawsuit filed against him by his foster parents. Almost a decade later, in 2014, Aaron went to his Jacksonville childhood home to renovate the pool area with his brother-in-law. That is when he discovered a big plastic bag in which there was something that looked like a coconut shell initially. However, as he observed it closely, he was horrified when he realized what he was holding was a human skull. Aaron immediately called Robert Hinson, the primary investigator of the Bonnie High missing case, and also his therapist, and told them that he felt the human remains were his own mother's. The reason for Aaron to call Robert Hinson was because deep down Fraser thought of the same person who Robert suspected from the very beginning. As the remains were collected, the authorities also found a .22 caliber bullet casing. In August 2015, the human remains found in the backyard of Jacksonville were conclusively recognized as Bonnie's after DNA testing was conducted on it. The DNA test concluded that the body discovered by Aaron Fraser in the backyard of his childhood house in Jacksonville in August 2015 was, in fact, that of his own long-lost mother, Bonnie Hyam. Michael Hyam, being the prime suspect, was arrested by authorities from North Carolina on August 24, 2015. Since 1999, when Bonnie Hyam was officially declared deceased, Michael had been living his life with the life insurance of his deceased wife. Although Michael Hyam was arrested in August 2015, he pleaded not guilty to the allegations brought against him and was released on bail initially. However, on April 8, 2019, his trial finally started after multiple delays. Prosecutors Mac Heavener represented Aaron Fraser in this trial with evidence and witnesses that pointed out Michael Hyam to be the killer of Bonnie Hyam in 1993. On the other side, Janice Warren represented Michael Hyam and his innocence. The panel consisted of honorable judges like Lori Rowe, Kimberly Thomas, Rachel Nordby, and Stephen Whittington. In his opening remarks for the murder trial, Assistant State Attorney Alan Mizrahi said that the truth was always hidden in the backyard. In the trial, Mizrahi also pointed out that a .22 caliber shell was discovered close to the remains of Bonnie Hyam in 2014. And Aaron mentioned that Michael Hyam had tossed his .22 caliber shotgun off a bridge shortly after killing Bonnie. In fact, officials discovered the gun in 1995 beneath the water of the same bridge. Bonnie's death was not conclusively proven by the medical examiner, but Mizrahi claimed that Michael Hyam had shot Bonnie in 1993 and buried her thereafter. He asserted that Michael's actions and body language both before and after the murder show his heinous disregard for Bonnie Hyam's life. When Aaron was asked to give his statement, he said that when he picked up the thing that looked like a coconut in my backyard in December 2014, it turned out to be the top of her skull. He claimed that as he turned it to face the hole, he saw what seemed to be teeth. It was quite difficult, he remarked. I think everyone can picture picking out a skull, even if it isn't a loved one, and what it would do to someone. Needless to add that it was, in fact, my own mother's. The 53-year-old Michael Hyam, who was wearing spectacles and an olive-colored suit, was emotionless when prosecutor Heavener pointed at him during final arguments. As he has done ever since his wife vanished, Michael stood and insisted on his innocence during the entire trial. I loved my wife, he affirmed in court, and I would never hurt my wife. Mac Heavener chronologically set out all of the events in the courtroom that happened during the day of Bonnie Hyam's disappearance. Based on the reports and claims of the witnesses at that time, he tried to focus on the areas that led to the certainty of linking anyone other than her husband behind her murder. Bonnie Hyam skipped work on January 7, 1993. She left the house alone at 11 p.m., according to Michael Hyam, who would subsequently claim that the pair had argued the previous evening. Heavener informed the jury that the defendant had the intent, the means, and the capacity to murder his wife. He was aware that Bonnie Hyam intended to take their 3-year-old boy and separate from him. She called her close friend Evian the night before she vanished. She was upset and weeping. She promised to talk with Evian in the morning. Michael Hyam was referred to as Mr. Ill Will and Mr. Evil Intent by prosecutor Heavener, claiming that he was the owner of the specific gun used to murder Bonnie Hyam, and that a footprint in the sand on her car's floor matched his size 10 Nike sneakers. Heavener remarked, "You'll hear the truth scream from those floor mats." In this case, the shoe print says volumes. Just then, he had completed preparing the burial near Jacksonville International Airport, where police eventually discovered Bonnie Hines' automobile in an airport parking area. Bonnie Hines' handbag was initially discovered behind a red roof-in. Bonnie's car keys, according to Heavener, were in her handbag. She had left her house key and another car key at the couple's home. The prosecutor said that it was pretty strange to think that a woman could leave her son, her job, and leave her house without a set of keys that she normally uses, leaving all her earthly belongings inside. Aside from Michael Hines' assertion of innocence, the state's case, according to Michael Hines' defense attorney Janice Warren, was founded on innuendo and hypotheticals that don't exist. Michael Hines' innocence was asserted by the defense, not because they believed he is innocent, but rather because that is the case's legal position. If the case of Bonnie Hyam is examined carefully, there may be many grounds for reasonable doubt. Warren said that the prosecution was fabricating evidence in order to obtain a conviction. In response, Assistant State Attorney Alan Mizrahi reminded the jury that justice was necessary because the facts of this case demanded it. Bonnie Hyam is unable to receive justice. It depends on those who are looking for it on her behalf. In the courtroom, Michael Hyam testified about his love for Bonnie Hyam. He also provided testimony on his wife's mental state on their final night together in 1993. Before she vanished, Bonnie may have been unhappy for a month or two, according to him. He went on to say that she wasn't as bubbly as she had been in the months before her disappearance on that tragic night. In his opening remarks, defense attorney Warren argued that the prosecution lacked sufficient proof to establish Michael's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. "We agree that she is dead. Her body is there. We all agree. But they have to show that he committed the crime," she remarked. Ladies and gentlemen, when you listen to the evidence and after you're finished, you're going to see the lack of evidence in this case far outweighs any evidence they brought you. Initially, Michael Hyam appealed to the court that Aaron's statement from his childhood should be kept out of the trial as he was just a toddler, and his perception towards the whole situation of his mother's disappearance and his testimonies related to his father hurting her might have been from his own imagination. Michael Hyam insisted that Aaron's statement was baseless as he was too young to even remember what happened to his mother the night she disappeared. However, the honorable judge decided to keep Aaron's statements and testimonies a big factor of the trial because back in 1995, Aaron's claims about the location of the shotgun had been proven true. Evie and Hyam, who was close to both Bonnie and Michael, gave testimonies against Michael. confirming that Michael had been very abusive and controlling towards Bonnie. She believed that Michael was absolutely capable of killing and burying Bonnie in their backyard. Additionally, 2 prisoners claimed that Michael Heim admitted to killing his wife in 2015 when he was in prison with them. Terrence Richardson, one of the inmates, said that Michael started telling them about how he strangled his wife to death, how her kid was furious with him, and how he buried her in the backyard. Apart from this witness, 2 significant pieces of evidence that stood out and directly pointed towards Michael as the culprit were the footprints on the car seat that matched Michael's shoe that was found in the family home of Heim. The second was the .22 caliber shell that matched the gun that Michael owned. The jury heard testimony from the witnesses about aggravating circumstances that could result in a longer sentence for him, including whether the crime was committed in front of a family member, whether evidence was tampered with, whether it was committed in a heinous, atrocious, or cruel manner, and whether it caused the victim's family great emotional distress. The judge concluded that the crime was not conducted in a terrible, awful, or cruel way while agreeing on 3 of the aggravating circumstances. The jury found Michael guilty of second-degree murder on April 12th based on the available information and witnesses. He received a life sentence on May 21, 2019. Domestic violence can take different forms. It can have a severe impact on children who witness it. And in cases like Bonnie Heim's, it can cause children to have lifelong trauma. Here, a father named Michael Heim, who was supposed to be the protector, the hero to the son, Aaron, turned into his biggest nightmare. Although Michael received his sentence of life imprisonment and Bonnie was served justice, it still did not bring back a mother for her son. Evidence and witnesses helped Bonnie's family win the trial after over 2 decades of waiting. And this hopefully brought her family some form of peace. Today, we are walking through the 34-year-long cold case of Barry Crane, which was finally solved in 2019. Before starting, we would like you to take a minute of your time to hit the like and subscribe button. Also press the bell icon to be the first to discover all the new cold cases. Now, without wasting any more time, let's jump into this twisted cold case. To the west of the famous Hollywood Hills lies Studio City, Los Angeles, originally known as Laurelwood. Studio City is a very sophisticated and luxurious place, and living in this city was like a dream come true for many stars. Studio City is known for its costly mansions and celebrity residence. Many famous Hollywood actors and celebrities like Bruno Mars, George Clooney, Will Smith, and Tom Cruise live here. The crime rates in Studio City are 28% higher than the national average, but violent crimes are 33% lower than that of the nation. This city was not supposed to be the deathbed of an energetic producer. But unfortunately, this is the place where a dreadful homicide took place in 1985. But first, we go back to the beginning when Barry J. Cohen was born in Detroit, Michigan on November 10, 1927 to the family of Lewis, Lou Cohen, and Sylvia Cohen. He had one sibling, Elliot David Cohen, and he was the younger of the 2 brothers. From a young age, the brothers spent a great deal of time with their father, who was a well-rounded man with varied interests. Their father-son bond became even stronger when the boys started learning to play the game of bridge from their father. Since his childhood, Barry was exposed to the entertainment business when he saw his father's business of movie theaters. His father, Lou, was the owner of many theaters and worked on civic projects while also continuing to play the game of bridge. Barry Crane got married to Arlene Anderson from Los Angeles in 1944 when he was just 17 years old. But it did not take long before the relationship fell apart. After 2 years in 1946, he got married again to Shirley Complin of Southfield, Michigan. He had 2 children in his second marriage, Sherilyn and Ben. Barry was 20 years old and was attending the University of Michigan when his father Lou passed away in 1947 at the age of 53. The death of his father devastated him and he dropped out of college. Unlike the successful professional life he was soon going to have, his personal life wasn't at its peak. The second marriage did not last long too, and in 1954, he got divorced for the second time. Barry, after failing in both of his marriages, wanted to change his life completely. He was looking for a fresh start and changed his surname from Cohen to Crane for professional reasons. In 1955, Barry moved to Los Angeles, California, with the aspiration of turning his life into something successful. Barry really needed a change in his life, and soon his hopes were about to become true. He first worked in the Pasadena Playhouse, which is a venue for performing arts. He started his career in television entertainment and shopped an original screenplay that became part of the three-picture deal between RKO Pictures and King Brothers. The title of the script was The Seven Lanterns of Japan, described as The Asphalt Jungle, a 1950 film noir directed by John Huston with a Japanese setting. The film was not made, but that was the starting point Barry needed in the industry. He was the associate producer and later on the producer of a 1966 TV series called Mission Impossible. He also produced Mannix in 1967, The Magician in 1973, and many more. He was also credited with directing Trapper John, M.D., The Incredible Hulk, Hawaii 5-0, Chips, Dallas, Wonder Woman, and Supertrain. Very soon, Barry became famous among the movie stars and was appreciated by many of them. One of the actors whom Barry had worked with, Mike Connors, described him as a problem solver and said that Barry was very talented. It was not long before Barry started getting recognized for his job in his career. He made some important connections which helped him to be a part of some of the most influential series of the 1960s and 1970s. Although Barry was beginning to become famous for his dedication to his work and was becoming well known among fans and coworkers, information on Barry's personal lifestyle was very scant, and he was great at deflecting questions. A rumor started about Barry's sexuality when he moved to LA. However, Barry deflected questions like he usually did when asked about it. During those years, being a homosexual man was like being a witch in the Dark Ages, and Barry knew that very well. Although he wasn't vocal about it, he never denied any rumors of him being homosexual. He surely was looking to adjust somewhere in the big city, looking for a place where he could have some freedom following his choice of lifestyle. Even though Barry was very focused on his work, his mind was not at ease. When he was interviewed in 1972, he explained that he was married twice, but both marriages ended in divorce, and that didn't let him relax. He continued saying that in February he went on a vacation to the Caribbean which was supposed to last 3 weeks, but he could only stand it for 5 days. And he concluded by saying that his mind was overactive and barely let him rest. Apart from being quite successful in the movie line, Barry was also an excellent bridge player. He liked playing the cards from a young age and started his professional career from the late 1940s. While being an important character in the TV industry, Barry's interest for bridge never stopped. Playing bridge competitively became his weekend job. He often played with Peter Graves and actors between scenes. It should be noted that he won the prestigious McKinney Award named after American Contract Bridge League Executive Secretary William McKinney at the age of 25. This award was given to the player in North America who accumulated the most master points in tournament play in a calendar year, and Barry Crane dominated this competition for 30 years, either challenging or winning most of them. In his lifetime, he won the McKinney Trophy 6 times in 1952, 1967, 1971, 1973, 1975, and 1978. He also won the Moat Smith Trophy twice, the Oshka Trophy 4 times, the Stoddard Memorial Trophy once, and the IBPA Award for the Best Personality in the year 1985. Barry Crane was even the 15-time North American champion and a Grand Life Master in the ACBL. Throughout his career, Barry won many other awards and earned tremendous respect as a bridge player. He had the record of the highest master points in bridge history even after his death in 1985. It was only in 1991 that his record was broken by Paul Soloway. In honor and memorial of Barry Crane, the American Contract Bridge League, also known as ACBL, renamed the award given for the highest bridge master points in a year to the Barry Crane Trophy. 10 years after his death in 1995, Barry was inducted into the ACBL Hall of Fame. Barry was a friendly person and was often praised by his co-workers in the TV line and also in his bridge career. One person known to be close to him was his bridge partner, Kerry Schumann, with whom he won the World Mixed Pair title in 1978 for a bridge competition held in New Orleans. His aggressive gameplay and Kerry's strategic defense made them one of the best teams in the history of the game. Barry's iconic TV series from the 1960s and 70s made him a star producer and director. His luxurious house in Studio City and his white Cadillac El Dorado were proof of how successful he was becoming in Hollywood. Some of his last works were in the early 80s, including directing episodes of Flamingo Road, 7 Bridges for 7 Brothers, The Powers of Matthew Star, and a movie Conquest of the Earth, the third and final chapter of the Battlestar Galactic trilogy. It was the month of July in 1985, and Barry was in Pasadena for a Bridge Week regional tournament being held in the Pasadena Convention Center, California. He was part of a 4-person team poised to win the tournament. He also played a 2-session pair game with Billy Miller, a Silver Life master, and a Bridge Bulletin columnist. It was the 4th of July, a Thursday, and Barry invited Miller and his ex-wife to a dinner at a restaurant nearby. They accompanied Barry in his car, but when they reached there, he excused himself, saying that he wasn't feeling well. Before leaving, Barry was seen making a phone call. It was July 5th, 1985, and his team was waiting at the tournament center, but Barry was absent. Although his absence created a murmur among the players, Kerry Schumann, Barry's favorite teammate, took his place and played the game in his stead. While Barry's team was dominating the tournament, he was in his home, which was located in the 4200 block of Colfax Avenue, relaxing on his holiday Friday, or that was what everyone had thought. Thursday might have gone as usual, but what happened on the early morning of Friday was unexpected. In the afternoon of July 5th, a Friday, the regular housekeeper for Barry's home reached his place before 3 p.m. and went to the second level of the house through the front door. But Barry was nowhere to be seen. She saw a blood trail leading up to the third-floor bedroom, and she followed it. She reached the bedroom, but Barry was not there. There was evidence of a struggle in there, and she noticed that some bed sheets were missing. There was blood splattered all over the apartment, and she saw a broken ceramic statue on the ground, which was covered in blood. She immediately started looking for the owner of the house and finally reached the garage on the lowest level. What she found was a sight she could not forget. Barry's bludgeoned body was lying on the ground, his head having been repeatedly beaten, seemingly by the ceramic statue. His neck was strangled with a telephone cord. His naked body was wrapped in bed sheets, and his wallet and the 1984 Cadillac El Dorado were missing. This was reported to the police immediately. Barry's team won the finals the next day on July 6th, but Barry wasn't there to witness another great win on that Saturday. The news of his death had already created a panic in the tournament, but the tournament had to go on. In the end, Kerry led the team to victory. It seemed like a perfect tribute to Barry, and the players gathered for the tournament applauded loudly to honor Barry Crane. After witnessing the crime scene and the bloodstains, the police believed that Barry was killed in his apartment and then dragged from the third-floor bedroom to the garage. They considered that the killer could have been someone whom Barry had some unresolved issues. The LA County Coroner's Office completed Barry's autopsy not long after the day of the incident. It was concluded that Barry died of blunt force trauma to the head. The investigators pursued the case, and a few days later, on July 10th, Barry's stolen white Cadillac was found near Los Padres National Park to the west of Gormantown on Interstate 5 on a mountain road 60 miles away from the crime scene. The detectives also went to the bridge tournament and collected DNA samples from the players who had been in contact with Barry. They were asked to provide samples of hair, fingerprints, and blood for the DNA reports. According to Dennis Sorensen, an accomplished bridge player, the interrogation was quite exhaustive. Some cigarette butts were found in the car, along with some blood samples. Using the help of forensics, some tests were done on the DNA collected from the cigarette butts. 5 of the buds had a different DNA sample than that of Barry. The DNA was collected, and they also took a fingerprint which they believed might have belonged to the suspect. It seemed that the case would close very soon and the suspect would be found, but that was not what happened. Even after the DNA was found, matching it to a person was a very difficult task for the investigators. The search continued for many years, but to no avail. The police interrogated many people in and around the area, but arrested no one, and not even a suspect was found. They interrogated people, but very little information was gathered from them. The case slowly faded after 1986 and remained a mystery, eventually turning cold. The sudden death of Barry Crane sent a wave of shock through the hearts of many bridge players who were in the city for ongoing bridge competitions. As a first-class bridge player, Barry's death was heartbreaking in the whole bridge community. The LA Police Department started in negating the players who were in Pasadena for the competition and had seen Barry or known him. The entry slips that had been filled out by the tournament player were taken in as evidence, but no one was accused or taken into custody. Barry's partner, Kerry Schumann, was heartbroken, and she couldn't believe that Barry would be a victim of homicide. She had no clue who could have done something like that to Barry, but she was definitely in the hope that the case would be solved quickly. According to LA Police Lieutenant Ron LaRue, Barry's home was not ransacked, and there was no evidence of forced entry. He believed that Barry must have known the killer and let him into his apartment by will. In the year 2006, a Los Angeles Police Department detective from Robbery Homicide Division, RHD, requested that evidence, including fingerprints, be retested. The retest was done, but to no avail. The case still remained unsolved and 2 decades had already passed. The search for the suspect continued, but the police and the investigators found no clue that could lead them to the solution. Later in 2018, the RHD requested to test the fingerprint and other evidence gathered once again. After an attempt in July of 2018, RHD received a forensic match to Barry's suspected killer. Through the means of social media and by serving search warrants on Facebook and Verizon, the police were finally able to find and locate the suspect Edwin Hyatt, who was working in a car repair shop in Burke County, North Carolina, and was living in a camper van. It was obviously difficult to connect the evidence to Hyatt, as he was living about 3,000 miles away from the place of the incident. After locating Hyatt, the FBI was on constant alert and looking for a chance to collect Hyatt's DNA sample without his knowledge. It was finally possible when Hyatt stopped in a parking lot near his car repair center and drank a cup of coffee and smoked some cigarettes. An FBI surveillance team took the disposable coffee cup and discarded cigarette butts without Mr. Hyatt's knowledge, according to court documents. These were then sent for testing. And by January 19th, the police finally got the DNA match. Edwin Jerry Hyatt was born in 1967 and grew up in North Carolina. Hyatt from a very young age showed signs of delinquency and indulged himself in drugs. The murder of Barry Crane was not the only accusation that Hyatt was charged for. Even before his arrest, for the 34-year-old cold case of Barry Crane, he had faced a charge for stealing a vehicle. He was caught with a stolen car in Utah in 1985, in the same year of Barry Crane's homicide. In 1997, Hyatt was charged with domestic violence. A witness told the court that Hyatt had beaten and choked his wife till she vomited. That was when Hyatt's fingerprints were uploaded to the police database. After he was found guilty, Hyatt got a divorce. That's not where Hyatt stopped. He apparently threatened to burn down the house where his ex-wife lived. In 2013, Hyatt moved to Connolly Springs and he started working for Turning Leaf Tree Service until he had an accident. And in 2014, he started volunteering at the Oak Suite and Creek Assisted Living Center. Later in 2018, according to the LAPD, homicide detectives traveled to Rutherford College, North Carolina, and interviewed Hyatt on the 8th of March 2019, where Hyatt confessed to murdering Barry Crane. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office charged Hyatt with 1 count of murder with a special allegation that he used a deadly and dangerous weapon during the commission of the crime. And they also issued an arrest warrant on the 3rd of May. The motive was not found, but if Hyatt was found guilty, he could face the maximum sentence of life imprisonment. Edwin Hyatt was later arrested by the FBI Fugitive Task Force on the 9th of May 2019 in North Carolina for the murder of Barry Crane. From there, he was moved to California. As Hyatt was led out of a sheriff's station in May 2019, he told reporters that he had been living in Burke County, North Carolina, and working at a Mercedes-Benz auto shop in neighboring Caldwell County. When asked about details of the case, Hyatt replied that he had no memory of that day and even of that time. He said that he had only bits and broken pieces of memory, which too could only be brought back by suggestions. He didn't even remember Barry when he saw his photograph, but later recognized him after the officers mentioned Barry's name. When the reporters gathered around Hyatt while he was being taken to court, he answered that he is trying his best to pass through that phase. On further interrogation, Hyatt confessed that killing Barry was very possible back then as he was addicted to drugs during that time. He would have been 18 years old when Barry was killed in his apartment. Even though Hyatt had a terrible and chaotic past, his co-workers mentioned Hyatt as a generous man. At the time of his arrest, Hyatt was working at Second Chance Engine Repair, a car repair shop in Rutherford College, North Carolina. He was described as a very humble and generous person by all of his co-workers. A co-worker, Jason Smith, said that Hyatt used to share his small earnings with him and even compared Hyatt to a father. He continued to say that Hyatt had known him for just 2 or 3 days and had earned $40 and still shared half of it with him. Another co-worker, D. Hall, told the investigators that Hyatt was very polite and he would never even hurt a fly. The most interesting part of the interrogation that they had with Hyatt's co-worker, D. Hall, was that when she was asked about Barry Crane's murder, she hesitated to speak up. And Hall ended up saying that she had nothing to say about it. She said that even if it was a homicide, it might have been self-defense from Hyatt's side. and the story should be told only by Hyatt and not by any of them. Hyatt believed that whatever he was back then, he was nothing like that now over 30 years later. He believed that everything was left in the past, which he didn't even remember, and that he had changed into a completely different man. His coworkers had the same belief and said that whatever happened 30 years ago and he was different now. From Hyatt's friend, Ernest Ward, it was understood that Hyatt started believing in Jesus and helped everyone in the name of Jesus. Ward said that Hyatt had shared his past drug and drinking problems, and that he was glad to be delivered by God. He believed that Hyatt had faced horrible demons in his past and he needed someone to be with him, and Ward accepted that role. It was initially unsure if Hyatt had a lawyer. When asked about anything more or reasons for the killing, Hyatt denied to speak before he got a lawyer. He was appointed a lawyer, Stephen Chevron, who defended him for his court appearances. And on his first court appearance on Friday of May 9, 2019, Hyatt was using a wheelchair and spoke in a mumble. The court session was dismissed as a result of a plea agreement with the district attorney's office. The court decided on setting the next date for the proceeding, and the 7th of June 2019 was selected. Till then, Hyatt had to be held in custody without bail. Joshua Smart took over from Stephen Chevron as Hyatt's attorney and was to defend Hyatt in the upcoming proceedings. According to Joshua, Hyatt was obviously willing to take responsibility and was a religious man. It was concluded that if the prosecutors didn't find any evidence by early August, Hyatt would be released from jail. During his time at Morgantown Jail in West Virginia, Hyatt started holding Bible study groups. And one of his friends from North Carolina, Ernest Ward, said that Hyatt had become a devout Christian and had been praying to be free from that phase. On the 5th of August 2019, Hyatt was served with the governor's warrant, which ordered he be extradited to California. Hyatt was then extradited to Los Angeles, California on the 15th of August 2019. On October 8, 2019, Hyatt appeared in a Van Nuys courthouse in Los Angeles and was charged with 1 count of murder, to which Hyatt pleaded not guilty. Deputy District Attorney Beth Silverman of the Major Crimes Unit became the prosecutor of the case. According to the law, if Hyatt was found guilty, he would have to serve the maximum sentence of life imprisonment in jail. Hyatt was scheduled to appear in court on the 17th of December 2019, and on October 7th of 2021, Hyatt pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter of Barry Crane. Hyatt was sentenced to 12 years of imprisonment. The most interesting part of this case is that not a single motive could be gathered as to why Hyatt killed Barry. Even though there was no conclusion on the reason for murder, there were many theories. Some theories suggested that Hyatt just wanted drug money and didn't care what he had to do for it, or if he was picked up by someone back then as an escort. And it was Barry who did that. There is a theory that Barry was homosexual and wanted to take advantage of the 18-year-old Hyatt. Many believe that is the only explanation to this, as Barry had nothing in common with Hyatt and he had no reason to welcome Hyatt to his apartment. Another theory says that Barry was a very cautious man and would never pick up someone he didn't know. So Crane must have known Hyatt. And maybe they had a relationship unknown to others. And more importantly, it was confidential, but it is believed that although Barry was closeted, he was homosexual, and Los Angeles gave him the freedom that he needed. In a 2017 article, Michael Bertzold explained that though Barry was discreet and not vocal about his lifestyle, his contemporaries in Hollywood and in Bridge knew he was homosexual. So this might actually support the theory of the incident that day. Another theory explained that Barry's reports and search were kept to a minimum because he was homosexual and it was a big deal during that time. The AIDS epidemic also struck the nation during that time, and gay men were the most affected by AIDS. So it was believed that Barry's case was not taken seriously for so long because of that prejudice. Another source of speculation centered on Barry's imminent plans to disinherit his children. According to the source, Barry had an appointment with his business manager regarding his will. The late Bill Melander, a Michigan physician who played against Crane in his Detroit days and treated his mother, learned that Crane's son, Ben, owed money to Las Vegas gamblers. And after learning about Barry's plan on changing his will, Barry's son planned the murder. Although Hyatt was arrested and eventually pleaded guilty, the motive of the murder still remains unsolved. The case might have been simple from the evidence first collected, but the colder the case gets, the harder it becomes to solve, and this case was no different. Nothing can be perfectly concluded for now. It's almost clear that Hyatt had something to do with the murder, but the case was made confidential after 2019. And there's nothing to say for certain, and that's what made it the longest-running cold case in the Hollywood industry. Barry Crane lived a life of the rich and shone during his days dominating the game of bridge and engraving his name in the television industry. But ultimately his $900,000 net worth and luxurious life came to a sudden end. And we hope he now rests in his grave in Mount Sinai Memorial Park in Hollywood Hills. So what are your thoughts on this cold case? Was Hyatt the killer, or was it just self-defense? And what could have been the motive behind the case? Share your opinions in the comments section.
In 1999, a mysterious disappearance occurred in the United States that still haunts people's minds today. An 11-year-old girl was left alone for 90 seconds and literally vanished. Years later, police would find a bill with "I am alive" written on it in the girl's name. In this video, we've compiled all the information we have on what happened to Michaela Biggs. On January 2, 1999, in the American city of Mesa, Arizona, two sisters, 11-year-old Michaela and Kimber, were walking close to home. It was a chilly evening and just beginning to get dark outside. Despite the height of winter, Arizona is a warm southern state, so Michaela brought her bike and rode alongside her sister. At one point, the girls thought they heard the sound of an approaching ice cream truck. They put speakers on them and turned on music to alert children to the approach of a favorite treat. The girls hurried home to ask their mother and change for ice cream, then returned to the street. However, the ice cream truck was nowhere to be found, and the girls had to wait. At some point, Kimber got cold. She told her sister that she would run inside to get a jacket and come back. When she arrived back, Michaela was no longer there. The bike was lying on the road with its wheels still spinning. Beside it lay the 2 coins the girls prepared to buy ice cream. Kimber came home and told her mother that Michaela was missing. Neither she nor her mother had yet allowed even the thought that anything could have happened to the girl. The mother thought that Michaela had gone to a neighbor with whom the family was friendly, but the girl was not there, and the mother realized that something terrible might have happened to her daughter. Immediately thereafter, she went to the police. It is worth noting that the police response was very fast. Already in 30 minutes, a helicopter was in the air. The law enforcers stopped all suspicious cars and bypassed the surrounding houses. That day, volunteers from the girls' school handed out and posted flyers with her picture. Those pictures would later appear in storefronts and on billboards along roads throughout Arizona. Police searched dumpsters and inspected hundreds of homes. Detectives Butch Gates and Jerry Giselle were assigned to the case. The cops questioned every ice cream vendor in the state and could not establish that at least one of them was in that area at the time of the girl's disappearance. Detectives reconstructed the chronology of events and came to an eerie conclusion. The girl disappeared in just 90 seconds. That's how long Kimber had been missing. The spinning wheel on the bicycle confirmed the fact that the abduction had taken place extremely quickly. Search dogs, whose help was used by the investigation, could not get a trace of the girl, and when they did, they took only a few steps in the direction of the road. The fact that the dog takes the mark of the person only when the missing person left on his feet only reinforced the main version of the police. The girl was put in a car, taken away, and it all happened in a matter of seconds. The situation was complicated by the complete lack of witnesses. Despite the fact that the girls were playing in a street filled with houses, none of the neighbors saw them that night. Later, there was information that a man tried to kidnap the 2 girls right out of school. The children were 10 and 11 years old at the time. Police checked the information for a connection to the disappearance of Michaela, who was just 11, but the kidnapping turned out to be a failed prank. There was less and less evidence, so police began working out the standard theories. When a child goes missing, parents and other relatives are always checked. Given that Michaela's mother was at home at the time of the kidnapping, investigators focused on the girl's father, Darian Biggs. From the beginning, no one really believed in his involvement. Why would a father kidnap his own daughter, especially in such a way, in the middle of the street, in a short period of time when his other daughter was running home? However, it soon became clear that the man had lied about his alibi. During the first interrogation, he stated that he was at work at the time of the abduction, which turned out to be untrue. In reality, he was spending time with his mistress. What happened next was even more interesting. The man failed the polygraph questioning. His wife admitted that she knew about the cheating. Darian himself had told her about it a month before it happened. The couple thought about divorce. Despite the fake alibi, the police eventually stopped considering the father as a suspect. Even in the event of a divorce, his wife had no plans to forbid him from seeing his children. He simply had no motive. In addition, the detectives acknowledged that the lie detector results may have been influenced by the emotional state of the father whose daughter had just been abducted. He may even have laid some of the blame on himself and thought that if he had been home with his family, the tragedy could have been avoided. Detectives also tracked Darian's movements that evening and determined that he simply would not have had time to hide Michaela. The man showed up at home very quickly after his spouse called him to report his daughter missing. Detective Giselle later stated that Michaela most likely did not know her abductor. If it had been the father, she would not have thrown the bicycle and change on the ground. The girl tried to run away from the stranger but simply did not make it. During the investigation, police regularly had leads that led nowhere. An anonymous man called detectives and reported that Michaela's body was in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Police combed the area but found nothing. Later, they received an email from an anonymous man claiming that he was the one who had kidnapped the girl. The FBI fairly quickly traced the sender's IP address and sent a SWAT team to his home in the city of Phoenix. It turned out that the sender was a 12-year-old boy who had just decided to make a joke. Meanwhile, the police had reached a stalemate, beginning to process even the most incomprehensible theories. They combed through 35 abandoned gold in the county, and then even questioned nearly 500 psychics who could supposedly help the investigation. Of course, this went nowhere. One witness was found who had seen a mint-colored sheep shortly before Michaela was kidnapped. The driver was quickly found and proved innocent. After that, the police were already desperate to find the girl because there was literally not a single clue left in front of them. This went on until September 27, 1999, when the quiet county was shocked by another shocking event. A woman living near Biggs returned home and walked into the kitchen to find a middle-aged man with his pants unbuttoned. Without uttering a word, he jumped on the woman and began strangling and abusing her. The perpetrator then set fire to the house and left. Apparently, the attacker thought his victim was dead, but the woman survived. Her neck was broken, but she was able to reach the phone and call an ambulance. Already on her way to the hospital, she whispered to the doctors from her last breath. "Michaela Biggs, the girl who is missing, he took her. You must save her." The whole town was on its ears again. Events swirled rapidly. The police took the case and arrested the assailant. He turned out to be D. Bullock. The man was a well-known alcoholic in the area, who lived with his wife and 3 children, repaired wrecked cars, and occasionally disrupted public order. His house was only 2 blocks from Biggs. D was one of the first to volunteer to help find Michaela and willingly let police into the house to search, but not into the trailer in the backyard. For the trailer, he demanded a warrant. Agree, this behavior is extremely bizarre. A man with a bad reputation volunteering to help find a missing girl, giving the police a look around his house without any questions, and suddenly forbidding them to look in the trailer. From then on, Bullock became the prime suspect. Even though his wife provided him with an alibi for the time Michaela was kidnapped, no one believed her story, and most likely she was just afraid of her husband. Detectives began digging into Bullock's past and discovered that he had been tried 3 times for violence and molestation, as well as for kidnapping minors. He didn't get out of prison until 1995, and at that time, none of the neighbors had any idea what kind of monster lived next door. Several times a week, Michaela took private piano lessons from a neighbor who lived across the street from Bullock's house. This suggested that the man may have known the girl long before she disappeared. After Bullock was arrested for assaulting the woman, the police searched his house again and planned to investigate the trailer he had kept them out of earlier, but they were disappointed. The trailer had disappeared without a trace. This was a major blow to Michaela's parents. They were sure their daughter was there, alive or not, but he had disappeared and the police were unable to trace his location. Bullock was sentenced to 15.5 years in prison for the September 27, 1999, attack on the woman. He categorically denied any involvement in Michaela's disappearance. This is not surprising. For the attack on his neighbor and the atrocities he did to her, 15 years in prison would be a lenient sentence by U.S. standards. A confession to kidnapping an 11-year-old girl, on the other hand, could have landed him straight in the electric chair. The parents could not accept that their only hope for the truth was gone. The mother and father wrote Bullock a letter directly to the prison, and the ultimate question, whether he had anything to do with Michaela's disappearance. No one hoped to get a confession, but the criminal answer took the parents by surprise. He wrote that the conversation was too personal and suggested that her parents visit him in prison. At that moment, hope rekindled in the hearts of the parents that Bullock would confess, but they were greatly disappointed. Sitting across from the perpetrator, the father asked if he had anything to do with his daughter's disappearance. Bullock simply replied that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. The conversation continued in this vein for several more minutes, after which the perpetrator simply picked up and left accompanied by security. It looked as if he was just teasing the parents, giving them false hope, and destroying it by looking them in the eye. For a sadist like Bullock, the suffering of others can bring unsurpassed pleasure. This is apparently why he arranged the meeting with the grief-stricken grandparents. Afterwards, Michaela's father confessed that he was convinced that Bullock was involved. He stated, "I was sitting a few feet away from the guy who killed my daughter, and there was nothing I could do about it." At this point, even the most staunch hopes of solving the case were abandoned. Absolutely everyone believed that no new leads would ever emerge. Years later, they would realize that they were wrong, but more on that later. On the 5th anniversary of Michaela's disappearance, the parents buried an empty coffin, finally saying goodbye to their daughter. During this time, their marriage broke up. They changed residence and were reluctant to contact journalists. Until 2018, the case went into a long drawer. The police simply had nothing to work with. But out of the blue, an event occurred that stirred up all of America. On March 14, 2018, a dollar bill excellently dropped at a police station in Neenah, Wisconsin. On it was written in stubby handwriting, "My name is Michaela Biggs, kidnapped from Mass. I am alive." The bill was found by a local resident who was collecting coins and dollar bills in a jar. He was the one who came across the dollar, after which he reported the find to the police, and they instantly reopened the investigation. Michaela's mother rushed nearly 2,000 miles away to look at the handwriting and see if the message was actually written by her daughter. Other relatives also came to the station, but they all made a disappointing statement. The handwriting looked nothing like Michaela's, and the name was misspelled. The mother suggested that the bill might be someone's extremely unfortunate prank. The other relatives also supported this theory. Despite this, the police attempted to trace the bill's path. Alas, it was almost impossible to do so. Paper money changes owners so many times that it was impossible to find the author of this inscription. Experts who studied the bill suggested that he was made by an adult man who was trying to imitate the handwriting of a child. Despite all this, the message on the paper bill seems highly suspicious. Could it have been someone's prank? The chance of police and relatives finding out about the bill is extremely slim. It could have been passed around for years, or it could have settled in a bank vault and no one would have noticed it. The fact that it ended up in the hands of a concerned person who reported it to the police is more of a miracle than inevitability. As for the handwriting, the most obvious version cannot be ruled out. Michaela may have written in a hurry for fear of being caught. Besides, she'd been missing for 9 years before the bill appeared, assuming someone helped her captive. Did they give her something to write all that time? In 9 years without practice, handwriting can change beyond recognition. There is another question no one knows the answer to. How long ago was this writing made? The bill could have been in circulation for years, or it could have appeared shortly before it was discovered. It's worth remembering Bullock, who was supposed to be released from prison in 2017. Perhaps the cynical prank is his doing. Suffice it to recall how he tormented unhappy parents by giving them false hope. Perhaps we will never know the answer to all these questions, or this case will once again shake the world with unexpected details. Kimber, who was the last person to see her older sister before she was kidnapped, still can't forget that gruesome January night. For a long time, she blamed herself for going home to get her jacket, but now she realizes that against an adult kidnapper, she would have been helpless. Kimber raises her young son, to whom she constantly talks about as Aunt Michaela. She calls her an angel who looks out for him. The girl, as well as the rest of her family, is sure that Michaela was kidnapped by Bullock. But without evidence, it can never be proved unless the criminal himself decides to confess to deal another blow to the missing girl's family. Do you think there's any hope that the writing on the bill was done by Michaela herself and she is still alive? Write your thoughts in the comments below the video. A young girl was found dead in her own apartment in an upscale building under 24-hour security. The police tried to solve this gruesome mystery for 2 weeks, and only dozens of surveillance tapes helped them discover the sad truth. Sasha Samsudian was born on July 4, 1988, in New York City. After high school, she moved to Florida, where she graduated from a local university. After receiving her degree, she took a job as a social media manager for a real estate agency in Orlando. Her career took off quickly, receiving solid bonuses and awards for her good work. Sasha's friends spoke of her as a friendly, sweet, and outgoing girl with a big heart. She was a member of several charitable foundations, taking an active part in their activities. On October 16, 2015, the last day of the soccer season in Orlando, Sasha and her friends went to the stadium to support their favorite team. The match ended in victory, and the company went to the popular Attic nightclub downtown to celebrate. After spending a few hours there, Sasha left the club around 1:30. As it turned out later, she hadn't told her friends where she planned to go. She could have gone home or to another bar. Before she left, she arranged to have breakfast in the morning with a friend, Anthony, who was at the club that night. The next day, he arrived at the cafe at the appointed time, but the girl never showed up. She also did not answer her cell phone or social media messages. Such behavior was not typical for Sasha, who was always in touch and would not ignore Anthony, especially when they had agreed to meet in advance. At first, he thought she was just sleeping it off after the party last night, but several hours passed and there was no answer. Then the young man began to seriously worry about Sasha. Anthony, along with 2 of Sasha's closest friends, went to her apartment in the secure Uptown Place apartment complex, where she had rented an apartment for the past 6 months. When they drove up to her house, they found a girl's car parked in the parking lot. Inside the car, the friends noticed a box of children's toys. On that day, Sasha was supposed to go to a baby shower at her friend Quentin's house, but the gift was still in the car. When they got to the door of the apartment, they started knocking and calling out for Sasha, but all they got was silence. It all looked extremely disturbing, and the friends decided to call 911. The squad arrived at her house around 8 p.m. The cops asked the guards to open the apartment door with a spare key and went inside. At first glance, there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment, but as soon as the officers entered the bedroom, a gruesome discovery awaited them. Sasha's arm and hair were sticking out from under the blanket of the bed. It was clear almost at once that the police were dealing with a murder. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. In addition, her torn t-shirt was lying nearby, the same one the girl wore to the stadium. This could indicate that the attack took place immediately after Sasha came home. The pendant she always wore was also torn from her neck. For Sasha's relatives and friends, this event came as a real shock, as she had always been a kind and cheerful person, and it simply didn't make sense that someone would hurt her in such a cruel way. In talking to the police, her family and friends couldn't name a single person with whom Sasha might have had problems. Detectives began their search for evidence, and the first thing they noticed was the persistent smell of detergent in the apartment. The cabinet with household chemicals was open, indicating that the perpetrator was trying to wash away traces of his presence. However, he only partially succeeded. Detectives also found an empty contraceptive wrapper in the hallway and a shoe print near the girl's bed. In the bathroom, they found that the toilet seat was up despite the fact that the girl lived alone. Experts found a fingerprint on it that didn't belong to Sasha. No other clues were found in the apartment. In addition, there were no keys, no smartphone, and no purse belonging to Sasha. Soon after came the report of medical experts confirming that the girl died of strangulation. One of the doctors said he had never seen such severe injuries to the neck as in this case. This would seem to indicate that the attacker was physically well prepared. In addition, the experts determined that Sasha had been abused. They were also able to find a DNA sample from an unknown male on the girl's body. Unfortunately, there were no matches with him in the databases. In the meantime, the detectives began searching for witnesses and first questioned the security guard who was on duty that night. It was 33-year-old Stephen Daxberry, a former Marine. The management of the apartment complex had hired men with impressive experience in the police, army, and other specialized services, but even that did not help Sasha. Stephen said he saw the girl that night, mentioning that she was very drunk and tried to get into the building, but she couldn't. The girl was missing her ID, badge, and smartphone. According to the rules, the security guard could not open her door without a valid ID or proof of residency. For this reason, Stephen refused to let her in. Sometime later, he went on a routine patrol and saw that Sasha had somehow made it onto the compound after all. He assumed that the girl had entered the building with another resident who opened the door with her pass, but the girl ran into a new problem. To get into the apartment, she needed a key, which she did not have. Each door in the complex also opened with a code lock, but Sasha couldn't remember the right code. She turned to Stephen and asked him to walk her to her car to look there for the keys again. Without the guard with his pass, she would no longer be able to get into the complex. Stephen went with her, but there were no keys in the car. Sasha suddenly stated that she remembered the code to the door, and they went back to her apartment. But there again, the girl was unable to enter the correct password. After that, the guard said he had to go back to his post. He promised to help her solve the problem if at the time of his next round Sasha still could not remember the right code. However, the next time he went to patrol the area, Sasha was nowhere to be found. It was not until the morning that Stephen noticed her in the company of a man he had not seen in the complex before. The guard failed to describe his appearance in detail, so the police had to look for this unknown man practically at random. We could only hope that this man might have been caught on one of the 15 security cameras set up on each floor of the building and near the exit. In addition, the detectives requested footage from cameras located along Sasha's route from the club to his home, a 10-block stretch. On such a stretch, there was almost a 100% chance that the girl was caught in the lens of at least a few cameras. After studying the footage from the club and the surrounding area, investigators immediately spotted Sasha. They could see her leave the establishment and head in the direction of the house. She stood out with her brightly colored outfit, wearing white pants, a purple t-shirt, and flip-flops. It was apparent in these dark shots that the girl was stumbling and staggering slightly, indicating that Sasha had been drinking quite a bit of alcohol in the club, which matched the security guard's testimony. It was also apparent that Sasha left the club alone. A little later, another camera caught her, and this time, she was walking in the company of two girls. The police showed her pictures to Sasha's friends, but no one recognized them. This led the detectives to believe that the three met on the street. It was important for the detectives to find these girls because they might have valuable information. To do this, they sent their photos to the local media, and soon the women were identified. During the interrogation, the girls said that they saw Sasha on the street. At that moment, two men approached her and tried to get acquainted with her. Given that it was late at night, the girls were afraid for Sasha and decided to walk home with her. This helped get rid of those annoying men. After walking some distance, the girls suggested that Sasha call herself an Uber since she didn't have her phone or any other personal belongings with her. They went with her to her house and awaited until she got inside. Given that she didn't have a pass, Sasha had to wait for some other guests to open the door. At 1:46 a.m., the cameras caught a man approaching Sasha and talking to her about something. It turned out that it was a resident of the complex who opened the door for her with his pass. Thus, investigators learned the exact time when the girl was able to get into the building. The man was no longer on camera, so the detectives did not consider him a suspect. The cops continued to study the footage and 20 minutes later noticed something else interesting. All the cameras in the building also recorded sound, and at one point outside the camera's field of view, they heard footsteps. The investigators concluded that Sasha was walking next to this camera in the corridor of the building. The next time she was spotted was at 2:25 a.m., but already in the company of a security guard. They headed in the direction of the parking lot and then returned to the compound. This also coincided with Stephen's story. After that, Sasha was not caught on any cameras, and other detectives were at a standstill again. The police decided to question the guys Sasha had been in a relationship with in the past. This idea had to do with the method of murder. More often than not, strangulation is motivated by passion, and the culprit is someone close to them. The first guy's name was Taylor. Again, Sasha broke up a long time ago but continued their friendship. He worked as a bartender and was on duty until 9:30 p.m. on October 16th. He voluntarily provided the detectives with his DNA sample, which did not match the sample found on Sasha's body. A man named Ben was called next for questioning. In addition to being in a relationship with Sasha, he was also the last person she wrote to before she died. Detectives discovered that at 5:12 a.m., Sasha had sent him a text message that only included his name, Ben. This was very strange, especially when you remember that according to the story of the security guard and the two girls, Sasha didn't have her phone when she returned from the club. Investigators also learned that Sasha had planned to meet Ben this weekend. However, the man had an alibi. On the night of the murder, he was with friends. In addition, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which also came back negative. By that time, the detectives had finished examining all the available camera footage and noticed something strange. The questioned security guard, Stephen Duxbury, said that his shift ended exactly at 6 in the morning, after which he went home, but one of the cameras captured him leaving the building at 6:36 a.m. And that was not all. He was holding two large trash bags with red handles. Exactly the same ones were lined in Sasha's apartment. After speaking with the management of the apartment complex, the police learned that it was not the responsibility of the security guards to take out the trash. A logical question arises. Why was Stephen late for work for almost an hour, hiding this fact from the police and carrying garbage bags allegedly taken from Sasha's apartment? Given all these suspicious points, investigators offered the security guard a polygraph interrogation. When asked if he had ever entered such an apartment, Stephen answered in the negative, and the machine recorded the lie. Next, he was asked if he knew how Sasha died. 3 different questions came up. Was she poisoned, attacked with a sharp object, or strangled? At the last question, Stephen's post jumped sharply. Information about the girl's cause of death had not been released anywhere, and the guards simply couldn't know. Even when the police came to Sasha's apartment with the other guards, they were not allowed inside. It turns out that Stephen could only know the correct answer if he was in the girl's apartment at the time of the murder. Despite all this, it is almost impossible to convict a person on the basis of a polygraph reading alone. So the police had to look for additional evidence. Investigators asked Stephen to show them the shoes he was wearing that night. He provided them with a pair of shoes, and their soles did not match the footprint found in Sasha's apartment. However, the police also obtained a search warrant for his apartment, where they found other shoes, and they showed an exact match. Moreover, the fingerprint from the toilet in Sasha's apartment matched the events. By taking his DNA sample, experts quickly found a perfect match with a sample found on Sasha's body. Police learned even more gruesome details after examining Stephen's phone. At about 5 a.m., he was searching on Google for how to quickly pick a combination lock door. The same one had been installed on the door of Sasha's apartment. Detectives finally found a severe bite mark on Stephen's arm, as well as numerous scratches on his body. All this was enough to arrest the man and charge him with murder. With that set of evidence, no one had any doubt about a conviction anymore. According to the investigation, Stephen saw that Sasha was heavily intoxicated and decided to take advantage of it. After waiting for some time after the girl entered her apartment, he opened the electronic lock, and then he abused and killed the girl. Only one question remains unclear. Judging by the bites and scratches on Stephen's body, Sasha struggled to fight back and most likely screamed. How come none of the neighbors heard that? The house she lived in was quite old, and the noise insulation there must have been extremely mediocre. After Stephen had finished with Sasha, he began to cover his tracks. The man took cleaner from her closet, spilled it all over the apartment, and even near Sasha's body. He then collected all the evidence into bags, which he later got on camera with. Apparently, he either didn't think about the fingerprint on the rim of the toilet bowl or he forgot. Stephen's trial began in November 2017. His lawyer immediately demanded that several key pieces of evidence be excluded from consideration because his client had allegedly been misled. This included boots found in his apartment, as well as polygraph evidence. The news media hyped the story as if the judge was ready to honor the request, but that never happened. All the evidence remained in the case file. However, even without it, Stateman's chances of an acquittal were too small. The lawyer also tried to play on the fact that the investigation did not have any camera footage showing his client entering Sasha's apartment, but this attempt was debunked by the fact that his fingerprints and DNA were inside the apartment. Finally, the lawyer stated that there may have been voluntary sexual intercourse between Stephen and Sasha that night, and when the security guard left, someone else broke into the apartment and killed her. Of course, this attempt also went nowhere. The trial lasted only a week, which is very short by U.S. standards. After a 4-hour deliberation, the judge handed down a verdict: life in prison for the murder and an additional 15 years for the breaking and theft. After the verdict was pronounced, Sasha's parents made a speech. They thanked the police for their quick and high-quality investigation and expressed their condolences to Stephen's mother, who was present at the hearing. They noted that Stephen's parents had also lost their child that day. Shortly thereafter, Sasha's family sued the management of the complex, which was responsible for selecting security guards, as well as the manufacturer of the code locks. During the proceedings, it emerged that other residents of the complex had repeatedly complained about Stephen's molestation, but management took no action. As for the lock, lawyers for Sasha's family insisted that the model did not meet security requirements. They cited as evidence an article that described how to open such a lock with a simple screwdriver in seconds. In February 2019, Stephen tried to appeal his conviction, but the court dismissed his claim. In memory of their daughter, Sasha's parents decided to help the families of other victims cope with their grief. With such a tragic experience under their belt, they could find the right words and phrases to ease their suffering. The outcome of this story is very sad. The man who had been tasked with guarding people turned out to be a murderer. Just a few queries on Google helped him open the door of someone else's apartment without too much trouble. The two girls who met Sasha that night deserve special mention. They didn't just call her a cab on their own account, but drove with her to make sure she got home and was safe. Unfortunately, it was within the walls of her own home that the main danger to Sasha lurked. A Native American, Serena Shelley Fay, was born on June 18th of 2003 on the Indian reservation of Bighorn County, Montana, in a town called Harding. People she knew described her as a kind, cheerful, and very active girl. She loved to play basketball, had many friends, but her main hobby was horseback riding. Selena seriously considered opening her own farm when she graduated from high school, as well as participating in races at the professional level. Even with all the tragedy her family had endured, she kept a positive attitude. Originally a family of 5 children, Selena's 11-year-old twin sister committed suicide in 2014, leaving no hint as to what prompted her to complete such a tragic move. In 2017, Selena's brother was killed by a police officer. And that same year, Selena's older sister was killed under the wheels of a car. She was walking along the road when an unknown driver hit her and fled the scene. That left only 2 of the 5 children. It's hard to believe how much pain and suffering one family can endure. Alas, the tragedies in their lives did not end there. Selena spent New Year's Eve 2020 with friends. They went to a party at a country house where they stayed until the next day. On January 1st, Selena and 5 of her friends, which included 4 young men and 1 girl, drove back to Harding by car. Then the story gets weird, to say the least. Nevertheless, this is the official data from the case file, and we will read it first. And so the car malfunctioned on its way into town. The driver parked it at a nearby stop and tried to fix the car. He managed to fix the problem temporarily, but he stated that the car could break down again at any time. For this reason, he asked Selena and her friend Orlando to wait at the stop until his mother drove up there to pick them up, since she was just under 15 minutes away from the stop by car. The story sounds highly questionable. Why did the girls' friends decide to drive on, leaving them at a bus stop in the middle of nowhere? But that is exactly the way things were according to the driver. There was also a version that after fixing the car, the driver had to leave immediately. Otherwise, the car risked to stall again, and Selena and her friend at the time had gone too far, and the guys decided to leave without them, sending the mother of one of them after them. But this version is not reflected in the police documents, but only cited by the local media. What follows is actually confirmed information. The driver's mother had indeed come to the bus stop to pick up the girls, but they were no longer there. Thinking they might have been walking around somewhere nearby, the woman began to look for them. At one point, she did come across Orlando, who was sitting in a ditch looking lost. Her shoes were missing and all her feet were covered in scratches. Selena was nowhere near her. The shocked woman tried to ask Orlando what had happened, but she said she had absolutely no memory of how she got here and didn't even know where she was. Then the woman contacted Selena's parents and told them she was missing, and they immediately contacted the police. The first thing the police did was talk to Orlando. She still couldn't remember the details of what had happened. She only told the detectives that she had seen Selena just walk off in the direction of the road into a field, and her friend never saw her again. Upon hearing this story, Selena's parents couldn't understand why their daughter would go off in some unknown direction for no apparent reason. The problem was that it was freezing outside, and the girl was clearly not dressed for the weather. She was wearing a light jacket, sweater, and jeans. I think you've already realized how strange this whole story is, but that was just the beginning. On the same day, police organized a large-scale search within a radius of about 6 kilometers of the place where the girl was last seen. Hundreds of people, including service dogs, mounted police, helicopters, ATVs, and even drones with heat sensors, were involved. The FBI also became involved very quickly. The case may have taken on such proportions because of a sad statistic. Native Americans in Montana go missing far more often than other segments of the population. Most of the time, police are as reluctant as possible to investigate these cases and sometimes refuse to do so at all. Locals regularly come out in protests and try to reach out to the federal government, but Native Americans continue to go missing. In addition, Selena's relatives immediately turned to news outlets for help in making the story public and speeding up police work. News of Selena's disappearance quickly spread throughout the city, and hundreds of volunteers joined the search for her. Most were also Native Americans, including students from her school. Adults helped scour the area, and teenagers posted flyers and distributed information about their classmates' disappearance throughout the city, but the search yielded no results. Of course, police examined the car in which Selena and her friends drove home, and also questioned all her friends who had been with her that day, and here are things that are just as strange. Investigators have not released any information related to this. The friends may not have told them anything useful, but the public was waiting for at least some details. Then the police decided to pursue another theory. What if Selena had been kidnapped from that bus stop? This theory ran counter to the story of a friend who claimed Selena had gone into the field, but the kidnapping theory received some support as well. A witness reported seeing a green car with Wyoming plates near the bus stop. As the days went by, the search yielded no results. So most people began to consider the kidnapping version as the main one. Reports poured into police that people had seen the girl in various places, but all these leads proved useless. Police examined security camera footage of the places where Selena was allegedly seen, and she was not there. The police also tried to track the location of the girl's smartphone, but they were unsuccessful. It was turned off. The investigation continued in such ignorance until January 20th. On that day, 3 weeks after Selena's disappearance, the most mysterious event in the whole story happened. The girl's body was finally found. It was found just a mile from that very bus stop. The body was discovered by the Bighorn County Sheriff, who went by the Indian name Big Hair. Let's refresh your memory on key points. Hundreds of volunteers on foot, dozens of horseback riders, service dogs, a helicopter, drones with heat sensors, and a search radius of about 6 kilometers. For all that, the body is found within a kilometer of the bus stop. At this point, everyone had one question. How could they not notice? Of particular note is the fact that the place where Selena was found is practically a bare field. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office said the preliminary version is that death was due to natural causes. On February 28th, more than a month after the body was found, the results of the medical examination came back. The report signed by 4 doctors cited hypothermia as the cause of death. All of this raised even more questions and distrust on the part of the public. Not only were search parties unable to locate Selena in an open field for 20 days, but she also allegedly died of hypothermia, a kilometer from the road. Let's take a look at what the temperature was that day. According to a local news site that publishes daily weather information, it was about 8 degrees outside in the afternoon, January 1st. Selena was wearing a light jacket and sweater. Although it was not enough for a long and comfortable stay outside, it is possible for a healthy 16-year-old girl to freeze to death. After all, there was a highway just a kilometer away from her where cars passed by regularly and she could call for help. How should events have developed so that the girl deliberately waited to die in one place and managed to freeze to death at 8 degrees Celsius? Of course, all these questions fell on the police. Investigators said that drones and a helicopter were obstructed by poor visibility that day due to heavy fog. And that Foot and other units simply did not notice Selena even though they were passing within a few hundred meters of her. As for the dogs, they were service dogs, but not search dogs. In addition, they were kept on a leash because many strangers were involved in the search, and the police were afraid to let the dogs go so that they would not attack those present. To Selena's family, as well as the entire Native American community, these excuses seemed utterly unconvincing, and they demanded a thorough investigation into her murder. To them, it looked as if the girl's body had been placed there after the first wave of the search ended. But there was one big problem here. The Big Horn County Sheriff who led the police in this case and personally discovered Selena's body had a very murky history behind him. In 1995, when he was still a simple officer, a Native American woman accused him of violence, but the man denied the charges and was not convicted. 2 years later, his service weapon was used in a murder, and the would-be sheriff was put on trial again. There, he claimed his weapon had been stolen and had nothing to do with the case. All charges were dropped again, but here's the strange thing. He paid the victim's family a portion of the amount they demanded in the lawsuit. Later, he went to court again for assault and battery, but here too, he received no serious punishment. Not surprisingly, the community was slow to take this man at his word. Despite the FBI's involvement in the case, relatives and acquaintances of Selena began to suspect that the sheriff himself might have something to do with the murder of the girl and the further cover-up of this fact. But here, another question arises. Even if we imagine that the sheriff grabbed Selena that day and took her to an undisclosed location, what next? The 4 medical examiners signed a report that clearly stated there were no marks on the girl's body indicating a violent death. They could only confirm death from hypothermia. Given the FBI's involvement, could the sheriff have gotten the 4 doctors to cover something up? Or could he have kept Selena outside until she actually died of hypothermia? Sounds doubtful. There is another version of what happened. The teens were drinking on New Year's Eve as the initial toxicology report indicates. But number 1 knows what they did the next day. They may have continued drinking or taken some kind of illegal substance. As for alcohol, it is unlikely to be relevant. A person would need to drink a lot to just go into a field, lie on the ground, and lie down long enough to die of hypothermia. Even taking into account the fact that Selena was only 16 years old, this theory is somehow not believable, but the version about banned substances could explain a lot. First, let's remember Selena's friend who was sitting in a ditch with no shoes and scratched feet. Then let's remember the extremely strange story about the broken-down car and the unclear reasons why the boys left the girls at a deserted bus stop. Perhaps the teens did take something, but it was too much for the bodies of the 2 girls. The boys could have gotten scared and just left them at the bus stop. But this theory is greatly undermined by the fact that the driver did call his mother who came to pick up the girls just 15 minutes later. Would he have done so if the girls were in an inadequate condition? Most likely teenagers would not have involved their parents in such a situation. But there are a few odd things about their company. First, Selena's friend posted several short videos on Snapchat from that trip. One of the moments shows someone standing in front of the open hood of the car trying to fix something. At the same time, near the back passenger seat, 2 guys are arguing aggressively about something. What was going on there is still unknown. All the people who were with Selena that day are silent. What's more, 2 of them have moved to other states, and Orlando has deleted her Facebook page. It's all very strange. It's been over a year, and none of them have responded to the questions that are still troubling the local Native American community and other concerned people. Nor have the police made any comment about the other teenagers. There is a persistent impression that something is being carefully hidden in this story. As a result, we have a closed case where the official version seems too dubious because, according to it, Selena just went into the field, walked for a few hours, and then just lay on the ground. After all, the police were already on the scene a few hours later. And if she had continued to walk around, she would definitely have been spotted. Further, she could not be found by hundreds of people with modern technology, and 20 days later her body appeared a kilometer down the road. It looked as if she had been placed there after the active phase of the search was over. Although the police assure us that there were no tire tracks or other evidence that the body might have been moved near this spot, one can't trust the police in this case. Given the history of the sheriff, one seriously doubts that the police investigation can be considered objective. However, the FBI was involved in the case. and they certainly wouldn't cover up some provincial sheriff. As we can see, each version faces its own contradictions. Now 1.5 years later, the girl's family is still trying to find answers. How do 5 children? They have only one son left. They are asking to spread the story about their daughter so they can have a chance at a new honest investigation. What do you think happened to Selena after all? Share your opinion in the comments. Tara Grinstedt was born in 1974 in Hawking, USA. During her high school years, she actively participated in beauty contests, winning prizes. The girl, from an early age, set a goal to get a quality education. So the money earned in competitions, she put aside to pay for her education. After college, Tara earned a master's degree in education and landed the job she had long dreamed of. She became a high school history teacher in Asala, Georgia. This tiny town was a typical low-rise America. Its population did not exceed 4,000 people, most of whom knew each other well. Life was quiet and measured. None of the locals could think that any serious crime could occur in Asila. Sarah Grinstead had worked at the local school for several years, and during that time, she had developed a great relationship with both staff and students. She was a kind and outgoing person who was always supportive and helpful. In October 2005, this help came in handy for Tara's students who were preparing to participate in a local beauty pageant, given the fact that their teacher had won prizes at similar events many times. The girls were thrilled to have her support. On Saturday, October 22nd, Tara helped the students with the final touches before the pageant. Afterward, she went to a picnic with her high school friends and didn't return home until 11 p.m., having parked her car outside under a carport. Since then, Tara had stopped making contact. Her mother, who lived in another city, was the most worried. Her daughter always picked up the phone or called back, but this time, there was no answer. On Monday, October 24th, her anxiety reached its peak, and Tara did not show up for work. Such behavior was highly unusual for her. The girl took her job seriously and would certainly have warned her bosses that she needed time off. Concerned acquaintances of Tara called the police chief Billy Hancock and asked him to see if she was all right. At 10 a.m. that morning, he went to her address. The policeman thought the woman's phone was just dead and that she was either sick or had overslept. When he arrived at her house, he found Tara's car in its usual spot. Her doors were unlocked, but that didn't surprise Billy. In a town this small, the residents had no worries about their cars being stolen. Then he noticed an envelope on the dashboard containing $100 in cash. It was already strange. How could someone as responsible as Tara leave money in a prominent place? Billy knocked on the door, but no one opened it for him. After that, he decided to look around the house. At first glance, everything seemed perfectly ordinary. No signs of a struggle or a break-in, but in Tara's bedroom, the detective found a real mess, quite uncharacteristic for a woman. Her belongings were on the floor, including the clothes she had last been seen in. Her cell phone was on the nightstand charging. It looked as if Tara had left the house briefly, but she was nowhere to be found. On the ground outside the house, the police found the first piece of evidence that suggested a possible crime. There was a latex glove lying around that someone might have used to conceal her fingerprints. The detectives did not consider the possibility that the glove might have belonged to Tara. Hardly anyone used such gloves at home. Since then, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the equivalent of the FBI only at the level of one state, got involved in the case. The main version of the investigation was kidnapping. There was very little evidence. Besides the glove, the detectives found only 2 questionable things. Tara's torn chain was lying on the bedroom floor, and her alarm clock was not in its usual place. But all this did not help detectives solve the mystery of her disappearance. For the small town, this Monday was truly a terrible day. Tara's house was cordoned off, and the school had a meeting. Tara's co-workers and students tried their best to help in the search by forming a group of volunteers. They printed out a stack of flyers with a woman's picture and information about her disappearance. And within hours, the flyers were posted all over the city. Volunteers stayed home that day until 1 a.m. Agents from the Bureau of Investigation interviewed Tara's neighbors and investigated a neighborhood in which she lived. The search involved sniffer dogs, which had been brought in the hope of picking up the missing persons trail. Investigators still had hope that Tara had simply left on foot, and the dogs would find her easily. In the meantime, the latex glove was given to experts whose goal was to collect as much data as possible. They managed to get a DNA sample, but no matches could be found in the FBI database. All that was known was that the sample belonged to a man. Alas, all yielded no results. Tara, as if she had evaporated from her own home. Then investigators began to dig into Tara's personal life and past. It often happens that when a woman disappears, someone from her inner circle is to blame. After studying the man with whom Tara was in a relationship, detectives were unable to identify any suspects. She dated Marcus Harper, a former policeman and military officer, for the longest time. The couple broke up at Tara's initiative about a year before she disappeared. The reason was that the woman wanted to build a family, and Marcus was not ready for that. After the breakup, they maintained an amicable relationship, calling and texting each other. Detectives later uncovered one interesting detail. Marcus had come to Ascilla 3 weeks before Tara disappeared, but he had not told her. Upon learning of Marcus's arrival from mutual acquaintances, the woman became very upset. She repeatedly called him trying to find out why he had not informed her of his arrival. Soon, her conditions turned into real hysteria. Her relatives were very worried and even wondered if Tara was going to do something reckless. However, the girl soon came to her senses, and the police did not consider Marcus a suspect. The couple had been together for a long time, but their relationship ended, and a detective could not find a motive for the crime. An interesting twist soon awaited them. Please learn that Tara had been threatened by her former student on March 30th, 2005, 7 months before the girl disappeared. He came to her house and behaved extremely aggressively. When Tara refused to let him in, the guy started banging on the door, and the neighbors had to call the police. It turned out that the young man had been in love with the teacher since high school. According to her acquaintances, the former student was emotionally unstable and behaved strangely and even frighteningly. Tara tried to help him deal with his problems for a while, but his mental state only worsened. After that incident, when the young man tried to break into her house, the woman filed a report against him. She seriously feared he might hurt her. After Tara went missing, the police tracked the young man down. He worked in a neighboring town about 150 kilometers from Mozilla. The boy provided detectives with an alibi for the night of his former teacher's disappearance. It was impossible to establish his involvement in the case. A business card of a certain police officer was also found in the woman's house. It turned out that Tara had been dating him for some time. At the time of her disappearance, he was already living in another city. The policeman also provided an alibi for the night of Tara's disappearance. This effectively ended the list of possible suspects. With no leads in hand, the police decided to organize a search for the girl 2 weeks after her disappearance. Such a belated decision seemed strange. After all, it was clear from the first minutes Tara had not left home of her own free will. Hundreds of volunteers were called in to search the area around the Scylla. Volunteers went through forests, ditches, and rivers, but they couldn't find a single trace of Tara. During the search, it was reported that a house and car had burned down near Tara's home. Locals unanimously agreed that the incident had something to do with the woman's disappearance. Perhaps the perpetrator was trying to cover his tracks, or the people were so shocked and frightened that they found each event suspicious. Whatever the case, the search yielded no results, and the police were faced with a grim reality. They simply had no leads left. The next few years brought the police no closer to solving the mystery. It wasn't until 2009 that an event occurred that brought the missing Tara Grinstead back into the spotlight. A user created a YouTube channel and posted an extremely creepy video. A man was sitting in the frame, his face plastered over, and his voice altered. In the video, he claimed to be involved in the disappearance of 16 girls, naming them by name. Among them was Tara Grinstead. The unidentified man added that he had hidden the body securely and would give clues about the burial site in new videos. Police immediately checked the video and found that all 16 names did indeed belong to the missing women. The FBI was able to track down the author of the video fairly quickly. It turned out to be 27-year-old Andrew Haley. After his arrest, he said that he was just joking. The police could not connect Andrew with any of the 16 missing girls, but he still could not avoid a trial. For perjury and tampering with evidence, the man was sentenced to 2 years of forced labor and 13 years of probation. Momentary hopes of solving this cold case faded, and once again, the police were left without a single lead. In December 2010, Tara Grinstead was officially declared dead because there was simply nothing to work with. As the years passed, the townspeople remembered Tara Grinstead's disappearance perfectly. Remembered, but less and less discussed. Talk of Tara remained only behind closed doors. The topic hardly ever came up in everyday life. The town had changed forever. Fear and mistrust permeated the locals for years to come. It wasn't until 2016 that something happened that got people talking openly about Tara again. Atlanta-based journalist Payne Lindsay created his own podcast devoted to mystery cases. And for the first issue, he took on the Tara Grinstead case. The man and his colleague traveled to Asala, where they met private investigator Maurice Goodwin. Together, they began working on the case literally from scratch. They had no access to police records, so the only available source of information was the people of the town. At first, they were only able to talk to friends and relatives of Tara. Outsiders avoided talking about the missing girl in every way, but it didn't last long. Lindsay's enthusiasm managed to revive interest in the case, and soon the people of Asala were discussing it again. Lindsay and Goodwin worked through every possible lead. They considered 3 possible suspects: Tara's ex-boyfriends and the student who tried to break into her house. Along the way, they talked to anyone who might have any useful information. They were so passionate about the case that on several occasions, they thought a clue was literally one step away. One day, Payne received a call in which an unknown person suggested they look for remains on Tara's property. The police did so, and at some point, they managed to find the bones. True, experts quickly determined that the bones belonged to an animal. Despite the excitement and a new wave of interest in the case, no serious progress was made. Or rather, they failed to solve the case directly during the creation of the podcast, but it was this amateur investigation that was decisive, and the long-awaited denouement came completely unexpectedly. In early 2017, Brooke Sheridan came to the police. Her story shocked the detectives, who no longer believed that the truth would ever come out. Brooke told investigators that her ex-boyfriend named Bo Duke had once confessed to her. He had helped his friend dispose of Tara Grinstead's body. Upon learning of this, the girl repeatedly begged the guy to confess to everything, but he remained silent. After listening to Brooke's story, the police did not rush things. Who knows? Maybe this woman just wanted fame and attention, especially when a successful podcast got everyone talking about the case again. The detectives decided to play it safe. They asked Brooke to wear a wire and go to Bo to beat out a confession, and it worked. The man didn't deny his involvement, and the police had probable cause to arrest him. To their surprise, Bo immediately cooperated with the investigation and laid all his cards on the table. Later, detectives would say that he was just tired of living with his burden on his soul. Late that night, he got a call from his friend and former classmate, Ryan Duke. He asked to borrow a truck to help him with something, then added, "I've broken into Tara Grinstead's house to steal some money, but something didn't go according to plan, and I killed her." According to Ryan's story, after a party with friends, he went for a drive. At this point, he decided to break into someone's house to steal money, and his choice was Tara's house. He was under the influence of illegal substances at the time. After opening the door with a credit card, he broke into the house and began looking for money. Tara spotted him. A struggle ensued between them, from which only Ryan came out alive. When Bo arrived at Tara's house in a truck, they loaded the woman's body into it and drove her into the woods. The two of them then got rid of the body for several days. This story shocked the residents of Asala. Jukes and Duke were never considered suspects, for they simply had no motive. Nor were there any clues that could link these two to the disappearance of the woman. Despite a full confession, Bo Dukes would not testify against himself in court. At the trial, he spoke to Tara's relatives, wept, and apologized for what he had done. Bo spent a long time in the military, was a veteran, and had many decorations, but the court ruled 25 years in prison for helping cover up a crime. Tara Grinstead's murder trial by Ryan Duke was set for April 1, 2019, but the Georgia Supreme Court postponed the trial on March 28, 2019. After Duke's attorney said they were unconstitutionally denied funding for experts to testify on Duke's behalf. The trial began on May 9, 2022. At trial, Ryan Duke pleaded not guilty to murder and charged Bo Dukes with murder. On May 20, 2022, A jury found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder, aggravated assaults, and burglary, but guilty of concealment of death. At trial, Duke testified that his confession to the murder was false, telling the jury that he had done it under the influence of drugs and in fear of the real killer, his friend with a similar last name, Dukes. He said, Bo Dukes woke him up in the mobile home where they lived together in 2005 and told him he had killed Tara Grinstead, then showed Dukes their teacher's purse and wallet. Although her body was never found, investigators matched Grinstead's DNA of bone fragments found at the location where Ryan Duke testified to investigators that he and Bo Dukes had burned her. On May 23, 2022, Ryan Duke was sentenced by the Erwin County Superior Court to 10 years in prison for concealing the body. The sentence imposed by the judge was the maximum penalty allowed. By the time Ryan Duke was sentenced, he had already served about half of that sentence while awaiting trial. Prosecutors insisted that Duke's confession included details that only the killer knew, such as Duke telling investigators that he called Grinstead's home from a payphone after running away from home to see if she would answer. When she didn't, he returned and found her dad. Investigators also found Duke's DNA on a latex glove found in Grinstead's yard. However, his testimony raised enough doubt in a jury's mind that he was acquitted of all charges except concealing her death. Bo Dukes was subpoenaed to testify but refused to answer the court's questions, citing his Fifth Amendment right against testifying against himself. When the truth about this high-profile case came out, Tara Grinstead's friends and relatives relieved themselves of the burden of obscurity. Her mother confessed that all these years she had secretly hoped for a miracle, that her daughter would return to her alive. Alas, reality turned out to be cruel, senseless, and devoid of any miracles. At least now, the whole world knows exactly what happened in that little town back in 2005. Write your opinion about it and give it a like. Casey Joe's daughter was born on December 21, 1989, in the American town of Pocatello, Idaho. The locals were mostly religious and close-knit, accustomed to a quiet and measured life. As was often the case, none of them could have imagined that something so terrible could happen in the town. Cassie was a cheerful, kind, and responsible girl who never got into trouble. She was an excellent student, listened to her parents in everything she did, and helped her family whenever possible. In September 2006, Casey, who was 16 at the time, agreed to look after her in-laws' house. Her Uncle Frank and his family were planning to go out of town for the weekend. Someone had to feed and walk the dogs while they were away, and Casey had no problem agreeing. Even though their house was in the middle of nowhere, her parents weren't afraid to let Cassie go there alone for a few days. She had watched the house many times before in her uncle's absence, and with two Dobermans, it wasn't so scary to be in an empty house. Cassie had gone there on Friday, September 22nd, and was supposed to stay there until Sunday. In the evening, she called her mother and asked permission to call her boyfriend to watch a movie with him, but her mother said no. Then the girl said she would watch the movie alone and go to bed. The next day, Cassie did not contact her parents, but they did not care. The girl was responsible and independent, and what could have happened to her in their quiet little town? But the next day, Sunday, Cassie didn't come home at the appointed time, and that already alarmed her mother. After waiting a while, she got into her car and headed for Frank's house around noon. When she arrived, she saw that her brother and his family had already returned home. Only there was a heartbreaking sight waiting for them. Frank's 13-year-old daughter, who entered the house first, saw Cassie's lifeless body on the floor. Her parents immediately called an ambulance, but the girl had been dead for days. The police arrived at the scene and immediately realized that they were dealing with a murder. Everything pointed to the fact that Cassie had been stabbed repeatedly with a sharp object. Upon examining the crime scene, they noticed several potential leads. One of the basement windows had been broken, and the electrical panel door was ajar. Frank assured investigators that he always kept the fuse box closed, and Cassie was unlikely to go in there since she wasn't an electrician at all. In addition, the back door was unlocked. It was through this door that the perpetrator could have entered the house. The version of a robbery was quickly dismissed as there was nothing of value missing from the house. The perpetrator took neither money nor any belongings. Almost immediately, detectives encountered one suspicious moment. Both Dobermans were locked in a room on the second floor. A reasonable question arose. Who had locked them in there and why? According to Frank, his dogs would not obey a stranger and might have attacked him. This indicated that it was unlikely that the perpetrator would have taken the two adult Dobermans to the room and locked them in there. Much more logical was the theory that Casey had locked the dogs herself. Except why would you do that? The only possible explanation was that a friend had come over to her house on a Friday night, and she had to lock the Dobermans in her room to keep them from attacking her guests. The situation became more and more complicated. Based on the above, the killer could be someone Cassie knew well and had let into the house. The police, however, did not have to puzzle over this mystery, for the next significant clue emerged almost immediately. News of the murder quickly spread throughout the city, whose residents had never seen such a crime. Within hours of the discovery of the body, virtually everyone knew about it. While the detectives were working on the crime scene, a woman drove up to the house and said she had valuable information. It turned out to be Cassie's boyfriend, Matt Beckham's mom. According to the woman, her son did go to Cassie's house at night to see a movie. The girl hid this fact from her mother because she had forbidden her to have guests. The police questioned Matt and his mother. According to them, his mother called him at about 10 p.m. and demanded that he go home, but Matt refused. He said that something strange was going on in the house. The lights had gone out several times, and a window had broken in an unexplained way. Cassie was frightened by what was happening, so the boy decided to stay with her, but his mother didn't believe the story. At this point, she thought Matt was simply making it all up to stay with Cassie. Then she decided to pick him up herself and drove to the house. Once there, the woman listened to Cassie's account of the oddities in the house, and what was happening no longer seemed fictitious to her. Then she suggested that the girl go away with them, but Cassie refused. For one thing, the electrical trouble and other strange things had already stopped. Second, she felt safe in the company of two Dobermans, deciding that there was really no cause for serious excitement. Matt and his mother left for home at about 11:30. The boy had no idea who might have killed the girl after they left. The detectives were in no hurry to take the young man and his mother at their word. At this point, the odds were not in Matt's favor at all. He was the last person to see the victim alive, and his mother's testimony might have been fabricated to protect her son. On the other hand, there was no evidence against him either. While Matt was under interrogation, medical examiners examined Cassie's body and drew some disturbing conclusions. The girl had been stabbed about 30 times with a sharp object. With a high probability that two different weapons had been used, this suggested that there might have been two assailants. In addition, Cassie had not been assaulted, which made the motive of the killers entirely unclear. All of this led the detectives to believe that Matt might have been the killer. They conceded that there might have been an argument between the couple during which the guy had taken up knives. That would have ruled out two versions at once: robbery and assault with intent to commit violence. Then investigators decided to press the guy and offered him a polygraph interview, and it paid off. Matt suddenly stated that he had actually withheld one detail from the police. According to him, that night, he called two mutual friends from the school where he went with Cassie. The guys' names were Brian Draper and Tori Adamsick. They were friends with Matt and Cassie, and that night, they agreed to come over to their house to watch a movie, except they didn't stay long because they found the movie boring. Shortly after they arrived, they said they would rather go to the local movie theater and left the house. As Matt was driving home with his mother, he called Tori and said he was on his way home. The guy had planned to meet his friends that evening, but they were already sitting in the movie theater. Matt explained to the detectives that he hadn't let his friends in for that very reason. They hadn't been in the house long and couldn't have had any useful information. Nevertheless, this confession closed the dog issue for the police. Cassie had locked them upstairs precisely because of Brian and Tori's arrival. Apparently, the Dobermans were familiar with Matt and were not aggressive towards him, but they reacted negatively to strangers. The police interviewed the guys, and they corroborated Matt's story completely. When they left Cassie's house, they went to the movie theater for a late-night showing, so they had an alibi. Detectives looked into their backgrounds and concluded that the guys most likely had nothing to do with what happened. Both did not have any problems with the law and were in good standing. However, the police still decided to check their alibis and went to the movie theater. To their surprise, the cashier stated that Brian and Tori had not been there that night. The girl who worked at the cashier's desk had gone to school with them and knew them both personally, so she was sure that the boys had not been to the movie theater. This was suspicious, but the detectives were in no hurry to accuse the two friends of murder. They didn't rule out that Brian and Tori had lied to cover up some minor infraction. Perhaps instead of going to the movie theater, they had gone out for a drink or two to spend time in other not-so-legal ways. But the cops couldn't ignore the false alibi either. They began to think of ways to get the guys to tell the truth. At one point, they even planned to start tapping their phones, only to find that it quickly became unnecessary. Detectives and city residents were in for a very unexpected twist. The very next day after Cassie's body was discovered, Tori Adamsek came to the police station with his parents, who forced him to tell the detectives a shocking story. Tori claimed that Brian had killed the girl and that he had unwittingly witnessed the crime. According to his story, that night, the boys simply decided to scare Cassie and make a practical joke of their own. Before leaving her uncle's house that night, they discreetly opened the back door. Next, Tori and Brian lied that they were headed to the movie theater, but instead parked their car across the street, put on plastic masks and dark clothing, and walked back. After entering the house through the back door, they proceeded with their prank. The guys broke a window and started turning the electricity on and off, thereby scaring Cassie and Matt. They hoped that the couple would go down to the basement to check the electrical panel, but that never happened. At about the same time, May Mother arrived at the house, and Tori and Brian fell silent. They heard the woman talk Cassie into going with them, then pick up her son and leave. As soon as the girl was left alone in the house, the boys started turning the electricity back on and off. They wanted Cassie to go down to the basement, but she was apparently afraid. Then Tori and Brian went upstairs from the basement and ran into the girl. At this point, according to Tori's story, his friend suddenly pulled out a knife and began stabbing Cassie, turning a harmless prank into a brutal murder. What happened shocked Tori, and he was afraid that Brian might kill him too. They left the crime scene and went to Tori's house, where they spent the night. All night long, the boy could not sleep and was afraid that Brian might attack his family. During this story, Tori cried, but the detectives thought what was happening was just a routine play. They knew from the medical examiner's report that two people had struck. So Adamsek's story made no sense. On the contrary, the detectives were well aware that if Brian had attacked Cassie, Tori had been in on it too, but they were in no hurry to accuse the guy of cheating. In the place of what they decided to play along with him, they needed physical evidence, so they reassured Adamsek that he had nothing to fear. It was further explained to the boy that they could only put Brian in jail if Tori showed them where they had hidden the clothes and masks after the murder. This worked. Tori told them that immediately after what they had done, they drove out of town and buried all the stuff near Black Rock Canyon. The detectives drove him to the spot, and he gave them the exact location of the hiding place. Near where the evidence was buried, the police also noticed ashes from a campfire. Tori explained that he and Brian first wanted to burn the stuff, but it didn't work out. The thing is, they had tried to start the fire with hydrogen peroxide and found to their surprise that it didn't ignite. The police dug into the cache and got an unexpected surprise. They hoped they would only get their hands on clothes with traces of blood on them. But under the ground, they found much more useful evidence. The masks, gloves, and other articles of clothing were covered with blood. There were also two knives, which the detectives immediately mistook for murder weapons. There was also a partially charred piece of paper on which Adamsek's handwriting detailed how he and Brian had killed Cassie. All of this might have been enough to arrest both suspects, but above her hold lay perhaps the most gruesome piece of evidence. Investigators discovered a videotape, the contents of which shocked them. Tori and Brian had recorded what they called an appeal to would-be serial killers. In it, the boys revealed that they were planning to kill two of their friends, Cassie and Matt. They outlined their plan and wished good luck to all the other killers. The tape also contained footage from the day of the murder. Tori and Brian did some sort of interview with Cassie and Matt in the school hallway, then once again announced on camera that they were going to kill them. But the creepiest part came next. The next footage was taken after the murders, when the guys were driving in the car to get rid of the evidence. They were laughing, shouting, and cheering. Tori and Brian couldn't hide their excitement and were amazed at how easy it was for them to take someone's life. Of course, with such a set of evidence, Adamsek could no longer pretend to be an innocent victim. It was obvious to the cops that he was directly involved in the murder, and the guy in tears admitted that he had actually stabbed Cassie several times. In the end, both perpetrators were arrested, But the cops had another important discovery waiting for them. They noticed that on the tape, Brian was constantly writing something down in a notebook. The detective searched his room and found it carefully hidden from view. The notebook contained a list of things to buy before the murder, but what followed was something really creepy, a list of 20 names. It turned out that the perpetrators were going to kill 20 people over the next 2 years, pausing for a month at a time. Among them were friends and teachers, and even relatives of Tori and Brian. The police talked to all the people on the list, and it came as a real shock to them. They all thought they were on good terms with the people who were actually going to kill them. Once under arrest, the guys began to shift the blame onto each other in the hope of avoiding punishment. Despite the fact that both perpetrators were 16 years old, they were tried as adults. The trials began in 2007 and were conducted separately. Then it was revealed that Tori and Brian had been inspired to kill by the cult movie Scream, and even tried to imitate the masked maniac. This explained their choice of weapons and attempts to frighten the victim with a blackout. In addition, they idolized serial and mass murderers such as Ted Bundy or the Columbine rifleman. In other words, their only motive was to kill, and they wanted to turn it all into a show. The boys expected that after all the murders they had committed, they would become legends and make history. In spite of all that, medical experts declared them sane, so they should not have been indulged by the court. On April 17, 2007, Brian Draper was found guilty of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. On June 8, Tori Adams Act was found guilty of the same charges. Both were sentenced to life without parole and 30 years on top of each for conspiracy. Adams Act's family resented such a harsh sentence. They felt that the court should have imposed a more lenient sentence because their son had led the detectives to the evidence. However, the judge was well aware that no credit was due to Tori himself. The boy was just scared and tried to blame it on his buddy, and that does not entitle him to any leniency. In the years that followed, Tori and Brian appealed repeatedly trying to get their sentences reduced, but each time they were turned down. Most likely, the two will never get out of prison again unless the U.S. authorities decide to cut them some slack. What we have in the end, undoubtedly, Tori and Brian are the most real psychopaths, but they were fully aware of what they were doing. They started preparing for the murders long before the attack on Cassie, trying to think through every move. It was partly fortunate for the police that the two maniacs were not brilliantly intelligent. They didn't even think about the fact that their fake alibis could be checked in a few minutes, and that would make them prime suspects right away. Now they continue to serve their sentences in the same prison, only now they hate each other for their mutual attempts to blame each other. Cassie's family has never been able to return to a normal life after all this horror. Frank's 13-year-old daughter, who first discovered Cassie's body, later tried to end her life. Frank and his family were also forced to move out of the house because no one else could be there. Even though the police department sent an expert to clean up the crime scene, the residents of the house never went in there again, except to get their belongings. Frank had been trying to sell it for years, but couldn't find any buyers. Everyone knew the history of the house and didn't want to live there. For Cass's mother, the only consolation was the fact that the killers had been caught and sent to jail, even though it wouldn't bring her daughter back. Share your opinion on the story in the comments. On June 10, 2006, 24-year-old Lori Slilsinski disappeared without a trace from Auburn, Alabama. This came after confirming that she would be attending a pre-planned girls' night out at her best friend and co-worker's house. At her trailer home, her dog was left unattended, the air conditioner on, and the telephone cord missing. What could explain her mysterious disappearance? Did Lori leave town in a hurry? Or was it something more sinister? Today, we're looking at a bizarre disappearance solved after 16 years, located in Lee County. Auburn is the largest city in eastern Alabama. It's also Alabama's fastest-growing metropolitan area and the 19th fastest-growing metro area in the United States since 1990. Unofficially nicknamed the loveliest village on the plains, Auburn is a melting pot for cultures with its southern hospitality. This historic college town is the home to Auburn University, one of the most recognized public universities in the nation. Today's story involves a former student of this university, Lori Slilsinski. Lori Ann Slilsinski was born to parents Casey and Arlene Slilsinski on September 21, 1981. Gifted with blue eyes and blonde hair, Lori was always adored by her parents and her big brother, Paul. The family was originally from New York State but later moved south to the rural Alabama farm country near the town of Auburn when Lori was just 13 years old. As a country girl being raised with animals, Lori was an avid animal lover. According to her friends, Lori was absolutely beautiful. She loved spending time with friends, watching movies, riding her bicycle, and playing video games. In addition to all that fun, she was also very studious, and her family tried to support her as much as they could. After finishing high school, Lori enrolled in nearby Auburn University, where she majored in psychology with a minor in criminology. Her parents bought her a mobile home so that she could live off campus in a manicured trailer park that was popular with students. She was living alone with her beloved dog, Peanut, a Yorkshire Terrier. Her close bond with her family remained intact, with her mother calling every day to check up on her. In 2005, she graduated with honors from Auburn University. Soon after graduation, she took up a job in the East Alabama Mental Health Center while still living in the trailer park. She also made plans to go for her master's degree in psychology in the near future. Lori's family was proud of her achievements, unaware of any foreshadowing of evil that was looming over her head. On June 10, 2006, 24-year-old Lori had made plans for a girls' night at her best friend Lindsey Brown's house. They had plans to have a few drinks and watch a movie. Lori first met Lindsey in their junior year at Auburn University, already impressed by Lori's sweet, charming, and outgoing personality. The two girls became friends. The bond only grew stronger when they both got a job at the same mental health facility after completing graduation. Around 6:30 p.m. on June 10th, Lori called Lindsey saying that she had to stop at the store, and then she'd head over to her house for the movie night. Unfortunately, she would never make it there. Lindsey grew worried when she did not hear from Lori again that night or the following day. She called Lori several times and left messages on her home answering machine, but she never heard back from her. When Lori did not show up at her workplace on Monday, June 12th, Lindsey's concerns skyrocketed. It was very unusual for Lori to miss work and not inform anyone. After another no-show at work on the following Tuesday, June 13th, Lindsey, along with another coworker, went to Lori's house to check on her. When they reached the trailer home, Lindsey could not find Lori anywhere. Upon entering, she found the door unlocked and the air conditioning on, which was pretty surprising. She also observed that Lori's dog, Peanut, was inside his crate. He looked well-nourished and happy, as if someone was taking care of him. Amazingly, his crate was unsoiled, even though Lori had been missing for several days at that point. Lindsey felt that something was amiss, as it was unlike Lori to leave her beloved pet alone and unattended. Lindsey remembered that Lori had placed 3 rugs on her kitchen floor as the dog refused to walk on the tile. These rugs were missing, along with the outside trash can when Lindsey entered. Later that same day, June 13, 2006, Lori's mother, Arlene, got a call from her workplace regarding Lori missing work 2 days in a row. Arlene immediately tried to call her but could not get a hold of her. Afraid for her daughter's well-being, Arlene immediately left for Auburn after her husband Casey informed her of their daughter's disappearance. Upon arrival, she entered Lori's trailer and found a disturbing scene. She noticed the door was slightly ajar, and her bed was perfectly made, but there was no sign of Lori. Her car was also missing. With a closer look, she noticed Lori's kitchen rugs, a pillow from her couch, a Galileo thermometer, a green trash can that Lori put a rake and shovel in, and the phone cord for her landline were all gone. Alarm bells rang as Arlene instantly realized something was horribly wrong. She officially reported her daughter missing, while still hoping that she would show up eventually. As the initial investigation was launched and police scanned through Lori's trailer home, they could not find any significant evidence that could link a possible suspect. However, they noticed there were obvious signs of struggle and scuff marks on the wall. There was semen discovered on Lori's bedsheet, and traces of blood were also found on the doorknob. A coat hanger and a single golden hoop earring were also found at the scene. Police would soon recover surveillance footage on June 10, 2006, showing Lori stopping at an Alabama Walmart. That was the last known sighting of Lori, and nobody had any clue what happened to her after that. A tip would, however, soon come in later that afternoon. Arlene got a phone call from one of Lori's friends, 25-year-old Daryl Richard Dennis, commonly referred to as Rick. Rick told Arlene that he met Lori the day she went missing, and he thought she might have gone off to make a drug deal. Lori had met Rick Dennis at a bowling alley where he worked. She often hung out there when she was still a student. Arlene knew him because Lori invited him to spend Christmas with Lori's family in 2005. Lori felt bad for not having a family of his own. However, Arlene could not believe what Dennis was claiming, despite her daughter's close friendship with him. She did not believe that Lori would ever be involved in drug dealing. She thought that he was simply lying through his teeth, but didn't have any clue as to why. On June 14, 2006, 4 days after Lori's disappearance at approximately 4:40 a.m., her car was found fully ablaze on an impasse near the bowling alley where Rick had previously been employed. From that point on, the investigation shifted from a missing persons case to a possible homicide. According to investigators, the fire destroyed any traces of evidence that would have possibly been found inside the car. However, Lori was not inside the vehicle at the time it was burnt. A hand-rolled cigarette was on the ground near the car, and a gas can was also found close by in the woods. This horrified Lori's family, and they were almost certain now that something very bad had happened to her. Investigating the information Innes provided to Arlene was their only clue at the time. When Innes was brought in for questioning, he repeated the same story he told Arlene, only adding more details this time. He claimed that he and Lori grew marijuana together, suggesting she might have gone off to sell her share of the weed they grew. He also added that Lori could have been dealing with shady people. Police raided Lori's trailer. However, even after a thorough search, the police were unable to find any evidence of Lori dealing drugs. During the interview, investigators also took note of several scratches on Rick's hands and arms, which he claimed came from his dog. More concerning things came to light when investigators talked to Lindsay. According to Lindsay's account, she had heard Rick Innes speaking in the background when she and Lori last spoke on the phone the day she vanished. Since Innes was known to be a friend of Lori, Lindsay did not think much of it at the time. Lindsay claimed that when she texted Rick inquiring about Lori's whereabouts, he said that she was fine when he left her. Lindsay also informed the investigators that before her disappearance, Lori had told her that Rick had written a love letter to her, feelings that were not reciprocated. Lori had mentioned she was not romantically attracted to Rick and was planning to discuss it with him. Investigators found out that Innes told her friends about his letter and Lori's rejection. When police re-interviewed him, confronting him with the new information collected from Lindsay, he admitted meeting her hours before her disappearance but insisted that Lori was fine and was preparing to go to the store when he left her house. However, investigators discovered several inconsistencies in his statement. They began focusing on Rick Innes as their prime suspect. Their suspicion only grew stronger after searching his car, finding several items of interest, including a knife, cleaning supplies, and handcuffs. To gather more evidence, investigators delved into his past, uncovering a shockingly dark history. Innes had murdered his mother and stepfather when he was only 12 years old. On March 3, 1993, just 10 months after their marriage, Innes beat his mother to death with a baseball bat after shooting her in the face in their trailer in North Montgomery, Alabama. He similarly murdered his stepfather with a shotgun. After the murders, he revealed his plans to kill his stepsisters, which shocked investigators. Although his past murders were gruesome, due to his age at the time, he could not be tried as an adult. He spent 9 years in jail for the double murder. After his release, he moved to Auburn, where he met Lori. Following Lori's disappearance, Innes became the prime suspect, but without direct evidence or Lori's body, charging him for her murder was impossible. Innes left Auburn, moving elsewhere and eventually settling in Huntsville, Alabama in 2007. By then, Lori's case had gone cold. Even after moving to Huntsville, Innes remained the prime suspect. Investigators reopened Lori's case in 2016, and Agent Mark Whitaker of the Alabama State Bureau of Investigation, along with his team, started reinvestigating. Innes remained their main suspect, given his past, but without more evidence or a body. Proving his guilt was challenging. In a surprising turn, Agent J.W. Barnes discovered a crucial piece of evidence while reviewing the case files. He discovered a report in an envelope that had not been opened for 10 years. After Lori's disappearance in 2006, police collected evidence from the trailer, but no one followed up with it until the results came in. The results showed that semen found on Lori's bed sheet and blood on the interior side of the front door contained Rick Ennis DNA. After organizing all the evidence, investigators built a strong case against Rick Ennis and were eventually able to get an indictment order in 2018. By this time, Ennis was happily engaged to a school librarian named Elena Atkinson and was living in Pilot, Virginia. There, he was working for a company that designed and built portable living structures called EARS. On August 6, 2018, on his 38th birthday, 12 years after Lori Slasinski went missing from Auburn, Rick Ennis was arrested by a task force of U.S. Marshals. While it came as a relief to Lori's family, Ennis's fiancée and co-workers were shocked by this turn of events. After being arrested on 2 counts of capital murder, his trial was postponed due to COVID-19. The trial finally began on April 1, 2022. While the prosecution presented all the evidence that suggested Ennis's involvement in the crime, including the cigarette but in Lori's bedsheet containing his DNA, the defense argued that police could have taken the cigarette from Ennis' home and planted it at the crime scene. They also attacked Lasinski's character by trying to portray her as a drug dealer. To explain how his DNA got on the bedsheet, Rick claimed that he had consensual sex with Lori before her disappearance, suggesting that they were still intimate despite Lori's rejection of his advances. However, his story did not seem very convincing, especially when 2 more witnesses came forward with jaw-dropping information. One of his former co-workers in Alabama, Jeremy Brooks, stated that on June 9, 2006, just 1 day prior to Lori's mysterious disappearance, he received a call from Ennis asking if he could bring him gas and if he could keep the gas tank. Jeremy rejected his request. Later, after police found Lori's scorched car and a gas can, it matched the description of a gas can that was missing from the bowling alley where Ennis worked. Another of his former co-workers from South Carolina, Terry Booth, testified about the chilling experience she had with Ennis years prior. Terry remembered asking Ennis why he moved from Auburn. Ennis told him that he had to get rid of a body. Although he thought Ennis was just joking with him, the announcement of his arrest for Lori's murder proved otherwise. Although Rick Ennis continued to deny all allegations against him and maintained his innocence, jurors came up with a guilty verdict after 2 days of deliberation. He was facing the death penalty for the crime, but the DA agreed to take the death penalty off the table after consulting with Arlene. Arlene later said that she felt agreeing to a life without parole sentence for Rick Ennis would save her from years of potential appeal hearings, but would also ensure that Ennis would never be free. On April 14, 2022, he was sentenced to life without parole. He remains incarcerated in William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility in Bessemer, Alabama. For Arlene Slasinski, the outcome was bittersweet. With tears in her eyes, she shared that it meant she had to finally accept that Lori was never coming home, an incredible hope that a portion of her heart always clung to. Let us know in the comments section what your thoughts are on this tragic case. Do you think Rick Ennis will ever give up the location of Lori's remains? On July 31, 1999, 17-year-old high school seniors and best friends, J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett, began their journey from their hometown of Dothan, Alabama. They were headed towards a birthday party for J.B. in Headland, Alabama, but the girls ended up getting lost along the way. In a phone call to her mother from Ozark around 11:30 p.m., Tracy informed her mom that they were heading back home. However, neither girl would ever make it home. Their lifeless bodies would be found the next day in the trunk of their car, raising the long-debated question of what might have happened to them. Did it have something to do with the party? Or did the girls run into trouble on the road heading back from Ozark, located in southeast Alabama near the Florida border? Ozark is known as the home of Rucker, situated in the heart of Dale County. It's a typical charming southern town, home to nearly 15,000 people. It's a nice place for both raising a family and spending retirement years. However, the town was not the sort of place to hit the headlines until the gruesome double homicide of 2 high school seniors in 1999, which baffled the community for years to come. J.B. Hilton Green Beasley was born on July 31, 1981, to parents Cheryl and Hilton Lanier Beasley in Troy, Alabama. After her parents separated, she moved to Dothan with her mother in 1984. She was adored by her mother as well as her stepfather, Joey Begun, whom her mother married after a few years. She grew up in a nice home in Dothan, along with her 4 sisters. JB grew up to be a very outgoing girl who was involved in various activities, including cheerleading, dance, piano, and swimming. She even modeled for several agencies along with her sisters. Besides all of her hobbies, she loved hanging out with her friends and family. It was high school when JB met fellow cheerleader Tracy Hallett, and the two did not take long to become best friends. Tracy Jean Hallett was born on March 3, 1982, to parents Carolyn and Robert Hallett. Unfortunately, her father, who worked in the Dothan Police Department, died when Tracy was only 5 years old. Her mother later remarried a man named Mike Roberts, who helped raise Tracy along with her mother. Unlike JB, Tracy was a bit shy but never hesitated to put people before herself. She was also very protective over her two brothers, who were much younger than her. Even at a young age, she was a responsible older sister. Tracy also attended Northview High School and regularly received good grades and was a cheerleader alongside JB. As both girls were blossoming into their adulthood, JB and Tracy were oblivious to their dreadful fate, which would strip them of all their future hopes and dreams. On July 31, 1999, at around 10:05 p.m., JB and Tracy left Dothan in JB's black 1993 Mazda 929 to attend a birthday party organized in JB's honor in Headland, just a few miles north. However, the young girls, being unfamiliar with the roads leading to their destination, soon found themselves in trouble. Within a few minutes of starting their journey from their hometown, they got lost. Around 10:30 p.m., JB and Tracy stopped at BP Gas Day near the intersection of routes 173 and 431 in Headland in search of directions. Using a payphone at that gas station, they called their friends to get better directions to the party. After the call, the girls kept driving to reach their destination but instead ended up in Ozark, Alabama, about 24 miles northwest of Headland, realizing they still did not understand the directions to the party. At 11:30 p.m., the girls stopped at the Big Little store. Although the store was already closed by then, Tracy called her mother from the store's payphone. She informed her of how they got lost and ended up in Ozark, and that they were now planning to come back home. At the same time, a woman named Marilyn Marin and her daughters stopped at the gas station to buy a soda. The girls then asked her for directions back to Dothan. Marilyn tried to explain the way as well as she could, and the young girls seemed to understand. Marilyn would later say that she noticed that the girls looked nice and polite with a clean and tidy car. Marilyn remembered seeing the girls pulling out of the parking lot and turning right just as Marilyn had directed. Although nothing seemed amiss at the time, JB Beasley and Tracy Hallett never made it home. The following morning, August 1, 1999, at around 8 a.m., Tracy's mother called the police to report her daughter missing. It did not take police long to find their first clue regarding the girls' whereabouts. Later that day, after Tracy was reported missing, cops successfully located JB's car, which had been parked on Herring Avenue in Ozark. The most bizarre thing was, despite having filled the gas tank the day before, the tank was almost empty. The car was muddy, the driver's side window was partially down, yet the doors were locked. However, police could not find any signs of a forced entry into the vehicle. Inside the car, JB's driver's license was lying on the dash. The purses of both girls were still inside the car, along with their cash. The only known missing item was JB's car keys. However, there was no sign of either of the girls. A pump was recovered from the trunk lid of the locked trunk, which gave the police a foreboding feeling that something was horribly wrong. Assessing the scene, cops theorized that the locked trunk could provide them with significant clues. But without the keys, they could not open the trunk. It took them 6 long hours to discover that they could open the trunk of the car with the help of an interior latch without needing a trunk key or a locksmith. Upon opening the trunk, police made a grisly discovery. The lifeless bodies of the two girls were stuffed inside. Both girls were fully clothed, but their pants were soiled from the waist down. Both girls had been shot once in the head, Tracy in the temple, and JB in the right cheek. Tracy had a 9mm shell casing on her leg, scratches on her arm, and her jeans had thorn briars on them. JB's clothes, on the other hand, were muddy and dirty, especially her newly purchased shoes. Although authorities concluded that the teenagers were killed execution style, they had most likely been killed inside the trunk. As the families were informed about the heart-wrenching discovery, authorities formally started their homicide investigation. Although investigators were considering robbery as a possible motive during the initial phase of the investigation, it was quickly ruled out after confirming that not only the girls' purses but also their jewelry, money, and credit cards remained inside the car. Autopsies later confirmed that there were no traces of alcohol or drugs in their system. The report also suggested that neither girl had been sexually assaulted prior to their demise. This basically ruled out the possibility of the crime being sexually motivated. However, more than 2 months later, the state crime lab issued a report indicating that there were traces of unknown semen on JB's bra, panties, and skin. The palm print recovered from the lid of the trunk also remained unidentified. With no matches in the system and number one to compare their evidence against, authorities were left without much to go on. As word of a double murder of 2 teen girls spread like wildfire, authorities were no closer to zeroing in on a suspect. A reward was also put out in an attempt to gather information regarding the murder, but it did not uncover any new leads. However, authorities seemed to soon get an unexpected breakthrough. On September 1st, exactly 1 month after the bodies of JB and Tracy were found, a longtime Ozark resident, 28-year-old Johnny William Barentine, walked into the Ozark Police Department to tell a bizarre story. He claimed that he had been a witness to the high-profile double homicide of the Dothan teenagers. Barentine told police that on the night of the murders, around the same time Tracy Hollick called her mother from the payphone at the Big Little store, he went out to buy milk for his 2-year-old son. He claimed that while he was out, he had witnessed the horrendous act. He returned home at 1 a.m., visibly upset, and told his wife that he'd been hit by a black truck near Herring Road. In the days following JB and Tracy's murder, when he shared the information with some of his friends, they convinced him that he should go to the police with this information as it could be linked to the murders of Tracy JB, which would not only help police crack the case, but could also get him the reward as well. Disturbingly, in the 4 hours of interview with Ozark police, Barentine changed his story 6 times. According to then Ozark Police Chief Tony Spivey, Barentine initially said that on the night of the kill, he had seen a black truck speeding away from the area where the girls were found. But as the interview continued, his story kept evolving and changing. Finally, he claimed that he'd picked up a tattooed man he didn't know, and the two drove by the Big Little store. He further claimed that the man, to whom he'd given a ride, got into the car with 2 girls, whom Barentine identified as the deceased Dothan teenagers. He said they ended up on Herring Avenue, where the man forced the girls out of the car. A struggle occurred between the men and the girls as they were trying to get away. After placing them in the trunk, Barentine said he saw something in that man's hand moments before hearing 2 gunshots. And when the man returned, Barentine again gave him a ride from the scene and then went home. In another version, Barentine confessed to investigators that he knew the man he'd picked up and given a ride to and identified him to be his neighbor. Alarmingly, Barentine himself lived less than a mile from where police discovered the bodies. Police did not buy his story, naming him the prime suspect in the murder of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hollick. Ozark police arrested Johnny Barentine on the spot, charging him with 2 counts of capital murder. But there were several problems with his accounts. Barentine never mentioned sexual activity that would account for the semen on J.B.'s clothing and body. Besides, the neighbor he implicated had an alibi for the evening. Several people noted that he looked startled and like he had just awoken from a deep sleep in his mugshot. Just after arrest, Barentine immediately admitted that he had fabricated the whole story in order to collect the reward money. However, police at the time believed they arrested the right person. In the preliminary hearing on September 20th, Alabama Bureau of Investigation agent Charles Huggins testified that Barentine was able to describe the girls' clothing and other items consistent with the crime, suggesting he was there at the scene. From the time of his arrest, Barentine was held without bond in the Dale County Jail in Ozark. In an October 18th bond hearing, Barentine denied he was involved in the killings, confessing to the judge that he never picked up a tattooed man and didn't see anything the night of the murders. He said that he simply went to the BP at about 11 p.m. to get milk for his little boy and later fabricated the whole story to claim the reward money. However, he was denied the bond and sent back to jail. Even during this turbulent time, Barentine's family members never stopped supporting him. They even gave interviews to the media, professing his innocence, saying he was incapable of hurting anyone. Barentine's lawyer, Bill Kimmons, also maintained that his client was not responsible for the double murders in any way, shape, or form. He further stated that the 4 hours of continued interrogation took a toll on Barentine, who had wrapped himself in this massive ally. During police questioning, he was never told that he could go to the bathroom or was free to leave whenever he wanted. Barentine's defense also pointed out the fact that Barentine only finished the 7th grade and a portion of the 8th grade. He said his client was in special education classes, indicating his inability to plan this heinous crime. Barentine was finally released from jail on December 17, 1999, after it was revealed that Barentine's DNA did not match that from the semen found on JB's body and clothing. In January 2000, a Dale County grand jury declined to indict Barentine and cleared him as a suspect in this double murder. After Johnny Barentine was cleared of suspicion, the investigation endured a setback. The methods employed by investigators were also criticized. There began to be mutterings that the Ozark police were incapable of handling the case. However, police still had some potential suspects on the radar. One of the most viable suspects was a man from Michigan who was at a party the night of the murders near where JB's car was later found. Investigators discovered that the man, who was not publicly named, left town within days of the murders. Investigators had even traveled to Michigan 3 times to interview him. He could not account for 3 or 4 hours of time on the night of the murders and later made some suspicious statements to people. However, the police declined to elaborate on these alleged statements. As it turned out, he was also later ruled out by DNA. Another significant lead police were chasing during the initial phase of the investigation was the driver of a small white pickup truck. A video surveillance camera inside the Big Little store caught a grainy pork image of what appeared to be a small white pickup truck at the gas pumps at the same time JB and Tracy were at the payphone calling Tracy's mother. No digital trail could be traced, though, as there was no record of a gas purchase at the pump at that time. The video neither showed anyone getting out of the truck nor did it show the driver clearly. After releasing a photo of the truck to the media a month into the investigation, police urged the public to come forward with information. Unfortunately, both the driver and the truck vanished into thin air as the lead faded away. The last lead for the investigators was a man from Mississippi. Police said the man, who was extradited from Jones County, had been arrested there on an outstanding warrant for possession of drug paraphernalia issued in Ozark. The man had been staying with relatives in Ozark, but left 2 days after the murders. According to Spivey, investigators wanted to question a Min connection with the case. However, no significant information came out in light of this lead. Without any evidence, investigators were forced to let him go. In March of 2000, a woman called police and said she heard screams and 2 gunshots near Highway 123 South just inside the city limits on the night of July 31, 1999. When asked why she did not come forward earlier, she claimed she was scared to get involved. Based on her description, police thoroughly searched the area and discovered a 9mm bullet, the same type used to kill the girls, but the brand name of the bullet did not match the brand of bullet shell casing found on Tracy's body. Furthermore, the unspent bullet had no markings that would help with forensic comparison to other evidence in the case. Again, another dead end for investigators. Although several leads over the years proved to lead nowhere, investigators never lost hope in the search for a DNA match. As the heartbroken families of JB and Tracy tried to get on with their lives, the case turned cold. Then years later, another twist in the case added another layer to the thrilling mystery. After remaining cold for years, 2015 would mark a bombshell allegation in the murder case of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Rena Crum, a sworn Ozark Auxiliary police officer, came forward and openly accused an Ozark police officer of murdering J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett and others of covering it up. Rena alleged that on the night of July 31, 1999, a police officer for Ozark Police pulled over Beasley, demanding to know the whereabouts of some cassette tapes that contained recorded conversations. According to Rena, these tapes could have incriminated Ozark police officers regarding the illegal business of cocaine distribution and profits. The incident escalated into the murders of 2 innocent teens, she further alleged. Rena claimed that she'd been threatened by multiple law enforcement officials who had knowledge of the murderer's identity and covered it up by getting rid of evidence. Rena named 3 cops, Gary Butch Whittington, Rex Tipton, and Eddie Henderson, accusing them of harassing and threatening her. She went as far as to say that then Police Chief Tony Spivey, who handled the original investigation, had also helped cover it up. However, she shied away from revealing the name of the police officer who she claimed had actually committed the murders. Renowned American journalist and newspaper editor John B. Carroll wrote an article saying that he believed the officer in question presumed the 2 girls intended to use tapes in a court case that was scheduled for August 2, 1999, less than 48 hours after they were murdered. The tapes were to be entered as evidence into that case. In this article, Carroll also stated that Rena was severely beaten with a fall bat after coming forward, which stopped her from naming the actual killer. Law enforcement officials Rena accused had all denied having any involvement in the murders of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. Without any physical evidence, none of them were ever formally named as suspects in the case. Regardless of that, the allegations blew up on numerous true crime websites and social media, leading to a defamation lawsuit. On January 29, 2016, Keith Kaufman, Rex Tipton, Tony Spivey, Eddie Henderson, and Gary Butch Whittington, all Ozark, Alabama police officials, filed a lawsuit against Rena Crum, John B. Carroll, and Dean Matthews for libel, slander, and defamation of character. That case was dismissed in 2018. In May 2016, Rena Crum received a suspended sentence and a $250 fine after being convicted for harassing J.B. Beasley's sister. Over the years, authorities investigated many theories. They interviewed hundreds of people and took DNA samples from several suspects, but to no avail. It would take 20 years and the innovation of new DNA technologies before police could apprehend a suspect. In March 2019, investigators sent the DNA found on JB's body and clothes to the Virginia-based Parabon Nanolab, which specializes in DNA phenotyping and genetics using public genealogy databases. After analyzing the DNA, the lab finally made a connection to a suspect, Colleen McCraney. 45-year-old Coley Lewis McCraney was never on the radar of investigators in the brutal 1999 murders of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett until DNA implicated them in the crime. McCraney, who's an Alabama native, graduated from Carroll High School in Ozark in 1992, where he was an athlete as well as the president of the Library Club. After that, he joined the U.S. Air Force and served there from 1993 to 1997. He was married in 1992 but separated from his first wife in 1994 and later divorced. According to the reports of Dothan Eagle at the time, McCraney's ex-wife filed a complaint with the Air Force in 1994, stating that McCraney had assaulted her. McCraney remarried in 2001 and had children with a second wife. Other than failing to pay child support in 1990, McCraney had no criminal record in the past 20 years or so. He'd been working as a trucker all of his life and had worked for several trucking companies in Alabama over the years. In recent years, he co-founded a church and worked as a bishop there. At the time of the killings, he was around 26 and living on Lisenby Drive in Ozark, about 1 mile away from where the bodies of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found in 1999. 2 decades after the slain high school seniors J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett were found, Coley McCraney was arrested after a traffic stop in Daleville, Alabama on March 19, 2019. In the interview with police after he was taken into custody, McCraney said he did not know the investigators did not clarify any motive for the murder. The news of his arrest was a great shock to the Ozark community and the Ozark police chief, Marlon Walker, who went to school with McCraney. As it seemed that the many twisted strands in this baffling case were finally all being tied together, there was to be one more revelation. The now 53-year-old Rena Crum, who previously accused the Ozark Police Department of covering up the murder, recanted her allegations as she testified during a hearing for McCraney in August 2022. McCraney, now 49, is facing 5 counts of capital murder charges for the shooting deaths of J.B. Beasley and Tracy Hallett. He now sits behind bars in Dale County Jail as of the time of arrest. His bond has been denied pending his trial on April 17, 2023. The news of finally apprehending the killer was a relief to the families of both girls. However, reliving all the haunting memories through the trial and hearings is another painful journey still to come. We can only hope that the families can heal through a sense of peace that their daughters are finally getting justice more than 2 decades later. Do you believe McCraney is responsible for the murders? If so, what was the motive? Do you find any validity in the police cover-up claims? Let us know what your thoughts are in the comments section below. On November 24, 1989, Central Washington University student, 18-year-old Mandy Stavic, suddenly went missing after taking a jog through her neighborhood. Her body was discovered by a search team 3 days later in a nearby river. So what exactly happened to Mandy? Did she drown while taking a swim? Or did something much more sinister happen to her? Today's case will take us to Acme, a town in Whatcom County, Washington, United States. It's located in the South Fork Valley between the northern Cascade Mountains and Lake Whatcom. The town is locally known as a scenic area and contains several camping opportunities along Lake Whatcom. Many people who live in the place choose it because of its good reputation, as well as its close-knit proximity to several parks and recreational areas. Mandy was born on the 16th of April 1971 to Glenn and Mary Stavic. She was not an only child, but had 3 siblings by the names of Brent, Lee, and Molly. In 1974, Glenn and Mary's marriage came crashing down, and they went their separate ways. Brent, who was Mandy's older brother, died the following year at the age of 17 during a hunting trip in Alaska. Following this, Mary relocated from Palmer, Alaska, to Acme with her 3 children, and they began a new life there. Mandy was in the 7th grade around this time. She soon got used to her new environment and also became a popular face around the neighborhood. She was full of life, and it was just impossible not to love her. At school in her new environment, Mandy excelled, not only in academics but also in other extracurricular activities. She was a member of the school band, and she could play the flute, clarinet, and saxophone. She also had a love for athletics, which made her join the basketball team. Her passion for sports did not stop there, as she could also play softball and ride on horseback. She wanted to do everything, wanted to be very good at everything she did, and she was. She was a high achiever, said Mandy's mother. She wanted to do well in everything she did. She had it all going for her. She had a bright future ahead of her. The house where Mandy lived with her mother and siblings was located on Strand Road and was about a mile from the highway. About 5 miles from the house was a river, popularly referred to as Nooksack River by the locals. Mandy was in the habit of jogging around her neighborhood. She'd often start from her house and run westbound toward the west side of the Strand Road and down to the Nooksack River. It was her favorite route, and her mother, Mary, and the family German shepherd named Kyra joined her occasionally on a run. However, Mary usually rode a bike instead of jogging alongside her daughter. By the time Mandy graduated from Mount Baker High School, she was conversant in sign language. To top it off, she graduated as an honors student, and her mother's joy knew no bounds. Mandy had big dreams and hoped one day to become a commercial pilot. With this burning desire, she went to Central Washington University at the age of 18, believing that in a few years, she would have obtained her commercial pilot's license. However, after only a few months of experiencing university life, she realized that being a commercial airline pilot was not something she was passionate about. She just couldn't see herself sitting for long hours in front of the flight instrument panel of an aircraft. Due to this, she decided to choose a different career path. At her new school, she met Yoko, a Japanese girl who was also pursuing a degree at the university. The two were roommates and quickly became great friends. From Yoko, Mandy learned the rudiments of the Japanese language, and in no time, she was speaking it fairly fluently. Mandy was also in a relationship with a guy named Rick Cinder. It was an affair that her family and friends were well aware of. In November 1989, Central Washington University observed Thanksgiving, and students were allowed to go home to spend time with their families and loved ones. Mandy said goodbye to her friends at school and traveled down to Acme to be with her family. Yoko also went along with her. When the two arrived there, everyone was happy to see them. It was a full house as some relatives were also around for the holiday. Mandy quickly went around to introduce her Japanese friend, and in no time, Yoko was feeling like she'd been part of the family for a long time. The atmosphere around the house was generally lively, and no one had any idea that a terrible disaster was close by. The present was what they were all focused on, and they went about eating and drinking with no worry for the future. The following day, which was November 24th, Mandy and Yoko got out of the house and took a walk around the neighborhood. She used the opportunity to show her sighted friends some points of interest. When they got back to the house, they settled down to a tasty meal. Around 2 p.m., Mandy announced that she was going out for a jog. Mary could not join her because she was busy attending to the relatives that were around, and Yoko also decided to stay indoors and busy herself with something else. Mandy changed into a light-colored sweatshirt and teal-green sweatpants. On her feet, she wore light blue running shoes that had purple stripes. She also grabbed her Walkman so she could listen to music while out jogging. At around 2:30 p.m., she left the house, and Kyra, the German Shepherd, followed at her heels. That was the last time she would be seen alive by her mother. 2 hours went by, and neither Mandy nor the dog returned. Mary began to slightly worry. She knew her daughter was someone who kept a routine, and so she should have been back from her jog. It was very unusual. I was panicked. Mandy was so consistent in what she always did. There was no reason for her not to come back, Mary said. While Mary was still trying to figure out what might be wrong, Kyra bounded into the house with her tail tucked between her legs. Mary looked around for Mandy, but realized that the dog had returned alone. She immediately dialed Rick's number, feeling Mandy might have stopped by her boyfriend's place before finally coming home. However, when Rick picked up, it wasn't the word she was expecting. He told her that he hadn't seen Mandy, and she knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. After getting off the phone with Rick, she called the sheriff and informed him about what had happened. She also reached out to as many people as she could think of to notify them about Mandy's disappearance. In no time, a majority of the community, as well as police officers, were out searching for her. People came forward, giving accounts of seeing her jogging around in the afternoon of that day. Lee, my son, he was at the Andersons' house, which is about halfway between my house and Highway 9 down Strand Road, Mary said. He was there visiting his friend, Jeremy. He remembered seeing her jog by coming home, she added. The search for Mandy that day proved futile, and she did not return home. The following day, the search intensified, and Detective Ron Peterson led a team of officers to comb through the woods and various places around the neighborhood, especially along the trail where she was known to jog. But there was no sign of her anywhere. 2 days after Mandy vanished without a trace, a team assigned to search for her came across something odd. They were checking the side of the road when one of them saw a pair of green sweatpants. Mary was called to the scene to identify if the clothing items were Mandy's. I didn't remember exactly what she was wearing, but I didn't think they could have been. For one thing, they were dirty, and they had ripped holes in them. And Mandy wouldn't have ever worn anything like that, Mary said. Due to Mary's uncertainty, the pants were collected and sent to the laboratory for analysis to determine if they were Mandy's, but the results returned nothing that could be of help. November 27, 1989, marked 3 days since Mandy went missing. Her family was devastated about not knowing what had become of her, but they remained hopeful that she would be found alive. The hope was that they'd find her alive, Mandy's older sister Molly said. We just prayed that they would find her alive. You think to yourself, God, maybe she's just hurt. She can't get home, she added. Officers decided to look at the surrounding water bodies and, with the help of a neighboring district fire department's boat, they began their search of the Nooksack River. Detective Ron led the team. We came around the corner and we got out of the main river and then into a little side channel, and I could see pink. Something pink, Detective Ron said. The object they saw was stuck in some river debris, and when they got close enough, they realized it was the body of the woman they'd been looking for. She was not wearing anything except for the striped running shoes she'd worn out to jog several days earlier. The search team stopped the boat, and Detective Ron retrieved Mandy's body from the knee-deep water. Afterwards, it was placed in a body bag and taken away for an autopsy. Mandy's family were informed about the discovery and the state in which her body had been found. They were shattered by the news. It was all too much to take in. I remember running out of the house. I ran off into the field, and I just remember screaming at life at God. How could something like this happen? Molly said. When news of Mandy's death spread, the community was thrown into commotion. The fact that a murder had been committed in a usually peaceful and instant-free place was unsettling, and residents began to eye each other suspiciously. Detectives immediately began an investigation to understand what had happened to Mandy. The state of undress in which she'd been found made detectives strongly suspect foul play. However, there was no way to tell this for sure since the area she'd been found in was undisturbed, and there was no obvious sign of struggle. There were scratches on Mandy's arms and legs, and detectives believed she must have gotten them while running through thorns. She also had an obvious injury at the back of her head. The autopsy conducted the following day after the body was recovered revealed that she had died by drowning. Detectives were puzzled by this because the part of the river where her body was found was shallow, so it seemed highly impossible that it had been an accidental drowning. There was also evidence to suggest that she'd been sexually abused, leading detectives to conclude they had a homicide case on their hands. They speculated that whoever killed Mandy had abducted her using a weapon, then sexually assaulted her. After trying to flee, the assailant caught up with her, striking the back of her head with an object and ultimately drowning her in the river. The first person suspected was Rick. He was questioned immediately, but detectives found nothing tying him to Mandy's death and he was cleared. To shed more light on the situation, Detective Ron, trained in DNA recovery, collected evidence from Mandy's body and sent it to the FBI for testing. An unknown male's DNA profile was established, but no match was found in the database. The investigation intensified, following up on tips and analyzing the DNA of about 30 men in Acme, but no leads surfaced. On December 4, 1989, a memorial service was held for Mandy at her former high school, attended by about 1,000 students paying their respects. Mary, in pain, spoke during the service about Mandy's survivor attitude and the challenge to learn and grow from tragedies. It hadn't been easy, but on the other hand, I have made some friends. Since there was not much to go on, the case went cold. Years went by, and Mandy's killer remained a mystery. In 2009, the case was assigned to Detective Kevin Both. He got to work and began taking a close look at the available evidence. I started going through who's been interviewed, who's been talked to, Detective Kevin said. He found out about a drug dealer named John Wozniewski, who had been questioned in the past about the murder. At the time, John claimed to know who killed Mandy, but upon questioning, police were unable to extract any meaningful information from him. John's DNA did not match the DNA recovered from Mandy's body, so he was ruled out as a potential suspect. Detective Kevin decided to once again interrogate him and see what he could get out of him. He traveled to Cambodia, where John had moved, but ultimately, nothing came out of it. The case would remain stagnant until the unexpected happened 3 years later. One day in June 2013, two unrelated women, Mary Lee Anderson and Heather Backstrom, who lived near Bellingham, a city about 35 minutes drive from Acme, decided to take their kids to the local park. While their children played a short distance away, the two women sat with a group of other mothers and began chatting about their families and life in general. The conversation centered on the unsolved murder of Mandy that had taken place several years earlier. Suddenly, Heather said she knew who the killer was. With surprise written all over her face, Mary Lee also said she knew who it was. At that point, the two women barely knew each other, although they had both attended Mount Baker High School as teenagers. As it turned out, the two women had suspicions about the same man, Timothy Bass. Intrigued by the fact that they were both talking about the same individual, the two exchanged stories of their past encounters with Timothy. According to the story Mary Lee shared, Timothy was a friend of her husband, and one night while she was home alone with her child, he had stopped by from a hunting trip to use the house phone. After attempting to dial a number, which did not go through, he walked over to the bedroom where she was. There, he told her that he wanted to make love to her. Mary Lee was shocked by the audacity and threatened to call the police on him. He persisted with his talks, but in the end, she managed to get him out of the house. Heather's experience with Timothy, on the other hand, happened when she was 15. It was after a softball game in the summer of 1989, a few months before Mandy's murder, Heather said. We decided a bunch of us to go to Dairy Queen, she added. She had been sitting in the front seat of a truck driven by a guy named Dan. Sitting beside her was Timothy, and during the journey, he began to aggressively flirt with her. He would talk about her eyes, saying they were beautiful. Then he took a pin out from a cup holder and started rubbing it along her knees because she was wearing cut-off sweatpants. Timothy did not go too far with this act, probably due to the presence of Dan. However, since that day, the memory stuck with Heather, and she tried as much as possible to avoid him in the neighborhood. After sharing their disturbing experiences, they grew more certain that he knew something about Mandy's murder. Mary Lee reached out to Detective Ken Gates, who had been her high school classmate and was working at the Whatcom Sheriff's Office. She told of her suspicion about Timothy and also gave the reasons why she had them. "I really wasn't ready because we're in a small town, and to accuse someone of something we don't know for sure is a little scary," Mary Lee said. Detective Gates and the other detectives assigned to Mandy's case began unraveling as much as they could about Timothy. What they found out was that he had no criminal record, but something else about him caught their attention. Back in 1989, at the time of the murder, Timothy and his family had been living in a house that was right along Mandy's favorite running route. Where he lived was not too far from Mandy's house. His family was well-liked in the community, and he had also attended the same high school as Mandy. In January 1990, he had gotten married to a woman named Gina Malone and moved to Everson, a city in Washington that's about 19 miles north of ACME. The union between Timothy and Gina produced 3 children, and he was leading a normal and quiet life working as a delivery driver for a bakery known as the France Bakery Outlet. Detectives also discovered that none of the male members of Timothy's family, including him, had been asked to provide their DNA for testing. Due to this, detectives decided to pay him a visit at his home. When they got there, they talked to him about Mandy, but his response suggested that he could barely remember who she was. That was definitely a red flag for me, which indicated to me that he was obviously lying, Detective Kevin said. Everybody knew what the Mandy Stavitt case was, and she ran past his house every day. How could you not know it? Timothy was then asked for saliva samples so that they could obtain his DNA, but he refused. The reason he gave was that he did not trust them. He told them that he had watched crime shows and seen how people went to prison after giving their DNA. This only made detectives more suspicious of him, but since they could not force him to give his DNA, they took their leave. However, from that day, they began to watch him more closely. Detectives also went to his workplace and met with a woman named Kim Wagner, the manager of the bakery. They told her that they were investigating Timothy and needed help in obtaining his DNA, but they didn't reveal to her what exactly they were investigating him for. They came in. They said that there's an employee here under investigation for a case, and they'd like to get root information and maybe collect a cigarette but in there. At that point, I just shut them down. I was like, yeah, no. This is way above my pay grade, Kim said. She immediately directed them to the Human Resources Department, and there, detectives met with a brick wall. The owner of the bakery refused to be of help after finding out what the detectives were there for. They wanted a subpoena or a search warrant, and we didn't have sufficient probable cause to get a warrant, said Whatcom County Sheriff Bill Elfa. It was a disappointing period for detectives, and they had to accept a temporary defeat. Around 2017, the bakery manager Kim, her husband, and some friends were having a random discussion in the comfort of their home. The topic soon shifted to the 1989 murder and how Timothy used to live on the same street as Mandy. At that moment, it occurred to Kim that detectives had been to her workplace years back because they were investigating Timothy in connection to the murder. A short while after this, detectives went back once again to the bakery in the hopes of getting Timothy's delivery route. When they got there, they met with Kim. This time around, she offered to help them get Timothy's DNA sample. They had to decline her offer because they did not want to involve a civilian in their investigative work. However, they agreed to accept any evidence she brought to them. I 100% volunteered to do it, Kim said. The reason I wanted to know was I'm a mom now. If something happened to my daughter, I'd want someone to help me. And the thought of her mom never having an answer of who did that to her daughter. If I could help her find that piece, I wanted to do it. For several weeks, Kim had no luck with getting her hands on any item that contained Timothy's DNA. For some strange reason, he always took his trash home with him and was in the habit of wearing gloves while working. Then one day, he probably got carried away and threw away a plastic cup. Luckily, Kim saw him doing this, and she acted fast. I looked in the garbage, and my heart was beating out of my chest, Kim said. I grabbed it, and I put it in my desk drawer. I was like, oh my God, that just happened. She eventually passed on the cups to detectives who immediately sent them for testing. All that was left was to wait. So about 3 months later, we got the results from the state crime lab, and Katie from the crime lab says, "Kevin, we've got a match," Detective Kevin said. After hearing those words, Detective Kevin was overjoyed. He knew that after so many years, the case was finally solved. On December 12, 2017, detectives went to Timothy's workplace and arrested him there. He was charged with the rape and first-degree murder of Mandy. When he was interrogated, he denied having anything to do with the murder, but told detectives that both he and Mandy had been having a secret relationship. The reason why his DNA was found inside her, according to him, was that he had slept with her hours before she disappeared. When Mandy's family heard Timothy's claim about a secret relationship, they immediately made it clear that he was lying. "There's no way my sister would have a physical relationship with Tim Bass," Molly said. She was way out of his league, to put it bluntly. Since Timothy maintained his innocence, the case went to trial. But months before the trial began, his attorneys made attempts to have the DNA evidence rendered invalid. Their reason was that the way detectives had collected the evidence violated Timothy's Fourth Amendment right. However, much to their disappointment, the judge decided that the evidence would be presented at trial. During this period, Timothy's wife Gina filed for divorce. The trial began in May 2019, and during the 2 weeks it lasted, Timothy's attorney tried to convince the court that he was guiltless. However, many witnesses, including Timothy's younger brother Tom Bass, came forward to give testimony against him that further sealed his fate. When Tom was called to the witness stand, he revealed that while Timothy was under investigation, he had told him that he had slept with Mandy several years back. He then asked Tom to lie to the police that he had slept with her. Tom also recounted another incident where Timothy had asked his mother to also lie that they were Christmas shopping at the time of Mandy's disappearance. Despite all of these revelations, Timothy's attorney still tried to give an excuse for his actions, but the jury was not moved. They had made up their minds. On May 24, 2019, Timothy was found guilty of Mandy's murder. At the age of 50, he was sentenced to 27 years in prison. For Mandy's family, the sentencing brought a sense of comfort. Mary, who never thought the case would one day be solved, had the following to say: "Definitely closure, I feel. After all, they've got the guy that did it. He'll spend enough years in jail, so if he ever does get out, his life will be practically over." Sadly, the life of a young and ambitious woman like Mandy was brought to an abrupt end. However, there's still relief in knowing that her killer has been brought to justice. But do you think there was a chance that both Mandy and Timothy had a secret affair? Or was it something he said out of desperation? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. On October 11, 1991, Linda Little, a waitress at a restaurant in Daytona Beach, Florida, suddenly vanished without a trace after getting off work. Her disappearance puzzled detectives for several years until the killer received spiritual enlightenment while incarcerated, leading to a chilling confession. So what happened to Linda? Where did she go after leaving work that night? Was she followed? Or did an unfortunate twist of fate put her in the wrong place at the wrong time? Today's case will take us to the city of Daytona Beach, located on the east coast of Florida Panhandle. It's famous for its white sandy beaches and world-renowned international speedway, making it a go-to spot for racing enthusiasts. The city boasts several resorts, attractions, and, of course, beautiful ocean views that attract millions of tourists yearly. Let's first go back to the beginning, though. Linda was born on the 29th of October 1947 in North Carolina. Not much is known about her early life other than she grew up with 3 siblings and a close-knit family. Joy Little, Linda's younger sister, described her as someone with a lively spirit and whom people enjoy being around. When Linda was around the age of 19, she gave birth to her first and only child, whom she named Mike Parrish. It's not clear who the father of Mike was or at what point Linda became a single mother, but she eventually raised her son with the help of her family. In 1989, at the age of 41, Linda moved out of North Carolina and began living in Daytona Beach, Florida. Her apartment was a stone's throw away from the popular Broadway Bridge located in downtown Daytona, and she lived alone. To make ends meet in the new city, she took up a job as a waitress at the Chart House restaurant on South Beach Street. Everyone in her workplace loved her due to her positive energy. The pay she was getting at her new place of work wasn't really much, but but it was enough to get by. Linda enjoyed biking and would often cycle to and from work, among other places. At the time, she owned a blue and rust-colored Murray touring bike, which she rode almost everywhere. At some point, she began a romantic relationship with a man from New Smyrna Beach, an area about 24 minutes drive from Daytona Beach. Linda was at a good place in her life. She had her job, a boyfriend, family, and friends. Things were looking up, and she seemed genuinely happy. Little did she know that her happy life would be snatched away from her all too soon. October 11, 1991, made it about 2 years that Linda had been living in Daytona Beach. Those 2 years had gone by in a flash, and it seemed to her like it had been less than that. On the morning of October 11th at around 1 a.m., she finished her shift at the restaurant and prepared to leave. Attending to hungry customers all night long had drained her, and she couldn't wait to be out of the place. She immediately changed into black stretch pants and a white shirt, said goodbye to her coworkers, and made her way out of the restaurant with a backpack. Linda was someone who was particular about her appearance and always had a change of clothes and makeup for after her shift, which she usually carried in a backpack. She got on her Murray touring bike and headed towards a bar located on Broadway. This bar was known as Matey's Brig Bar. She had plans to have a drink or two with some friends there before finally going home. When she got to the bar, she hopped off her bike and parked it in a spot she felt was safe. After doing this, she made her way inside the noisy bar and, in no time, spotted some of her friends sitting and chatting animatedly at a table. She went to meet them and joined in the conversation. Their talk soon centered on Linda's love life, and she was more than happy to tell her friends all about her new romance. She told them that she and her boyfriend had plans to go on a vacation that weekend. She brought out a map of Florida from the backpack she was carrying and began pointing out the places she and her boyfriend planned to visit. Linda's friends were excited for her. The one thing they didn't know was that Linda was not telling them the whole truth. She and her boyfriend were not going on any vacation. Although it was something they had both agreed on, much to Linda's disappointment, the boyfriend had called off the plan at the last minute because he wanted to go deep-sea fishing instead. It's not clear why Linda told her friends that the plan was still on. At around 2 a.m., Linda decided to take her leave. She said goodbye and made her way out of the bar. She got on her bike and pedaled in the direction of her house. She stopped at a 7-Eleven that was located a short distance from her apartment to purchase some chocolate milk and a donut. After paying for the items, she got on her bike once again and rode off. That was the last time anyone would see her. The following day, Linda did not show up for her shift at work. It was unlike her to miss a day of work, and both her coworkers and employer found her absence strange. On rare occasions when she'd missed work in the past, she'd call in to inform her employer or get someone to cover her shift. Despite that, her coworkers at the Chart House restaurant went about their duties religiously, and the day soon went by. They expected that by the following day, she would report back to work. However, the following day, there was still no sign of Linda. Her coworkers became even more worried and feared that something was really amiss. One of them decided to call Linda's sister Joy Little to inform her about what was going on. We all knew that something was wrong. Joy Little recalls when she was told about her sister's disappearance. A friend and co-worker of Linda by the name of Barbara Sheridan finally reported her as missing 3 days after she had mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, Linda's co-workers and friends were not the only ones who had noticed her absence. The landlord of the apartment where she lived had also gotten worried when he did not see her for days. He too called the police and reported her missing. Daytona Beach detectives, suddenly faced with the task of finding the missing woman, went to her apartment believing that perhaps they could find some clue there that would give them an idea of what had happened to her. With the aid of the landlord, they entered Linda's apartment and began looking around. Everything was in order, and it did not seem as if the living space had been disturbed. Her bed looked as if it had not been slept in. Due to this, detectives began to suspect that she had not made it home after work on October 11th. At that point, they knew they had much serious work on their hands, but they were determined to get to the root of the matter. After the search of her apartment was completed, they began questioning people in the neighborhood as well as her coworkers and friends. It was while doing this that they discovered that she had been to the Matey's Brig Bar and then the 7-Eleven store after her shift ended. But nobody seemed to know where she'd gone after that. It was all so mysterious. During their investigation, they also questioned her boyfriend since there was a likelihood that he would know something about the situation. But after interviewing him, they were still no closer to the truth. There was nothing that could be used to link him to Linda's disappearance. He told the detectives about the canceled vacation they'd wanted to go on, and how it had been initially planned to celebrate their first anniversary. In addition to all this information, they also discovered that the boyfriend was a married man. When Linda's family found out about this, they were shocked. They believed that Linda had probably not known that the man was married before getting into a relationship with him. Police intensified their search and even employed the use of the K-9 unit to aid in the search for Linda. Areas around where she was last seen were thoroughly combed through. They even began searching bodies of water, but all of their efforts proved to be futile. There was no sign of Linda or the bike she had been seen riding. It was as if she had just vanished into thin air. Detectives knew that something bad had happened to her, but there was no evidence that could link her disappearance to foul play. There's no telling what happened. "We had nothing to go on," said Daytona Beach Police Deputy Chief Steve Barrett. Linda's family also asked for the public's help in locating her. A $5,000 reward was offered for information about her whereabouts. In addition to this, they printed and distributed 3,500 missing person flyers. She was described as having brownish red hair, blue eyes, and a height of 5 feet 11 inches. Her weight was listed as 150 to 180 pounds, and a description of the clothes she was last seen wearing was also given. Some of these flyers were given to truck drivers to distribute throughout the country. Billboards with the same information were also put up in strategic locations within the city. As a last resort, Linda's family even turned to a self-proclaimed psychic to help find her. The following year after Linda went missing, her father died. The family was left to suddenly deal with the loss of another family member, which was no doubt devastating. In 1996, Linda's family received a phone call that was both shocking and mysterious. The man who called claimed that he had met Linda in North Carolina. When asked for his name, the man refused to provide this, and he immediately hung up. The man was never heard from again, and to date, no one knows who he was. In 2011, 20 years after Linda went missing, her family was interviewed by the local media. In an interview with the Daytona Beach News Journal, they revealed that they had not given up the search for her but remained hopeful that she would one day be found. "I've never grieved for her," Joy Little said at the time. "I've worked on her behalf because that's what I feel I'm supposed to do. I'm trying to get to the bottom of questions that have gone unanswered," she added. In 2016, the case was handed over to a new set of detectives in the Daytona Police Department, but regardless of how they looked at it, nothing made any sense. The evidence available was just not enough to make any tangible progress, and the detectives were left frustrated. The case would remain dormant for 4 more years until early January 2020 when something unexpected happened. The Daytona Beach Police Department was contacted by an inspector from the Tomoka Correctional Institution, also located in Daytona Beach. The inspector contacted them about an inmate who claimed to have information about an unsolved murder. The inmate in question was a 51-year-old man by the name of Michael Shane Thompson, who was serving a life sentence for the 2007 murder of a Titusville woman named Sherry Carmento. Thompson and Sherry had been childhood friends who had reconnected after he got out of prison in late 2006. He had been imprisoned back in 1994 on a long string of charges, which included robbery, grand theft, and burglary. After his release, Sherry allowed him to stay with her family for a few days. During his stay, he would end up beating her to death with a metal fence post and a hammer. He then dragged her body to the laundry room where he concealed her body under a pile of clothes. After this, he fled the scene in her vehicle. He eventually sold it to a group of people for an undisclosed amount. It did not take long for Sherry's body to be discovered by her boyfriend. Michael was soon found and arrested. During the interrogation, he admitted to killing Sherry. He revealed that she and Sherry had been intimate, and he believed that she might have knowingly given him AIDS. This, he said, was the reason why he had killed her. However, when an autopsy was conducted on Sherry's body, it was revealed that she did not have the disease. When detectives learned of these details, they were instantly curious to find out what he knew about the unsolved murder of Linda Little, which he had contacted them about. An interview was immediately set up, and Townsend sat down to talk to detectives from the Daytona Beach Police Department. During the interview, he confessed that he was the one who killed Linda back in 1991. Detectives couldn't believe their ears. To make sure that he wasn't mistaking Linda for someone else, they showed him a picture of her. He confirmed that she was the woman he remembered killing, saying, "No doubt about it, no doubt." According to his statement, he'd been living in Orlando but decided to travel to Daytona Beach to celebrate his birthday. He had arrived in the city on October 10, 1991, and had met Linda the following day at a resort hotel bar that was located at 701 South Atlantic Avenue in Daytona Beach. Unfortunately, it just appears it was a random meeting. And unfortunately, on the wrong day at the wrong time, Linda just met the wrong person, Detective Sergeant Denardi with the Daytona Beach Police Department said. After having a few drinks, they left the club in Michael's car. While driving, he suggested to Linda that they should take a shower for some reason, and she had gotten very upset. According to Thompson, she then freaked out and began to yell and scream at him. He, meanwhile, was growing increasingly angry at all the noise she was making, and when he could not bear it anymore, he hit her hard across the face with the back of his hand. Afterwards, he proceeded to strangle her to death. When he realized that he'd killed her, he immediately thought of his next step. He drove to Kenton County in the state of Georgia, and there, he dumped her body behind a movable waste container. Detectives were amazed by all the details he was able to provide. They knew then that the case was finally solved. In addition to killing Linda, Michael also told detectives he had killed 2 women in Memphis, Tennessee. After the confession, he revealed that the reason why he had chosen to finally come out and tell the truth was that he had found God in prison. Michael also claimed that his predisposition to violence was because he had been sexually abused by his stepfather and some family friends when he was a child. Daytona Beach Police Chief Jakari Young stated he blames his mother and other women in his life for not protecting him as a child. As a result, he developed a hatred for women. Detectives have tried searching for Linda's remains in the area where Michael revealed that he dumped her body several years back, but they haven't had any luck. Through the dedication of detectives, the sustained hope of Linda's family, as well as the confession of the killer, Linda's case was finally solved. But what exactly happened to Linda's body remains a mystery. What are your thoughts on this sad case? Do you think Townsend's childhood abuse reinforced his hatred towards women? Or do you think it's just a pathetic excuse of a mindless killer? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. Please don't forget to like. Lori Nesson. Any detective will tell you that sometimes all it takes is one piece of information to solve a case. Reynoldsburg police got that tip on a cold case after 4 to 6 long years. On September 28, 1974, Lori Nesson appeared. She had attended a high school football game and subsequently a house party, according to the police. Nesson was last seen walking home just after midnight. Nesson's naked body was discovered in a ditch on Rose Hill Road, but her garments were strewn across several miles. Due to the limited technology available at the time, the case became cold. At the request of Nesson's family, the Reynoldsburg Division of Police reopened the investigation in August 2019. Officer Craig Bradford took on the case because his daughter was 15 at the time, the same age as Nesson. Officer Bradford claims that the more he looked at the files, the more he discovered contradictions. Pictures that, at the autopsy, showed some cuts on her lip, things that would indicate foul play. The time of death on Nesson's Odyssey also didn't match up with when the teen was last seen. Bradford presented his findings to the Eckling County coroner in 2020, who agreed to investigate the case. A few months later, the coroner's office amended the cause of death to undetermined homicidal violence. Then in December, a local news channel broadcasted an update on the nascent situation. After the program aired, someone contacted him with information that night. The caller was Karen Adams's cousin, and she said the news article of Lori's death was quite similar to her cousin's homicide. A similar case had happened 6 months after Nesson's death on March 9, 1975. Adams, then 17, was walking from her Whitehall home to a friend's house when she disappeared. The next day, her body was discovered in a ditch on Vangert Road near Blacklick. The similarities were too strong to ignore. The authorities contacted the Franklin County investigator who was in charge of the Adams case, which had been solved in 2011. The Franklin County Sheriff's Office Detective Chuck Clark told him that they believed the 2 guys who killed Adams also killed Nesson. I've always suspected these 2 individuals were involved in something bigger than what they were caught for, Clark added. They drank, drove around the city, went anywhere they pleased, and approached girls and young ladies who were alone. Robert Meyer was 70 years old when DNA evidence tied Tim and Charles Weber to Adams' murder in 2011. He was apprehended by authorities in Cincinnati. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in jail, but he died in prison just a few years later. Weber, on the other hand, was already deceased and cremated, but his son submitted a cheek swab that revealed his DNA, proving his involvement in Adams' murder. Meyer and Weber were identified as the men responsible for Nesson's death by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations. Nesson's family is understandably troubled by the fact that her sister's final moments were probably spent in terror at the hands of two men they will never meet. According to investigators, Meyer and Weber both had a criminal background that put them in the old Ohio penitentiary in the 1960s. Meyer was sentenced to 10 years in prison in 1963 for murdering a man with a hammer. Weber was jailed for robbery. Following their release, the two moved in together and lived in Whitehall in 1974. Both men were convicted 3 years later of rape and kidnapping at least two women in the Toledo region. According to the investigator, one thing is certain: they were serial murderers and rapists. They would lure victims inside the car, joyride with them, and then sexually assault and kill them. Of course, knowing what they did to Lori and Karen, and knowing that there were about 6 months between that and then their activity in Toledo a year later, they would have had plenty of opportunities to victimize other